カセット押し込むリセット迷い込む迷路進めどもたる制御あの先に僕の背中が見えた振り向いた先に希望が見えた地獄の果てなどどこにあるのか出口はまだなのくるくるくるくる繰り返す繰り返す繰り返す繰り返すふらふらふらふらふらくだるふらくだるふらくだるふらくだる扉を開け意味を忘れ行かれた夢の奥へどこまでも続いてくくるくる繰り返すくるくるくるくる繰り返す繰り返す繰り
Triple 6, 5, 4, atomic penetration, rapid fire through your skull. Shot it on, we're taking it back to the days of trying to lose control. Swerving in a blaze of fire, racing through my bones. Oh shit, I'm feeling it. Tachyon, hell yeah, fuck yeah, I feel like killing it. Tachyon, alright, that's not what it's like to experience. Tachyon, out of the blue, wind through the bag, door coming through like fuck, what was that? Hanging on over, it made me feel so heated. How we creeping out, showing you jazz. Shit from below, give a shit if you know, cause even if you did, bet you keep coming back. Back for more, need a man, yo, addicted to the heat, we make beats cash. Beats will bleed to death, each track, epileptic sees every head we crack. Like EPMD snapping necks as we tap energy from everything on and off the map. Oh shit, I'm feeling it. Tachyon, hell yeah, fuck yeah, I feel like killing it. Tachyon, alright, that's not what it's like to experience. Tachyon, Tachyon, shot down your throat like a keg of beer. Choke on the smoke, we in and exhale till the whole chamber is clear. That's not so fucking weird. Try to stay in this atmosphere, but they can't cause it's way too shit. How to make a hater disappear. Kick shit where it ain't never been. Fuck what you thought, could not comprehend this shit. If I fist your brain with a 10. Nah, hey, 7 triples, nah, hey, 7 triples, nah, hey, 7 triples, nah, hey, 7 triple 6, 5, 4, John. Criminal level, quick lightning storm. Get out of the way or get up torn. Ain't a picture big enough to fit what we dig up from the core. That's all the day, forgot it ever was. Militant march of this war. Tachyon, taking them down, all we see is blood. Tachyon, turning them out, had a trick, gotta freak that buzz. Shit, I'm feeling it. Tachyon, hell yeah, fuck yeah, I feel like killing it. Tachyon, alright, that's not what it's like to experience. Tachyon, lyrically forcing you to drip on the movement fire we spray. Cryonic, haunted bullets, hollow tip with toxic waste. So here's the deal, if you don't feel it, don't wanna know we're near my zone. That shit is dead, can't nobody get with that shit, gets dialed tone. Tachyon, bitch, slapping pussy, clots and clones. The Tachyon, setting off, you the bombs inside your dome. Give it up, bitch, you know this is it, get with this and get left cause it's on. Tachyon, Tachyon, Triple 6, 5, 4 tons. Lyrically forcing you to drip on the movement fire we spray. Cryonic, haunted bullets, hollow tip with toxic waste. So here's the deal, if you don't feel it, don't wanna know we're near my zone. That shit is dead, can't nobody get with that shit, get style tone. Tachyon, bitch, slapping pussy, clots and clones. The Tachyon, setting off, you the bombs inside your dome. Give it up, bitch, you know this is it, get with this and get left cause it's on. Tachyon, Tachyon.
All right. Today it is June 11th, 2026. 7:59 a.m. in the morning. Today we're going to start with some of this Ethan lawsuit stuff. Some other voices are speaking up. We miss you. What's up, Zoo Phillips? We have the whole day, guys. We have the whole day. This time I mean it. Ain't no other thing going on. I'm booked all tomorrow. So we're free today. We are free. Good morning. So I figure we do something a little distinct aside from this stuff, which we will cover very soon here. But let me give you a little bit of my game plan, small portion of my game plan today. I have always wanted to watch the rest of it. I've watched a little bit of this, but I want to cover this on stream. This Kyle Kulinski versus Razorfist debate. I've already seen a little bit at work today. He always kept mentioning it, and I was like, you know what? I never watched Kyle Kulinski back in the day. Not really. Even when he showed up on DP, I didn't. It wasn't like I skipped it or whatever. I just kind of missed those episodes. And probably best case scenario, like if I had ever seen him, I don't remember him very well. If I had ever seen him on the show. So I do gotta say, Kyle Kulinski wasn't mincing words, man. He was demolishing this guy on this debate. I was an hour through. This fucking debate is crazy, dude. And it stands the test of time. It's very golden. Some of the fucking comments in here where they're like, people who think Kyle won are DP fanatics, and these are like 7 days ago. It's like, oh my God, man, holy shit. We still have people who just won't give up the fight. They just won't learn. They just won't learn. And there's a lot of things in this debate that are like, we're talking about Trump term 1, and it's like, wow, Kyle was on the fucking ball here. Kyle was on the fucking ball with this entire debate. So I do want to cover that generally today, because god damn, holy shit, that debate's crazy. I love it. I love it. So I do want to cover that. We'll cover this, and then we'll look at news. We'll start covering news more often too, because it's just like a flurry of different news over and over again. I think MS Now, we'll start looking at MS Now stuff for the most part in terms of getting up to date coverage and stuff like that, you know. So yeah. There was a teaser for The Social Reckoning, too. I saw that. That looks pretty good. I haven't seen Social Network, though. Has anyone seen Social Network? I hear that's awesome. I should probably put that on the list of stuff I should watch. I think, what's his name? What's his fucking name? The guy who plays Kendall. Why can I not remember his actual name? Kendall Roy. Is it Jeremy Stewart? I don't even know. This guy's good. Jeremy Strong. Why did I think it was Jeremy Stewart? I think he nails Zuckerberg. He's pretty good at nailing Zuckerberg. Pause. Let's pull up some tweets too. Let's pull up some of these tweets about about all this. Substance posted a tweet. I retweeted some people about this. Let's see. Oh, let's look at this first. Is this recent? Because he said he was defending this or whatever. Oh, let's see. Ethan Klein explains why he's suing iDubbbz and not Destiny. Quote, Ian has deeply aligned with the snark community that is basically responsible for and celebrated CPS coming to my house. And sending human skulls to my home on the snark Discord. They have on the banner a skull with CPS on the forehead. They love it. They're proud of it. If iDubbbz aligns with them, shouts them out, calls them great people, he's in deep with them.
Bestie, iDubbbz. So yes, I am suing my former bestie, iDubbbz, who
This case is going to be thrown out too. There's no way this goes through. There's no way. The judge is going to look at this and be like, "Are you an insane person? Are you fucking insane? Is this really?" It's like the stated reasoning too is absolutely ridiculous, and the bad faith of saying yeah, we won't handle this in California. We'll handle this. I'm targeting him because he's like, I could sue Destiny, but it's not gonna work well for where he lives. We'll sue iDubbbz because it's easier in Alberta.
And I'll shortly explain why, because to me it kind of doesn't. It's not that big of a mystery. So, Ian has deeply aligned himself with the snark community that is basically responsible.
The coughs and sniffles, man, holy shit. Just pinpoint the fucking illness. The mental unwellness even more so. The physical unwellness and mental unwellness is on full display now, even more transparently than ever.
Before and celebrated CPS coming to my house to take my children away and sending human skulls to my home. These are two things that on the Snark Discord day.
My CPS, my skulls, my CPS, my skulls, 9/11, don't forget, CPS skulls, don't forget, never forget, never forgive.
Have on the banner, they have a skull with CPS on the forehead. They think it's funny, they love it, they're proud of it. And iDubbbz aligns with them, shouts them out, calls them great people. He browses the subreddit.
They're the greatest people that I've ever known. The greatest. Snark culture for the victor.
on his live stream. He's in deep with them. In fact,
has this guy ever made any remark, any statement on like the most recent loss that he had to go through? Humiliating loss where like they had to show him his own fucking prior court case on fair use where he won, and why it's like, well, dude, like you can't do this. That's not how it functions. Like your own court case like proves like you wrong. Your own statements on Denim's reaction coverage of your work proves you fucking wrong. You fucking imbecile. You fucking dork.
Even in his follow-up to his content cop, he justifies it. He says, I think it's good that
average Ethan stream, average H3 stream.
CPS was called and investigated that because clearly, as someone who's been to Ethan's house and met his children, there's shit all over the place, and his kids are clearly in trouble and would be in better care of foster, would be better taken care of in foster care. He does it as a watermark for his old house.
What a guy, man. What a guy. In the same podcast, he jokes about Total Biscuit stuff.
Yeah. Coming in at number 1, Total Biscuit died of rectal cancer. Yeah. Here he is saying goodbye. It's so crazy.
But CPS goes too far, guys. Joking about CPS goes too far. You targeted my wife, my children. It's too far, guys. It's too far. Like a bloodhound on the trail sniffs. We're going to do that all stream, guys. Dude. Try not to harp on it too much. Just positive reinforcement branching out is good for you. Man, the React.dev advertisement is shameless. Yeah, you got to love the React.dev fucking advertisement. The closest I've been sold on the actually getting React.dev, and the only thing that actually stops me from getting React.dev is Dan himself. Dan himself. I talked to Dan about his company and what it actually entails, what it does, and I was like, man, bro, you're actually selling this. It's like if it weren't for your reputation, I might actually use this myself. Damn, unfortunate. Like maybe I'll consider it still, but like because the advantages. That being said, I don't know if I ever want to. You know, how's he angry at iDubbbz than Destiny here? Ethan Klein screams into the void. There's a lot of confusion about the Denims lawsuit, so allow me to clarify. I haven't commented on it because it's not over. The judge issued a tentative ruling. A tentative, guys. They haven't agreed yet. They haven't agreed. Cope. Holy cope. They haven't agreed yet. Tentative ruling ahead of our Friday hearing. The judge has since heard our oral arguments and is yet to issue his final ruling, at which time I will discuss it on the show. It seems foolish to jump to a conclusion before there is one. Oh my cope. Holy shit. Are you good? Oh my God. All of this. When CBS was called on my family a year ago, the rules of engagement have completely changed for me. A snark community fabricated a lie that my children were crawling around in dog shit and eating it. An agent came into my home at 8 a.m. to look through my home and interview my children against their will. Against it. Their investigation is now over and was determined to be unfounded. After this, I can no longer tolerate attacks on my children or attempts to break up my family. Ian was a friend of mine for many years. He has been to my house and met my children. When he displayed a message on screen for over an hour stating that I'm a pedophile that molests my children, it carried a lot more weight than when Destiny said it. Destiny said it in a Discord chat in passing that was on screen for a few seconds. I've never met or spoken with Destiny. Okay, this is a lie. This is a direct lie. So Destiny himself says he's spoken with Ethan. Now, to be fair, I'm not even like it's just a direct lie. Just saying I've never met or spoken with Destiny at all, or spoken with Destiny at all. You know. But if I was to be fair, to clarify, it's not like they had like, at least from Destiny's words, which can only be trusted as far as you could throw them. It's not like they spoke a lot. It was like one or two messages, maybe like a small conversation overall. So, but this is a direct lie still. He has never been to my home or met my children. He has zero credibility on the issue. Destiny made it clear that his passing chat message was never meant to be taken seriously. Well, that's part of the defamation by your own words, right? Like the defamation thing, if it's not meant to be taken seriously. Ian, on the other hand, he does know my family. He has been brought to my home. He has met my children, and the fact that he exploited that closeness to forward such a heinous, unforgivable accusation forced me into action. To make matters worse, Ian has supported the call to CPS and his content deputy, and openly associates with, spends time in, and celebrates the snark community from which the original CPS call came from. Which community is that, buddy? Which community is that? We're just directly just going right back to it after you said, oh, Denims didn't actually do this. When she like held you to task and saying like, you know, you're spreading lies about this, right? And then you had to like retract your fucking words and, you know, be clear that it wasn't Denims. It wasn't Denims. Now you're just retracting it. You're just going back again. This guy needs to be put in a fucking mental institution. I'm sorry. When we reach a certain point, oh my God, like somebody needs to strap him up in a mental institution, give him some fucking pills, put him in a padded fucking cell. Holy shit, this guy's fucking crazy. What a crazy fucking whack job. Holy shit. I believe it was Ian's intention to cause harm to my family, as he knew CPS had already visited our home and still decided to rebroadcast the accusations for and over on his live stream. I pledge to do everything I can to hold him and anyone else who attempts to harm my family accountable in whatever way I can. Because of the context, I believe I have a much more viable case against iDubbbz than Destiny, and that is why I'm only suing iDubbbz. Destiny also lived in the USA, where defamation laws are much harder to win in versus Canada, where iDubbbz lives. He's such a pussy. You're such a pussy. You're such a pussy. Put up, if it's such a strong case, if it's such a strong accusation, sue him. Do it. Pussy. These are all the reasons I've sued iDubbbz and not Destiny. I've chosen the legal and most proper way afforded to us that live in countries that value free speech. A lawsuit for defamation. Defamation is not protected speech. He does not have an unalienable right to say, I'm a pedophile that molests my children. No, but you can say that you molest other children or whatever as a joke, quote unquote, on Reddit as pedo troll. You can make jokes about black little children being elastic. You disgusting pervert. You disgusting, worthless pervert. Accountability in this case has to be more than just internet mudslinging and jousting. He crossed the line, and I'm past the point of caring what Charlie or anyone else thinks. I will protect my family at all costs. God. Am I missing anything else? No, I don't think so. He claims Snark came up with a narrative that his child ingested dog shit and got a disease. First told by Ethan himself. We're not. We get it. We're not replaying it. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen to all that. I don't want to weigh in on the Denims lawsuit. Oh my God. What a guy, man. Discord, I thought it was on his website chat. I think it was on his website chat. I don't know if Ethan knows that, though. I think Ethan just considers it like Discord or something. Let's start with Fantano.
Actors who are saying that I'm targeting.
So wait. I don't know who else is speaking of, but we have Anthony Fantano, the needle drop, and then we have Moist Critical speaking on this.
Women.
Okay, I give more of a pass to Fantano because he usually doesn't cover stuff around this space all too often. So there isn't like a strong incentive I have to being like, why didn't you speak on this sooner? Even though I do think you could. I don't know. You could have, but like it's not like he weighed in on any other parts of these dramas as far as I'm aware. So, you know, he gets a little bit more leniency. Meanwhile, fucking Moist Critical, at least from what I remember, and people are saying in this video, there's even points of the narrative that he's upheld about Ethan's end of the narrative, Ethan's spin on the narrative. He's done that. And he did the whole dog shot caller thing too. So, Moist Critical, fuck you. Fuck you. You're a coward. Fuck you. You're a coward. You only made your video when it came this far. When it was like everyone's pretty much on board that this is like deplorable behavior. I had to get this far for you to actually be on board. So fuck you, buddy. Yeah, there we go. Let's start with Fantana though.
That I'm a hypocrite for suing for copyright infringement. I just have this to say. I don't care. What I do hope, though, is that you'll support their crowdfunding efforts to defend themselves. Because
he's got no argument. He is a hypocrite. He is a fucking loser. He's a spite-filled little loser. Oh, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I want to make sure there's money left over.
Fucking loser.
Over for me when I win my lawsuits.
I don't really want to say too much here because I truly don't have to say too much. And I don't like to spend, a whole lot of time on the internet directly going at, in a very dramatic way, other creators. It's like the purpose of my platform for the most part, even though I do like to kind of shit on right wingers and, total pieces of garbage on the internet who I think make the music community worse. When it comes to like the broad content creator sphere, unless somebody's like, just being completely wrong-headed about some music or talking about me or just being like a real fucking idiot, I like to keep mostly quiet and just like kind of chill.
Yeah, this is pretty understandable, and he's remained consistent on this from what I can gauge. But this goes in that's why, to be honest, he probably should have spoken on this sooner. But like, it's like at least a little bit more understandable if he's not like paying super close attention. He's like, okay, like for the most part, everyone else has got this. But it's like at a certain point, like it's probably important to speak on this broadly as like a community, like as stuff like this could potentially affect the entire community of even his part of the space.
And I don't pay attention to a whole lot of streamers to begin with, across the board. But I feel like what just happened here needs to be discussed because it's a very broad issue that affects all content creation across the internet. But what seems to have happened, thankfully, is Denims. I stream, but I don't consider myself like, a hardcore streamer, but I'll say fellow streamer Denims just got a tentative ruling in the lawsuit leveled against her by Ethan Klein of the H3H3 podcast. Now, I don't want to spend, this little rant here and this talk kind of getting into the nitty gritty of the content nuke and Ethan's psychosexual obsession with Hassan and
yeah, it's too much. You had to be there. You had to start covering it from almost day one, day zero. Stay somewhat consistently covering it. It's a lot. It's a whole lot. I get it. It's too much to. You have to TLDR this shit real quick.
And iDubbbz and Anissa and a host of other things about the whole situation I just particularly find weird. Are there elements of these dynamics that Ethan genuinely feels like, burned about and pissed off about? Like maybe, possibly, I feel like I don't know enough about these interpersonal relationships, again, on a personal level, to really comment on that front. What pisses me off about the whole thing and what makes this tentative ruling in Denims' favor about all of this, what makes me happy about this with joy is like, look, no matter what problem you have with any of these people, personally or politically, whatever, you cannot be using this as an opportunity to destroy internet content creation and reaction content, commentary content. I don't care how up your own ass you are. I don't care how psycho you are. I don't care how demented or mentally ill you are. You cannot be using your millions of dollars and you cannot be using your platform to sue and go after other creators.
Wait. You can't? I'm pretty sure you can. I'm pretty sure you can if you're Ethan. Ethan's a poor baby victim. Of course he can. Ethan can do whatever he wants. Don't you understand? He can do whatever he wants.
Simply for
CPS and Skulls justifies everything. CPS and Skulls justifies lawsuits.
the sin of reacting to your content, good or not, and having their own thoughts and opinions about it that you don't like. There are lots of people who comment on and talk about my content. Are there situations in which I would maybe take legal action if those comments happen to come from a defamatory place and it was like all and out, like complete lies or whatever? I mean, sure, but that's a different thing than going after somebody just merely for reacting to your content and making the claim that it was stealing, making the claim that this person is stealing from you by reacting to your content. Bro, that is literally...
It would be nice if he like says, I don't know if he knows about this. I don't know how much he's paid close attention to any of this. But it would be nice if he probably spoke about the Noah. I think that's what he's referencing a little bit maybe, but like referencing the Noah thing. I think even that is going, of course, way too fucking far, where it's like you're basically filing defamation lawsuits for a political opinion piece, ultimately.
How you got started on
H3 Production scores tentative win for fair use online. This was 2017.
On the internet, dude. You literally had your own fair use lawsuit about this same shit.
The undisputed purpose of the defendant's live stream is to contest, criticize, and mock the plaintiff's message, which the courts have found weighs in favor of fair use due to its transformative nature. And they even proceed to cite Ethan Klein's case.
I feel bad and I regret ever having platformed you and
Dude. Dude. Let's hear that again.
Ever having
Wait, hold on.
In favor of fair use due to its transformative nature. And they even proceed to cite Ethan Klein's case.
I feel bad and I regret ever having platformed you.
That's crazy. Unsurprising, but crazy. It's crazy. TND podcast number 12, way back in 2015, guys. 2015. It's just like, we were buds, bro. Not buds, but it's like, damn, bro, I thought you were cool. I thought you were chill. Now you're making me feel guilty forever, but like...
And had you on my own channel on a podcast and pushed people in your direction.
Yeah, like I sanitized you, bro. I feel bad. Like you're fucking everyone over, and I feel like bad that I participated in like, you know, telling everyone, nah, this guy's chill. This guy's cool. He's chill.
Because you turned around and ended up doing this. And
Yeah.
again, I'm not even talking about whatever sort of like political or ideological sort of, you know, disagreements you may have with these individuals or that I may have with you. That's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm talking about you're literally using your platform and literally using these petty disagreements, your own emotions that you're so tied up in this situation to destroy the very industry that we all operate within because you're mad that you're getting criticized. Are some of those criticisms unfair? And are they coming from like weird terminally online psychos that are on Reddit or this platform or that platform? Yeah, I'm sure some of them are. I deal with those types of people too all the time. But to be going after other streamers for commenting on your content, and if this lawsuit ended up going in,
This is a funny thing too, is like he heavily targeted the people when he started first going like hard into paint about any of this. He's targeted to people that were like not really well, that's not entirely true, but like mainly his focus was on Hassan. And it was like Hassan himself. He was like blaming Hassan for the community reaction to his own liberal Zionist takes, whatever, you know. And he just chalked up all the negativity, all the justifiable criticism, by the way, all justified, especially by this point. Especially, you know, it's like they were fortune tellers and they were like, yeah, nah, this guy's fucking bad news. This guy's gross and disgusting, this filth. And especially if you look back at like some of the comments, it's like, yeah, no, nah, yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I know, I understand. He's just like going to Hassan. He's like, I blame you, Hassan. It's like Hassan's like, what the fuck do you want me to do? It's your own remarks. I have told my audience to be chill on you. I ignored you. I ignored all your sassy little fucking bitch-made comments about me over and over. Your constant complaining. I ignored you. I didn't understand what was going to... I had other things to focus in on. And you decided to escalate. You decided to escalate with the audience. You decided to pick the fight. You couldn't handle that you were wrong. You couldn't handle that you were being criticized. And now, you brought us to this point. Don't play victim now. You brought us to this point.
Favor effectively would have destroyed the business model of anybody and everybody doing this same exact thing.
Forget something more than the Simon Hyde episode, I bet. I think Ethan is probably more destructive to the... Well, not even probably. I think Ethan is more destructive to the actual creator aspect, the YouTube content creation aspect, for everyone. So, like, there is probably actually a legitimate, bigger regret in that aspect. But yeah, it's probably equal in Anthony's eyes by this point.
Doing the same exact thing.
It actually should be like, when you weigh it down, like, he's like, Ethan's, even if this isn't like an intentional aspect, even if like he has deluded himself into thinking he's not a pro-genocidal maniac or whatever, his wife certainly is or whatever, he certainly is effectively pro-genocide in terms of like his argumentation, where it all leads to, what it contributes to. He's got more focus on people who are trying to be anti-genocide. So he is a far larger contributor to fascism, Jewish supremacy, all that stuff. So like, it is basically a greater, it should be a greater regret, because at least Sam Hyde, for the most part, is not as destructive to the YouTube creator space. He is destructive in his own way, to like, in terms of influence, but he's not nearly as destructive to the how anyone actually can like create their content, potentially, like the lawsuits could set a dangerous precedent if it went in his direction,
Reacting to other content, commenting on other content, transformatively critiquing and pulling apart other content that would have created such an ugly, horrible, just destructive, slippery slope. And you did it over some bullshit. You did it over some stupid, mindless, petty, emotional, moronic bullshit.
You don't understand. They targeted my family. You don't get it, Needle Drop. You don't get it, Fantano. Melon. You don't get it, Mr. Melon. How would you like it if they sent skulls to your little melons? To your melon place? How would you like it?
Is literally all you...
They sent skulls to your melon patch.
Did it for. You didn't do it for any other reason other than some petty, stupid bullshit. And I'm glad that Denims had it rule in her favor. Not only because, I like and respect Denims as a streamer, but this would have been bad for everybody making content on the internet if this had ruled in Ethan's favor. So I'm just coming on here and just celebrating this W, not for anyone's sake.
It's so funny too, because the PPP guy from like Kino Casino, he's just like, he's doing the Diorio of justifying. He's like, I don't gotta feel bad for iDubbbz. I don't gotta feel bad for iDubbbz getting sued. Fuck iDubbbz. I don't gotta feel bad at all. I don't gotta feel bad for him. It's like, okay, all of the things that Ethan is doing, if like you switch gears at all and meaningfully criticize Ethan and mock Ethan, he's just going to do that to you. That, or the courting will do that to you, or any other person you criticize in the future. Like, you're setting yourself up for, you're like endorsing the thing that could set you up for like failure.
Other than all of us, because if you like this stream, if you like the content of any person on the internet where they are reacting to a video or talking about somebody else's video or talking about some other piece of content somebody made and incorporated clips or incorporated a snippet here, a section there, or, you know, reacting to a full video on a stream, it would have been fucking donezo.
It's the other thing that I was taking in consideration of, like, when I should have argued this to Stale at the time. But it always sounds unhinged to kind of argue. But it is kind of true. It's like, if you do genuinely, okay, say you do genuinely believe Ethan is contributing to a pro-genocide stance, and a lot of other people are doing it, like Destiny is doing this, or like you believe like the content that they make, that MAGA creators make, is completely participatory and complicit in a system that is destroying the lives of so many different people worldwide, really, not just in America, but worldwide, right? It's like, at a certain point, like, if I hear, you know, somebody make like an unhinged insult towards that person, I'm only going to feel so bad for you. You know, there's only so much empathy I can have for that person. It's like, you've decided on your own whim, over your own deluded beliefs or your own spite or whatever, your own bigotry, to contribute to making everyone else's lives worse. You cannot be surprised when somebody mocks you with nothing but contempt. And sometimes that will hit places where it's just like, wow, that may go a little bit too far. But I'm telling you, if I view somebody as effectively pro-genocide, especially people who are more transparently pro-genocide, like, I'm naturally going to be, it's going to be natural of me. I have to fight against this I have to fight against this constant dehumanization of the person being a pro-genocide advocate. Because it's like, holy shit, you're like subhuman. And so a lot of people just give into that a lot more easily, of just like, I'm just going full out. They'll justify a lot more shit too. I won't, but like, they'll justify a lot more shit. And it's just like, holy fuck, like, you know, Ethan has just made himself the target for a lot of people to just feel like, oh yeah, I could just do. Some will make arguments of, I can just say or do anything I want to Ethan at this point. I don't think that's okay. I don't think that's a standard that should be set. That being said, you have just constantly full aggression. You are literally admitting on your stream that when somebody criticizes you, it's like, you're doing like full on harassment. You're doing on full on stalking. He's like, yep, I'm doing that. You are saying that some of the people that are are worthy of death on your live stream. You're saying, like, you deserve to be burned. You and your family deserve to be burned alive. Dog, why are you surprised by anyone hating you as much as they do? You cannot be surprised by that. I cannot believe Mike from PA is still around, but also I feel that way about half a Twitch streamer have sticking power, if nothing else. Yeah, Mike from PA is like the waiting room for Hassan, I think.
It would have been donezo. Like, it would have set legal precedent that would have allowed any other content creator to go after a streamer, go after a YouTuber monetarily, have this video, that video, this other thing pulled down, taken down. And look, we're already dealing with a litany of that every week when it comes to movies and music and these massive corporations that like throw their weight around online and make it difficult to pull apart any content coming out of the mainstream these days. days. We don't need to be doing it from content creator to content creator. It's complete bullshit. So look, if you consume any content like this, you enjoy any content like this, you need to be aware of this lawsuit. You need to be aware of this ruling, and you need to be sharing it, and you need to be like celebrating it, because we really did genuinely like, I mean, I feel like if you,
yeah, you're like genuinely dodging a bullet. If Ethan felt, if even had won something like this, it's like, dude, like you're really cutting out this, like a huge portion of the space. You're like the massive effect of the ramifications of that is going to be game changing, and it completely diminishes so much of the potential of the space.
had two brain cells to rub together, and you know, you already saw sort of like previous, you know, sort of like rulings in regards to fair use law, like as long as Denims was willing to sort of like put up the legal fight, chances were it wasn't going to go in Ethan's favor. But there were two other people who we pressured here legally who were
Ethan
not.
Klein's war on women. It's interesting that Klein showed a Trissy land on his channel when his lawsuits against the three women Twitch streamers who go by Casey Tron, Frogans, and Dims includes that their streams were recommended by the H3 Snark subreddit as a way to watch Klein's content without giving them views. Lawsuits also seek to unmask the anonymous moderators of the H3 Snark subreddit. Sorry, one moment. All right, we're back. Yeah.
Not able to withstand the prolonged fees and all of that shit, who, you know, I feel very bad and I feel very sorry for. Ethan was happy to sort of like harass legally out of house and home almost, because it became so expensive to continue fighting him with lawyers.
I think that was the proper time to start talking about this for even Fantano, to be honest. But, you know, it's minor criticism.
I've been in this situation recently too. I mean, you know, not over a, you know, copyright thing, you know, with that douchebag Ronnie Radke. I spent tens of thousands of dollars to get that W, only to get paid, you know, my legal fees, you know.
Jesus.
But it was like, I still ended up spending more money in the long run on all that. It was still a complete fucking waste of my time. Was, you know, stressful to at least some degree. Obviously not as stressful as it was, I'm sure, for the loser who lost. So, I mean,
I don't know anything about that case. Holy shit.
I've been in these situations before, and I know how scary and weird and freaky it can be to have like a complete psychopath and weirdo going after you with like these seedy, shitty, no moral having, garbage ambulance chasing shithead lawyer freaks who will literally agree to do anything so long as you pay them to do it. I know that feeling, and it's not very good. And I absolutely, you know, commend Denims for, you know, putting up the legal fight that she needed to in order to get this ruling and get this to where it needed to be, because, you know, Denims deserves really, truly like some accolades for doing this, because, you know,
I wish he expanded on his case a little bit more. I don't know anything about his case.
Her withstanding.
What was his case? Which one was that? He speak about it in a video. He linked the video thing. Ah, oh, fuck it. Never mind.
Stressful as it was, I'm sure, for the loser who lost.
Oh, wait. Back up. He sued me. I won. I want to see this. He sued me. I won. I want to see this really quick. I just need the basics of the case. I don't need the full breakdown, okay? What? Shut up. Kyle Kulinski. Shut up. Fantano.
Hey everyone, Lothany Soup Tano here, the internet's legalist music nerd, and it's time for a review of a lawsuit that was recently filed against me and was hilariously
dismissed. This was
dismissed
9 months ago.
Yes. Now, before I begin, let me say I am absolutely not trolling in this video. There's no vegan cookie recipes or gags or any goofiness happening here. Now, if this situation is alien to some of you guys watching, that may partially be because I was pretty quiet on the topic as it's been happening, and this whole legal to-do.
Falling in reverse, Ronnie Rakes filed defamation suit against Critic.
Has been ongoing since like the end of last year.
So it's
And
a defamation suit.
over the course of all of this, I didn't go through the usual YouTube drama channel rigmarole of, oh no, look at me, I'm in legal trouble, donate to my Indiegogo, which is not to knock anybody who does that sort of thing, or, say that I won't have to do that sort of thing at some point in the future, because I understand that lawsuits can get pretty expensive. But I didn't want to blow this up into something bigger than it needed to be.
And also spend so much fucking money on like lawsuit. Holy shit, 10,000?
On top of it, I didn't really want to give the person who was suing me the satisfaction of maybe seeing me squirm, or just for him to have the capacity to read into anything that I'm doing or saying, or just cause more of a fuss over this. Because it was pretty clear from the start, what this person was seeking was like some kind of reaction from me, a takedown, a payment. And as a result, I think it just made more sense to handle this in a quiet, mature, adult fashion. Now, who exactly am I talking about here? The man who sued me? Why, it's the most amazing musician walking the planet today, of course, Mr. Ronald Radke. Hi, Ronald. I know you're watching. Love ya. Thank you for paying me back my legal fees, but we will get into that later. Mr. Ronald Radke, if you're unfamiliar, is the singer, songwriter, rapper, frontman of the band Falling in Reverse. And before the year 2023, I was living in what I consider to be the pre-Ronald chapter of my existence, a blissful, dreamlike time when I barely even knew who this man was. In fact, you can even go back into my YouTube content history on all my channels and see, like, it's not like I've been talking about this man.
Okay, but what did he sue you over? Can we just skip over to what he sued you over specifically? What was the
clapback or something like that? You only need to spend 10 minutes on this man's Twitter or his TikTok, constantly going after, and he couldn't stay off my radar forever, especially as I was seeing him on social media in the last few years, just constantly going after and attacking people commenting on him and his music, whether it be content creators or even just random fans. And I'm not talking about like a quick reply or a snappy clapback.
Face tattoos are the ultimate red flag. Yeah, you should just assume that person was probably like having a very rough, traumatic childhood, to say the least.
Like that. You only need to spend 10
they're like somewhat addicted to something, or they're unwell, or it's unfortunate
minutes on this man's Twitter or his TikTok to see him.
I can think of like very few scenarios where a face tattoo would feel like appropriate. I don't think there's almost any.
Absolutely obsessing over every negative thing that is said about him.
What's up, guys? I'm gonna read some comments from.
Maybe you had something very, very small in the side, but by your ear or something like that. Maybe. If you want face tattoo, you might as well get the Chinese flag on your face.
Some of the ugliest, most disgusting, fattest, stinkiest looking people I've ever seen in my fucking life. They probably just masturbate to the idea of being with me, but will never be able to be with me because I'm so far out of all their leagues that even if they bought a VIP meet and greet and I saw their face, they wouldn't be allowed to meet me.
And often the way he engages with this criticism says more about him than the person he's replying to. Like this tweet from 2024 where he talks about being a...
Oh, yeah, see? I just fucking nailed it, didn't I? I just fucking nailed it. I'm a violent felon, ex-drug addict, multi-millionaire, How do I always nail it? How do I always do it? I always do it. I am the common sense man. I am the man with true common sense. And no sense is ever so common than mine. My common is sense. My sense is common. I use my common to form my sense. My sense, my common. I'm like Common the rapper with common sense. I'm well traveled with common sense. I didn't even read this part, I promise. Handsome, 40 years old, and looks younger than most 25-year-olds now. Lover of all animals, and most of all, I'm a proud American citizen and will stand up against communist, Marxist, woke fucking losers, degrading the very fabric and foundation on which this country was founded on. And if you don't like it, you can move to Palestine and get thrown off a fucking rooftop. Bitch, was that good enough? Okay. Fun.
A violent felon, ex-drug addict, multimillionaire, multi-platinum selling recording artist, cultured and well-traveled with common sense, handsome, 40 years old, and looks younger than most 25-year-olds. So it only took me a handful of examples of me seeing behavior like this to start wondering, why is this guy so loud and insecure and annoying? So of course, I started reading more of his social media posts, looking at various articles about him, looking into his criminal record, because again, this is a guy who proudly portrays that he is a violent ex-felon on the internet. So yeah, it didn't take me long to come to
bro's name is Ronald, bro.
Determination, my own personal opinion, that this guy sucks. And so I wrote and recorded a video called This Guy Sucks, which addressed all the reasons that he sucked. Now, it was one of our more thoroughly researched videos that week because I thought the likelihood
yeah, this dude's entire personality is I don't fit in a box.
was going to be pretty high.
You don't understand me. You don't understand me. You don't understand the life I've lived. I'm an ex-drug addict. Of course, I'm an American citizen. Of course I hate Palestine. I'm an ex-drug addict.
Ronald would see this video and not like it very much, and that maybe possibly
Not all drug addicts are like that. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I would become the object of his affection. And I mean, I'm not bragging here, but I would say the video had about that effect. And if you don't believe me, here's a picture of Ronald.
Hey guys, I'm Anthony Fantano, newly divorced after my YouTube stint, and I'm working at an elementary school reading sex books to second graders. I will say, the bald cap and the mustache is kind of funny. It's in the glasses. I will say, and the shirt is funny. Just divorced, extra bonus. Just got rid of all my in-laws. I will say that is kind of funny. That is kind of funny.
Completely unprompted, dressing up like me for Halloween. The man is into roleplay. And to add some irony to this man's defamation suit, he also alleges in this Twitter post that I like reading sex books to second graders. So yeah, after posting that, this man, honest to God, filed a defamation suit against me, which again is funny because number one, he's not very careful with his own words. And two, another reason this is funny is that Ronnie historically likes to revel in just how bad his reputation is. So yeah, Ronald Radke didn't really take all that kindly to the This Guy Sucks video. However, it seemingly took a while for it to really get under his skin. After all, that vid dropped in 2023, but it wouldn't be until the following year that he would really begin crashing out over it. He even made an almost 10-minute TikTok response to the video, where at one point he offers to pay my ex $250,000 to come work for him and tell him all of my secrets.
$250,000 a year starting offer right now. You come work for us. You want to play games, Anthony? I can play some games, and I'm a good person. You're going to see just how good of a person I am. On how I treat your ex-wife.
Which, you know, is like very normal behavior.
Why is it like Drake or this guy just lets like Anthony Fantano get under their skin? It's so crazy, dude. How you gonna let this bald melon fuck get under your skin like that? That's crazy.
Normal person engages in who is
that loves animals but hates Marxist Mexicans really sold it for me. The dude follows the beat of his own drum, yeah.
normal. But yeah, when it comes to the lawsuit Ronald ultimately filed, it took him a minute to really build up to it. He spent days tweeting about me on Twitter saying he's gonna sue me, he's gonna sue me, he's gonna sue me.
Sir, this makes you liable in court. I will sue the ever-living beep out of your ass. You don't realize that. I will use every last dollar.
He was also doing some deep dive research into my background too, like really hacking into the matrix and digging up very hard to find personal information like I live in San Diego. I didn't really say anything because who am I to stand in the way of such impressive detective work? Now, you might be thinking, Anthony, that's crazy. Why would somebody think that? That's a crazy thing to think. Someone would have.
The only music critic who matters if you're under 25, New York Times, Anthony Fantano
to be stupid to think such a thing. Well, no, I kid you not, because Ronald, in fact, followed through with his lawsuit, filed it originally in California, and sued the wrong Anthony Fantano.
No, that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm glad I watched as much as I did. Holy
correctly.
Shit.
Apparently there's another Anthony
That's so cool. That's so cool.
Fantano out there in America, and Ronald found that Anthony Fantano and sued him.
No, Anthony out here was just mogging him. Dude, he's just mogging this guy. He's embarrassing this guy. It's sad. Oh my God.
It took a while for Ronald and his legal team to realize this error, and when I did eventually get served this lawsuit right here, as you can see from the photo on the screen, it has my wrong initial in there, presumably because they didn't even change the name after suing the wrong Anthony Fantano. From this point, we're kind of getting deep into the weeds of very boring legal rigmarole, so I will try to keep it mostly to the good and interesting bits. Now, while it is true I do not live in California, the state where I live actually has a law on the books that copies a California law, an anti-slap law. You may be asking, Anthony, what's anti-slap? Well, it allows
Connecticut adopted a strong anti-slap law in 2017. It allows defendants to file a special motion to dismiss when a complaint is based on the opposing party's exercise of its right of freedom of speech, right to petition the government, or right of association under the U.S. or Connecticut constitutions. A court will grant the special motion if the defendant shows by a preponderance of the evidence that the complaint is based on the defendant's exercise of the right of freedom of speech, petition, or association, unless the plaintiff shows with particularity the circumstances giving rise to the complaint and demonstrates that there is probable cause that the plaintiff will prevail.
Defendants to file a special motion to dismiss when a complaint is based on the opposing party's exercise of its right of free speech or right
that just for him to read it.
I believe I'm just exercising my free speech and my journalistic rights, and the only reason this lawsuit is being filed is to silence me, essentially. So after filing this, if the judge found that, in their own opinion, to be true, after looking at all of the facts of the case, of course, then this whole thing could essentially be dismissed with Ronnie owing me legal fees that I've had to shell out over the course of the process. Because, yes, keep in mind, none of this is happening to me for free. I basically had to pay out of the ass every step of the way this whole thing. Retaining a lawyer costs money, filing the anti-slap costs money, negotiations from there costs money.
It'd be really
So please,
fucking obnoxious to have this guy just sue you for something like fucking ridiculous, and you're paying out the ass, out the wazoo, just to fight a court case like that. You're paying like thousands and thousands of dollars.
watch the hell out of this video and hit the like button. So yeah, all that money.
I'd be so fucking pissed. Honestly, I really would.
And this very tense process is understandably going to make even me, who was very confident in my rights here, break a sweat. However, all of the headlines and Ronnie's tweets and his crash outs and announcements on this topic publicly essentially put me in a position where I was like, I have to see this through. I can't just allow this to quietly settle in his favor or anything like that, because that's going to send the message that anybody who hates me can essentially just like pull up with lawyers anytime I say something they don't like and shut me down entirely. And honestly, fuck that. You don't become the biggest music critic in the world by folding like a bitch. And again, also knowing Ronald's history of going after anybody and anybody that has like a little bit of criticism for him online, I also wanted to see this through so that other content creators out there could see that Ronald is not unbeatable and he's just a big annoying bully. Allegedly, that's my opinion. That's my opinion of the guy. So yeah, fast forwarding toward the end of this thing, and our lawyers are having oral arguments in front of the judge. And I shit you not, Ronald's legal team legitimately tried to argue that part of the reason my comments about him were so damaging was that he's not even actually famous. Yeah, he's just a small bean, a little.
No way. No way, no how. Well, I didn't know about his existence. That doesn't mean you're not famous to some extent, you know?
Guy, and I'm like the big bad buff.
I guess famous is not going to be widely yeah, like not everyone's going to know your name.
Sexy, hot, just voluptuous music reviewer who's just towering over his little weak baby body, and he's, oh my god, he's just so powerless in my shadow. Again, if you spend any lick of time on Ronnie's social media, you will see very quickly, very immediately, this man thinks he's like one of the biggest artists in the world of all time ever. So yeah, that argument doesn't exactly gel with his very twisted
How would you ever think that?
reality. And yeah, thankfully the judge saw through this like
Under subsection, the plaintiff can be considered a public figure. In some instances, an individual may achieve some pervasive fame or notoriety that he becomes a public figure for all purposes and in all contexts. Or more commonly, an individual voluntarily injects himself or is drawn into a particular public controversy and thereby becomes a public figure for a limited range of issues. Those classed as public figures have assumed roles of a special prominence in the affairs of society. They invite attention and comment. Internal quotation marks omitted. The plaintiff's position as a professional musician who is known in part for his participation in public discourse and controversy allows him to be considered a public figure within the means.
Any rational person would. Shout out to Judge Shah for the banging decision that I got here in this anti-slap dismissal. I will actually quote from some of the portions here. Here's an interesting bit that essentially talks about how I based my video on well-known elements of Ronald's reputation.
So basically, like, Fantano just comments on his reputation at all, and then this guy just spurgs out and just decides to sue him. Plaintiff has been a subject of controversy throughout professional in his life. A fact he often advertises as part of his popular monster image. Claims as a point of pride. He's referred to himself as a heel, a wrestling term for the adversary or bad guy that garners attention or heat by virtue of being controversial. Plaintiff has claimed that because of his image, those who beef with him or highlight his many controversies in an effort to discredit him have the opposite effect, elevating his fame. Okay. Plaintiff was named by music news outlet Loudwire as one of the most controversial singers in rock and metal as a result of his criminal history, allegations of sexual abuse, and incendiary political statements. Video discussing plaintiff's controversies and online feuds, whether positive or negative, regularly garner hundreds of thousands of views.
Commercial singers and rock and
is someone suing Fantano. No, this was we were reviewing over Fantano's Ethan case, the Ethan case or whatever, and he just mentioned this, and I didn't even know this happened. This was like 9 months ago. This like lawsuit got finished. It was some loser fucking rock and metal band leader or whatever, Ronald Radkick or whatever, started suing him because you know, Fantano was mocking him or whatever.
In metal as a result of his criminal history, allegations of sexual abuse, and incendiary political statements. And again, that's not me saying that. That's a quote. That's the judge. Ronald, don't call your lawyer up, please. The judge also cited that in the midst of all of this, Ronald had a lot of unhinged.
Don't call your lawyer. The defendant also explains that the parties have a history of disagreement. Following the defendant's negative review of Falling Over versus Song, Watch the World Burn in 2023, Loudwire reported that the plaintiff started a war of words with the defendant, a notorious music reviewer, in response to the defendant's criticism of the plaintiff's song. The defendant states that the parties engaged in some back and forth tweets when with the plaintiff escalating to personal attacks against the defendant, alleging that he is a fraud by implying his viewership was made up of paid bots from India and attacking his appearance. Okay, anyway. So that's pretty funny. That's a pretty fun little side tangent to go on.
I spent tens of thousands of dollars to get that W, only to get paid, you know, my legal fees, you know, but it was
I'd be fucking pissed. How much was your legal fees? Is it just you spent 10,000 on legal fees and then you got paid back your legal fees, like the $10,000 or whatever, so you got nothing out of it? That's fucking annoying. That's so fucking annoying. I'd be so pissed. I don't know. I almost think you should like expect to be paid not like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, but something out of draining your fucking time and energy only to get nothing. It's so annoying. I would be so fucking annoyed.
I still ended up spending more money in the long run on all that. It was still a complete fucking waste of my time. Was you know, stressful to at least some degree. Obviously not as stressful as it was, I'm sure, for the loser who lost. So, I mean, I've been in these situations before, and I know how scary and weird and freaky it can be to have like a complete psychopath and weirdo going after you with like these seedy, shitty, no moral having, garbage, ambulance chasing, shithead lawyer freaks who will literally agree to do anything so long as you pay them to do it. I know that feeling, and it's not very good. And I absolutely, you know, commend Denims for, you know, putting up the legal fight that she needed to in order to get this ruling and get this to where it needed to be, because, you know, Denims deserves really, truly like some accolades for doing this, because, you know, her withstanding this and bringing it to this point and defending herself inadvertently, you know, secondarily is really like a public service to all of this, because had this ruling gone in Ethan Klein's favor, or had she folded and allowed Ethan to run roughshod over her just for reacting to the content nuke that he did, this would have meant that, again, it would be more difficult for other content creators to do this sort of thing. You know, to do exactly what I'm doing, to do exactly the sort of content that I'm sure you guys react to other creators do on the internet, you know, other creators doing, whether they're talking about politics, whether they're talking about movies, whether they're talking about whatever piece of content they're pulling apart.
Once Ethan loses his case against iDubbbz on the defamation thing, everyone should put like the little, like, the little Destiny chat thing, the little watermark thing, over anything they react to from Ethan in the future, over the video. You should put it over the video. It'd be so fucking funny, dude.
Or commentating on. But yeah, poor Casey Tron had to do a hostage video apology toward Ethan like she was being held at gunpoint on the internet, which is fucking crazy. Yeah, shout out to the Anthony Fantano in San Diego. Yeah, no, H3 weaponizing the copyright system because of political reasons is fucking pathetic. Again, we came so close to like shit being completely burned to the ground because this moron had to take something that is so vital to all of our content and burn it all down and essentially say like, well, I'm taking my ball and going home because you made a piece of content talking about my content that I don't like. Fuck you. Again, shout out to Denims, and I'm glad that it blew up in Ethan's face and that everybody got to witness it. And really, like, you know, 15K likes and 600.
Go, and he's just going to continue self-destructing as he doesn't ever let go.
Retweets on this is shockingly low. Like, there should be way more people openly celebrating this, because
honestly, the people that are on the like H3 podcast, I've been saying this, but they're complicit in all of this. If you're not leaving the fucking H3 podcast show, if you're not dropping out, like, you're complicit in all this. Fuck you, scum. Fuck off, Dan.
Really truly did just like dodge
fuck
a
off, AB. Any other fuck that's on that show still? Fuck you.
Bullet. And the precedent that Ethan's last lawsuit
Traitorous scum filth.
along fair use lines, the precedent that set, he literally just tried to burn it to the ground over some personal petty shit, which is just, again, ridiculous. And it's crazy to sort of like see the contrast between then and now in terms of like this man's public perception and optics. Like when he originally won that last lawsuit, he was a hero to the internet because he allowed for there to be sort of this like, you know, open and normalized discussion and engagement with, you know, sort of transformative content creation and reacting to other things online that has become the standard. And now you're trying to rip it away from everybody because you're pissed off over some personal shit. I'm sorry, but it's just stupid as fuck. So shout out to Denims. If you are, you know, still on
you don't understand. It's just like he was okay with it happening, but not to him. And not to him. That's the only time it's not okay. When you do it to him, it's not okay.
Bird app, as satanic and as awful as it is, I do recommend that you go on here and give her some congratulations and share this if you can, because I do feel like more people need to be aware of.
See, Mr. Moist Critical's
I just heard about the H3.
We got to see Mr. Moisty Moist. Coward, fucking coward. Didn't even say anything about this until now. Fuck this guy. Everyone involved in this shit sucks. Ethan is going nuts. Even his personal tick seems to be getting worse. Dude, the constant cough, cough, cough. Like, dude, it's so fucking annoying. It's so fucking annoying. I can't fucking... It's like watching somebody, like, die in front of you. But they just won't die. They just won't die. It's like they're going to die any second. But they won't do it. We live in a society and they need money. Maybe H3 really has a good dental plan. Fuck them. No, fuck them. Fuck off. Go make your own channel. Go make your own channel, AB. AB has his own channel. Go fuck off and make your own content or something like that. You have other fucking avenues. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck off. Save your money. Go fuck off. Don't do this whole we live in a society shit. Fuck off.
Versus iDub. I just heard about the H3 versus iDub's defamation lawsuit and
I just heard about it. It's been going on for quite a while. Wait, hold on. Sorry. The iDub's one is relatively new.
The last three.
I was a little too hostile. I began fuming already. Because he's been handing lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. Did this guy even speak on Denim's Frogan? Is it only when the white man gets attacked that the other white man has something to say here? Is it only when the white man gets attacked? Did this guy ever speak on how atrocious the fucking lawsuits were for Frogan, Denims, and Casey Tron? No, this fucking coward did not. They call this guy the opposite of Asmongold. He's like the good version of Asmongold. But it's like, okay, but that's not a very it's not a very high bar to fill. It's not a very high bar at all.
Or so hours learning.
It was quicker to get on the fucking dog collar shit than fucking any of Ethan's deplorable behavior. Come on, bro.
About it, and getting into the nitty-gritty, figuring out all the bits and pieces and getting all the morsels of information I could find to really put the nipple clamps on it and figure out what all the hoopla is. And it is
bro's
a
like
real
quicker
thing.
to like snack up on any other form of fucking drama, but this shit's been happening for a while, and he's very rarely ever talked about any of this stuff, if at all. Like I don't remember this guy ever like really pitching in on any of this whole controversy. He was willing to speak on the Hassan dog collar stuff, but like all this stuff has been going on. It's been a big enough story. It's like, I'm surprised this guy hasn't made a single fucking peep about any of this. What a pussy. How do guys like Moist and Asmongold get so many views? These people have the personality and takes of wet cardboard. Consistency, relatability. For Moist Critical, I will say he can come off as somewhat likable at times. He's not that amazing or whatever, but he can put things in a way where it's like, oh yeah, like that's a little goofy, charismatic, you know. He's got a little bit of a charm wit at times. But overall, I agree. I think they're overrated content creators. Asmongold, I have nothing. I can't even remotely excuse Asmongold. Moist Critical, it kind of makes sense. Moist Critical, it kind of makes sense. It's like the best way to put it is like it's like the average loser like dude that like you find relatable, that you kind of relate to in some way, shape, or form. That's the best way to put it. We are looking at a dude worth like $50 million who acts like this is just he's just one of the guys. I hated that shit. Same with the blue collar celebrities. Joe Rogan is the king of that shit. Yeah. I'll tell you what. If I had $50 million, you know, I would spend it wisely. I'd save wisely. I would never approach myself as like, I'm just one of you guys. I'm sorry. It's very fucking obnoxious. I don't believe it. I don't believe you. You're rich. Start dressing like you're rich. Like even remotely, start dressing like you're rich. It's disgusting. You're filth. Why are you living in filth, Asmongold? That's like a mental unwellness. You have enough money. Clean up your act, buddy. Funny enough, Asmongold, I get more than Moist Critical because Asmongold farms rage bait. Yeah. At least Asmongold, it's like, you can see how Asmongold's an unwell, like I don't know how much he actually believes, but like, you see he's trying to like attention seek, and it's just like, I don't know why. It's like you have so much money in the world, you have so many things to do to remedy your situation, to have people like actually admire you and like you genuinely. You have so many opportunities to fix yourself. I don't understand. How do you get worse? How do people like Boogie get worse? How do people like Asmongold get worse when they get this much? Is it because like it has to be something where like their audience babies them, and the money puts them in like even more of like an echo chamber, I suppose. Or they're incentivized to be in one. So there's like, there's, you know, it's like some of them will admit there's stuff to fix, but it's like they'll just be incentivized to not fix themselves because they have the money. And it's like, but isn't part of like the reason of wanting to get so much money in the first place is to maybe be able to use it to, you know, I would say heal yourself or like fix yourself, fix some things about yourself that maybe you personally think like I can remedy this. Like I don't get it. Like you could get personal trainers, you can get dietitians. You can spend more on healthcare. Like Asmongold, like just kind of like decides like on a whim. It's like I just want to fix my teeth now. I just want to I want to like get a specific surgery, like only now where he's like, I want to get specific surgeries to like get gender affirming care. So you have more time to invest in like working out. You have more time. Like, what are you doing with your time? How are you enjoying your life? You're not enjoying. It doesn't seem like you're enjoying your life as much as you should. Or in the things that you're like putting your time into, putting your enjoyment into is not healthy for you in the long run. Holy fuck, man. Jesus Christ. I don't understand it. How do you want to do that? Asmon is too anxious to leave his house unless it's for food. Like, I don't understand that. That's why it is an unwellness. It is a mental illness. It's like, fuck, man. Holy shit. I get Boogie. I get Boogie a little bit more than Asmon. Like, Boogie is, like, huge. And it's like, you know, like, it's unfortunate, but, like, even when you lose all that weight, there's going to be a lot of, like skin or whatever. If you lose it fast, or especially, it's going to be, like, you're going to look a little, you know, out there. That's why you That's why you should plan to never get that big in the fucking first place. Holy shit. But damn, bro. Asmund, you ain't got much. Like, like you're never going to look like fucking. Most people are not going to be like models or some shit like that. But it's like, damn, bro. And then, like, you could put your time, and this is not just about looks either, because that's an egotistical, like, it's health too. But then it's like, invest your time in, like, a look at reading more, being furthering your knowledge on something, like socializing more. I don't know, man. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Asmongold still eats like shit and still drives. He still lives in his own filth. 100% this dude has private trainers, private chefs, financial advisors. Asmongold is like 50% character. Moist is 100% character. Yeah.
The pugilistic legal paperwork has been filed against iDubbbz, so now they're gonna duke it out, not with knuckle sandwiches, but with extremely expensive litigation. Off rip, before I even get into the spaghetti and meatballs of the actual story here, there is just something that pets my peeves. There is something that grinds my gears, greases my cheeks so much I can't resist yapping about it briefly. When I was in the trenches digging around for information about what all of this is about, I kept seeing people say that I refuse to cover these kind of things for a variety of different—
Fuck you! Fuck you, coward! You're gonna make these fucking— oh my god, you're a fucking coward. Fuck you. I didn't cover this sooner because I just didn't know enough for it. Like, well, what are you gonna say, bitch? What are you gonna say, bitch?
reasons. I'm ignoring it, this and that. I don't know how many more times I need to say this. I am just really not online that much these days.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. No, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Yeah, and no one buys this. No one buys this. Hold on. How often is he talking about other stuff on his fucking channel? Let's do a check now. Now. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I'm just not online.
I
like that,
just
guys.
heard about the
I'm
H3
just not,
versus
I'm just not online about that. I'm just not online like that. Speak on the Lego scandal. I'm just not online like that. Bread tier lists. I'm just, okay, what is this? Is this an
All
online
right,
phenomenon, or is
oh,
this just bread tier?
Made
We're
without
just talking about bread. We're just talking about bread. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Desperate cringe. Is he just playing a game here? Freaking out about the cheese. Lego Vigilantes. New scary movie. Maybe. Okay, maybe. He keeps talking about the Lego scandal. Who cares about the Lego? Okay, that's online. That's a little online. That Lego scandal, you're like keeping up with the Lego scandal, but you're not keeping up with any of Ethan's stuff, even remotely. Even to like talk about it once. You're telling me the entire time you're keeping up with Digital Circus situation. You're telling me I know about the Digital Circus situation. I know about the Digital Circus situation. You're telling me you kept up with the Digital Circus situation. And you're commenting on the Digital Circuit, but you're telling me you kept up. Is this the Drake stuff? Is this the Drake Universal? Which one is this? Or is it Spotify UMG? Has anything to do with Drake or whatever? It's the UMG stuff. I don't know what it is. You're telling me you're keeping up with these things, but you're keeping up with aliens, and I'm just not online like that. I'm just not online like that. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I just don't. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. No matter how I say it, it will sound petty, but the relationship Asmongold had with his parents is so depressing to me, it makes me mad. Like, I'm a normal dude. I have collected magic cards from time to time. Watching Moist drop like 2K on cards, acting surprised when he got extremely rare cards was so upsetting. Oh, dude. Spending that much on cards is unwell behavior. Unwell behavior. Everyone's got some like a little weird little addictions, I guess. But geez, man. I just couldn't fathom, you know, that kind of addiction. I just couldn't. I just can't. Yeah, watching millionaires destroy card games has been depressing. Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah.
The only streams I watch are like the Summer Games Fest and like events like that, but I don't watch streams. I don't watch a lot of YouTube, and I don't go on Twitter like, at all. I still have Twitter because I send and reply to DMs through there sometimes for, like, events. Like, Tyler won's League of Legends tournament. I heard from him on Twitter DM, so I have it for reasons like that. But I don't, like, doom scroll Twitter and see a bunch of things anymore. Look at the last tweet I made. So, like, I don't see a lot of these things that are going on.
What was the last tweet you made? What was the last tweet? I don't know if I buy this. I don't think I buy this. Ethan's shenanigans have been happening probably way before he even started. Oh, dude, we'll look at this later. This fucking video is funny. Ethan's shenanigans started way before I think he even got off like that. Jesus Christ, can we not? Fucking asshole. Most critical disaster. Was his Twitter? Immediately dog shit call to help the chefs got me somehow I re-download the app. That's like a pinned tweet though, isn't it? Last tweet was 2025. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, I suppose. That doesn't mean he doesn't look at Twitter at all. That just means he doesn't post. Doesn't mean he doesn't have an alt. That being said, these shenanigans have been happening for quite a while. Come on, man. I say shenanigans, but that almost lessens the severity of like this guy's behavior. Why does Moist Critical feel the need to make a video on the situation without looking into the situation? What happened? Ethan, an opportunistic shit-stained that he is, went after Destiny trying to paint him as a pedophile because of jokes Destiny made in the past. Destiny then went pointed out jokes Ethan made in the past. Okay.
More. But for some reason, everyone jumps to, oh, he must be ignoring it. He's got to be ignoring it. We can really tell a lot about this guy from the things he refuses to cover. I just don't see them. The things I do hear about come from my friends sending them to me, or when I stream chat telling me about them, putting them on my radar. But if neither of those two avenues show it to me or tell me about it, I just never hear about it. And I'm not even a fucking streamer anymore, not full time. I'm like a semi-retired streamer. I stream sometimes. I mean, sometimes I'll stream.
It affects the YouTube commentary space. It's not just about streaming, but okay, bud. Because like H3 podcast, like it is streaming, but like it's on the YouTube space. Any of these actions affect YouTube creators, not just streamers, but okay.
3-4 days in a row. But basically what I do now is I just play like old school games, like a lot of retro games or a lot of Steam cum dumpster games, like actual trash. So like I'm not even really a streamer, so I don't even see a lot of that either. So like it's not me avoiding certain things for a nefarious reason. I just literally don't ever hear about it, so I never learn about it. Now, there is some stories that I do hear about and get really invested in, like Bricks and Minifigs versus Reckless Bin. I've been very glued to that one, had my finger on the pulse of. But that was something that was put on my radar by friends and stream chat. So genuinely, I am just not online that much, so I don't see a lot of it. So with that out of the way, I did spend like the last 3 hours...
I cannot even begin to pretend to care about any of the Lego scandal stuff. I am so bored by it. Fuck you. If you're interested in that stuff, fuck you. Not really, but I just don't get it. I don't care. I do not care. I do not care. God, I do not care.
About this defamation lawsuit between H3 and iDubbbz, because that did sound pretty concerning. Because there's always been like an unwritten rule on the internet, not just YouTube, where if there's beef online, it stays online. And you handle it online without, going over that threshold, the event horizon of trying to use litigation to silence your opponent or something like that. That had always been etched in the stone tablets, the fucking 10 commandments of online discourse. And now all of a sudden, I'm hearing about H3 suing iDubbbz for defamation. So obviously I wanted to hear more about that. And after diving in, hitting that cannonball into the pool, I learned he has...
It's so annoying. Maybe I'm missing something, but it's hard to really say for certain that he's like, I don't know, man. Like you heard about the Ethan iDubbbz thing, but you heard about this almost instantaneously, but you didn't hear about Ethan doing the lawsuits on Casey Tron, Denims, and Frogan. You heard about the dog collar situation sooner. I'm sorry. I just don't buy it, man. It's hard. I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it. It's really
A lot of active lawsuits. I think it's 5, maybe 6 against other
Did your
streamers.
fucking streamer chat show you this one and not the other one. So what's going on, bro?
YouTubers. So it's a bit of a rampage he's been on. I knew about one before all this, which was against the snark community. That I did hear about, and that one
You would
made a
rage
lot
at
of
the
sense.
Lego stuff. It's mostly about a corrupt police force. I don't care. I don't care. Fuck the police. I get it. Corrupt police force. I don't care what it has to do with some stupid fucking Legos. I don't care. God, I don't care. Oh my God, I do not care.
Me actually, the snark community, from what I recall, was doing some diabolical, like, harassing, stalking stuff.
As far as I'm aware, as far as I'm aware too, from what I've watched of any of the Lego stuff, they're doing like actual shit to like the people that like they're like in a conflict with, where they made like one of the people sign like a contract or whatever, where it's like if they call the police or whatever, they owe a certain amount of money. It's like that's so scummy and lame and not funny and cringe. Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't care. I don't give a shit.
Sending CPS, I remember
I don't care who's in the wrong. I don't care who's in the right. Fuck off.
that, and like human skulls. Those things I
It's
recall.
Legos. Grow up. It's Legos. Oh, it's collectible Legos. Fuck you. I don't care. It's Legos.
Snark community, so it made sense that he would pursue litigation there, because that is highly illegal fucking psychopath behavior. So that one I remember, and that one made sense to me. But when I was learning about these other ones, granted I haven't dove too deep into all of those, because this is clearly a lot. I was mainly focused on the defamation one, but man, Ethan Klein has become like the Nintendo of YouTubers. He is extraordinarily litigious. Anyway, enough blabbering. What started this
That's an
defamation-
insult to Nintendo. So that's a low key. That's an insult to Nintendo. Listen. I don't necessarily disagree. Nintendo can get pretty litigious, but man, I feel like, I mean, like they kind of set a precedent at least. And for the most part, it's like, oh yeah, this is kind of dog shit. I wish you wouldn't do this, but it's like Nintendo's, a little less spiteful or a lot more like they're a lot more forgiving. I think by comparison,
lawsuit was this iDub stream.
Okay, this is my watermark for the stream. I don't want any of my content being stolen. Got another Kalshi ad? I'm sorry, Fazium. We're all getting Kalshi ads these days. It's okay. So I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here. But I'm putting it on screen because I think it should be addressed because it's a big, bold accusation that's very fucked up.
It is very fucked up. And it's despicable that he would think it's a good idea to post that there while knowingly aware that it's not true. So the message isn't Ian's. This comes from Destiny. And he found this screenshot and he kept it on screen for a very long time. And he said he didn't agree with it, but thinks it needs to be addressed because it's so fucked up. It is a terrible stream. Just giving it to you real blunt, real raw. It is no good. And I'm no stranger to getting shit.
What?
Lawsuit was
What is this take? Hold on.
this iDub stream.
Okay, this is my watermark for the stream. I don't want any of my content being stolen. Got another Kalshi ad? I'm sorry, Fazium. We're all getting Kalshi ads these days. It's okay. So I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here. But I'm putting it on screen because I think it should be addressed because it's a big, bold accusation that's very fucked up.
It is very fucked up. And it's despicable that he would think it's a good idea to post that there while knowingly aware that it's not true. So
You kind of missed the fucking point of why it's being brought up in the first place. Did you? Hopefully you'll fill in on the context and you'll let me know that you know this. But you know why you fucking put it up there in the first place is because, wow, like Ethan's targeting a lot of different creators over some bullshit, over some defamation, over some heinous shit, quote unquote, that like people have done to him or said about him. But you won't do this when somebody that you're in conflict with, that you've had conflict with, that is generally on your side. You won't do it with Destiny, though. That's kind of the point. That's the point. That's the joke. That's the joke.
message isn't
That's the joke.
Ian's. This comes from Destiny. And he found this screenshot and he kept it on screen for a very long time. And he said he didn't agree with it, but thinks it needs to be addressed because it's so fucked up. It is a terrible stream. Just giving it to you real blunt, real raw. It is no good. And I'm no stranger to getting shit talked by iDubbbz. He has said some very nasty, very untrue things about me on his broadcast as well. But what
Wait, what has he said about Moist Critical?
is being reported in regards to this stream isn't exactly telling the whole story. Now, when I first heard of this lawsuit, I was reading a bunch about it, but I wanted more information, like, directly associated with it to make sure I wasn't getting, like, fraudulent.
Is this Stephen Bonnell? It is, yeah, the Stephen Bonnell channel. Yeah, the Destiny, yeah. Yeah, it's Destiny. Well, like I said, a bunch of footage of cops literally breaking the law, side with people who stole the Legos. That is why people are so invested. There's like 600K involved. Don't care. Legos should not be worth 600K. Fuck off.
Or misleading shit fed to me. So I reached out to someone who
600K for Legos. What a waste of fucking money. Fuck you. 600K.
More information, like, directly associated with it to make sure I wasn't getting, like, fraudulent or misleading
I'm more
shit
spiteful of people who waste their fucking huge amounts of money on shit like Legos and Pokemon cards and Magic cards. I'm gonna be real. I fucking hate you a little bit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of hate you if you waste that. You have that amount of money to save, to use wisely, to invest in, or to buy stuff way more meaningful or important or vital to your life. And you spend 600K on a fucking Pokemon card or a fucking Lego set. Fuck you. I hate you deeply. Actually, fuck you. Not just a minor I hate you. No, I fucking hate you deeply. Fuck off. Fuck off. Go fuck yourself. 600K. Scum. Meanwhile, most people have to work they'll work their moderate jobs. They'll work like an entire year. They'll get like 30K, 40K if they're fucking lucky. Fuck off. Spending 600K on fucking Legos. Scum. 450 of it is just cash, not Legos. Legos are not like important at all. Oh, okay.
to me. So I reached out to someone whom I know is on the H3 team, and Ethan did hear about that, so he did talk directly about me on his show and challenge me on a few things, and I did eventually get to talk directly with Ethan, and I shared my full perspective on things and the problems I had around it and my concerns, and got his perspective on things to see if there's any misunderstandings and such. Ultimately, I don't think we fully saw eye to eye on this, which, you know, that's going to happen. I fully understand that this is a very emotionally charged subject for him after everything him and his family went through with snarkers in particular. I know that the CPS and the human skulls incident are like a legitimately traumatizing thing, like the fraudulent...
Those darn snarkers. Those gosh darn snarkers. Okay, Dad.
CPS call. Like, I get how inexcusable and abhorrent that is. I really do. But I just truly don't believe that this lawsuit is in any way, shape, or form helpful to anyone. Outside of the lawyers, they're fucking smiling ear to ear. They're salivating right now, literally drooling with a bib on. But it's harmful to, I think, literally everyone involved, and does have potential ramifications for others way outside.
I wonder if he reached out to iDubbbz for any comment on this. Hassan, anyone related to all of this, especially the people being sued right now. Did you reach out to any of them? Did you get your perspectives from them at all? Bro, what is this? If I get another stupid fucking question like that from you, you're getting fucking banned. Fuck off. You know what the fuck this is? It's a stream covering some streamer drama shit. Stop asking stupid fucking questions. You actually deserve the worst fate known to mankind for even asking that, actually. Actually, fuck you right now. You're getting banned right now. Fuck you. You're getting banned right now. I'm dead serious. No, not banned. 24 hours. Fuck you. Don't ask stupid shit. Don't ask stupid shit. I actually hate that. I actually hate questions like that. Bro, what is this? Bro, what are we doing here? Bro, what are we doing? Read the title. Read the title and watch the content. Read the title and watch the content. It's not actually hard to understand what's going on, you stupid fuck. Scum.
I have never and will never be a fan of extreme litigation, and I have always been vocally advocating against creators going that nuclear path, and I always will. Of course, there are cases where it is understandable. Like I said, going after the snarkers that sent a fraudulent CPS thing through and the skulls and stuff, that one I do understand. But this one, I could never support that, and I just can't see the real just cause behind it. And I think it is a terrible example for other creators in the space to follow, where
just a little too much for Charlie. A little too much for you. Can't justify this one.
Believe that even though this is about
Can't do it this time, buddy.
a Canadian defamation lawsuit, well, maybe they can try their luck in the States. You know, it's not like defamatory lawsuits are exclusive to Canada. There's better protections here, no doubt, but still, if they take from this that maybe the way to fight battles online is to go the litigious route, well, then it's just a huge mess across the board. I think it is just a very bad precedent. Even if, you know, the lawsuit doesn't end in a victory for him, this way of engaging with discourse, I think...
Moist has like 2 videos about he's not going to cover drama while it's happening because it causes him too much stress. We're just gonna insert ourselves here. We're just gonna insert ourselves here into this drama as it's happening. To be fair to Charlie here, all of this stuff has been happening for quite a while now, and I don't see it. I don't see it stopping anytime soon at this point. To be fair to Charlie here, he's just inserting himself in the middle of a drama. And you know, it's just been ongoing for quite a while. It didn't start at this point. It didn't start with the iDubbbz lawsuit or anything like that. It didn't start here. It's just, you know,
has always been frowned upon, but for some reason is starting to get some more support behind it, and I just fully disagree with it. I think that this is genuinely just a like big threat across the board to just the entire space. Like, if discourse becomes, you know, fearful of like litigation flying back and forth, it's going to stifle a lot of voices and stifle some very like legitimate criticism down the line. It's just not something I want to see become commonplace. Now, I did also have a brief conversation with iDubbbz about this as well.
Oh, he did. Okay, good to know. I jumped ahead. I did jump ahead. I did assume that he wouldn't. I'm being a little bit too mean. But, you know, I don't trust this guy. I don't like this guy. I don't trust this guy. I don't trust his takes. I don't trust his patterns. Fuck this guy.
Letting him know that this really is a horrible thing.
I am being a little bit too judgmental here. You know, I'm stepping on rakes. I'm like Sideshow Bob stepping on rakes right here. I'm embarrassing myself a little bit here. Yeah, chill out a little bit. Chill out.
That he did to try and make his point. And he agreed. He said that it was a legitimately
awful... like he swore off drama after debating age consent with Sneeko. Dude, that was so funny. Dude, that debate was so funny, dude. Oh my god.
Whole thing that he did to make that...
Which job is stressful? Yeah, oh my god, how stressful is it? I have to sit here and make a 10-minute video, a 15-minute video on some shit that like I learned about on the internet after scouring the internet like any other shit lib loser or whatever, just like looking into any other drama or whatever. I just talked about it for like 10 minutes tops, and then I just uploaded a video or some like piece of entertainment news or something like that. Or I just watched a movie and I just do a general movie review. Very, very stressful job. Listen, I get with a lot of content creators, you can, depending on how the quality of the content is and how much work you got to put into it, it can be stressful depending on what you're trying to appeal to in terms of quality, in terms of quantity, with your audience, what your audience expects from you. Moist Critical's job is not stressful by this point. Maybe once upon a time it probably was, especially by this point. I think he himself will say, my job is not stressful. There's no way, no how. I don't believe it. If he said it was stressful, I would think he's fucking lying in my face.
Point, and that it was a genuine, sincere apology that he was issuing and how regretful he was from it. So I did have a conversation with both sides of this to make sure I had like a full, clear picture of where everything was and what this was all about.
I don't know how it works in Canada, if the complaint is public or what. But if you look at it, he emphasizes throughout that he does think it's a serious accusation that needs to be investigated and that he doesn't think it's a joke, right? Now, I know people are like, well, why don't you sue Destiny for saying it? Well, Destiny made it immediately. First of all, this is a comment from Destiny, like made in passing.
Even say
he didn't put it on his screen for
that. iDubbbz unironically thinks it's a serious investigation. I'm pretty sure iDubbbz is joking. I'm pretty sure that's called a joke. Did he unironically say this?
Where everything was and what this was all about.
I don't know how it works in Canada, if the complaint is public or what. But if you look at it, he emphasizes throughout that he does think it's a serious accusation that needs
dude. It's no way, man. Charlie comes off as very insecure to me. a lot of influencers are. It turns out being extremely concerned with your public image is useful to making one. That is true. But they like, yeah. But come on, man. Come on, man. By this point, you're barely even trying, man. Like,
to be investigated, and that he doesn't think it's a joke, right? Now I know people are like, well, why don't you sue Destiny for saying it? Well, Destiny made it immediately. First of all, this is a comment from Destiny, like made in passing. Ian put it on his screen for 2 hours during his main broadcast. Destiny made it clear that he was not being serious, right? Pretty much immediately after writing it. Like nobody was like, yo, Destiny made this claim that Ethan molested his children. Oh shit. No, people knew that when Destiny said it was like, he was just being a dickhead, or I mean, he was being a giant fucking piece of shit, right? But he immediately afterwards made it clear that he didn't actually think that. But Ian took that, and just because you're showing what someone else said doesn't make it not defamation, because you're showing essentially this accusation bare of context and also kind of saying that you think it's true, right?
Now, after hearing Ethan explain that, I actually made the noble sacrifice of going back and watching the entire iDub stream segment with this in it when he was talking about it. Boy, howdy. I'm not a hero. It was brave, but I don't need your flowers. That was agonizing. It was heinous, even. It was brutal. This whole segment where he was talking about that, I think, was really, really rough. But I don't recall at any point throughout it him actually trying to argue that it's a legitimate...
Guys, I gotta show how much I don't like this iDubbbz, guys. Guys, remember when iDubbbz used to be funny? Guys, remember when iDubbbz used to be like edgy and entertaining? Guys, remember? Remember? Here's my iDubbbz hatred, guys.
Thing or trying to...
No, I don't care. Could you just talk about it? Stop doing the virtue signaling of guys. I don't like iDubbbz. I promise I don't like iDubbbz. I promise. I'm the cool kid. I'm a cool kid. But like, he's gone to a little bit too far. Ethan's gone a little bit too far. I promise I don't like iDubbbz.
Vince's audience that it's real. So I know one of the big things is that it came from iDubbbz, who has actually met Ethan and his family. So there's like this air of credibility around him saying something like this. But that's just not true. He's not even trying to say anything about it is credible, even outright says that it's not, that he doesn't agree with it. So he's not trying to present it as a real argument.
So maybe Ethan's lying. Hopefully Charlie will say, Ethan is lying. Ethan is a liar. Ethan is clearly spite-driven and clearly does not care and wants to use this as an excuse to go after iDubbbz. So Ethan is lying, yes. Well, please, let's go all the way in and say, not only do I disavow, I think Ian is lying.
On, any of his experiences knowing Ethan and his family.
Also, I will say that I think Ethan Klein is terrified of this guy. So it's just kind of like legit. It is to me, it's super funny that he has so much smoke for everyone that he thinks he can bully, but the person that he's fucking terrified, he just keeps very overtly running from. And it's like, yeah.
Now, while Ethan is 100% correct that iDubbbz says that this is a big allegation that Ethan should be addressing, he's not doing it earnestly, or at least I don't think he was. It's actually really kind of hard to tell. The whole
clearly
segment was
sarcastic. It's very clearly sarcastic. Like you have to have poor social skills to not understand it by that point.
Fucking awful, and the point he was trying to make was really dog shittily done. But what he's trying to say is that clip right there at the end, where Destiny said this extremely outrageous, outlandish, disgusting thing about Ethan, and yet Ethan doesn't have smoke for him, but he does for the other people that he's gone after through lawsuits. I'm pretty sure that's the point he was trying to make by putting that on screen. Like, look, Destiny has said something absolutely despicable, yet you don't have that same energy for him as you do for the others. Unless I've blanked out and like erased moments from my memory from this segment, I don't recall him saying that this is like a serious thing he believes in and is presenting it as such. Like about Ethan is this, and this is a real allegation that really has a lot of water to it. Now, this doesn't change the fact that what iDubbbz did here is completely awful. To try and make this point using that kind of comment with something as monstrously evil as that is just so fucking low. It is.
Guys, I thought we wanted edgy humor back. Guys, I thought we wanted edgy humor back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're all on board for the N-word, F-word, N-word, F-slur, memes and stuff like that. We're all on board for all the little edgy iDubbbz memes he used to do all back in the day, where he went a little bit too far, where he goes to Tanamongu and he says, "Hey, N-word." We're all on board for that, but this is a little too far. This is dark. This is just reprehensible. This is disgusting. This is disgusting. We're all on board for the other stuff, though. Okay, get fucking real. Fuck off.
I don't believe it's how Ethan is necessarily explaining it to everyone, where iDubbbz is
A
really,
little bit too harsh here. It's a little bit too edgy.
believing in this. iDubbbz came over to my house, he met my family, now he's going out there saying these things. It is extremely scummy because he did meet his kids and everything, and now he's putting a comment out there like that. That is very scummy, but he's not using it to try and make this claim that Ethan is those things. He's trying to use that to show that Destiny has said something so fucking terrible.
Of all people, I don't understand why Ethan still makes content. He could make a talent company and or a production company, just leave this shit. He might even make more money, and people would. It's clearly not good for his mental health. Yeah. Oh, also, here's the other thing. I don't know if Critical's aware of this. I guess he's Mr. Like, I don't pay attention to anything. Like, so maybe you shouldn't be speaking on any of this. Maybe he'll address this. Maybe I'll be proven wrong yet again. Maybe I'm jumping ahead again. But also, like, comments like that, like jokes like that being like expressed and put on the screen to make it, to illustrate a point, especially, are warranted in terms of Ethan's conduct. Ethan's own conduct of how he's addressed iDubbbz and his wife in the past, numerous times, making sexual harassment comments, tons of comments saying, I'm going to continue stalking you, I'm going to continue harassing you with you, I'll never be done with you, fuck you, I'm sorry. At a certain point, it's just, I don't care. Why am I supposed to care that he posted this and then tried to illustrate a point of like, well, like, why don't you address this, Ethan? Why don't you address this, Ethan? It's not like it'd be one thing if he actually made the joke himself. It's like, okay, like you would have a valid point, I think, where it's like, okay, we're hitting a threshold, a line here that's pretty monstrous, but come on, man. Come on, bro.
You are not approaching him with the same energy you have everybody else. That is the point he was trying to make, I think, throughout that segment, at least from everything that I saw when watching it. Granted, it was very hard to sit through, but I'm pretty sure that's what he was trying to get at with that there. But I think that was a terrible way of going about it. Now, Ethan also addresses why he's not suing Destiny as well, and he's saying because Destiny cleared up that he wasn't being serious right away. I don't understand that. I'm not going to lie. That's not making sense to me. Can't wrap my noodle around it. It's not computing. I think it is a very disgusting statement. 100%. He's not wrong for feeling like this is a terrible thing that's being said about him. That is a line you don't cross, talking about people's children in a manner like this. It's gross. It is gross. So then why is this defamation lawsuit reserved exclusively for iDubbbz with a nice big bow on it, but not also extended to Destiny, the genesis of that comment? Does that not just prove the point that I believe iDubbbz was trying to make in the first place, which is Destiny, for some reason, can say these atrocious, abhorrent things about Ethan?
That's because Destiny's his little butt buddy friend. And you let Destiny spit on him and mock him and belittle him and mog him. He'll let Destiny do whatever he wants. Even after Ethan tries to challenge Destiny, he gets put in his place by the alpha. Dude, by the alpha in the room. That's why. That's realistically why.
Ethan doesn't have the same anger towards Destiny as he does someone like
Because he's a little bitch, that's why. Like he's a little bitch, and he'll try to go after people that he has more anger towards, that he knows he's richer than he has. Yeah, like he's able to convince his audience that are easier targets to go after. That's why. It's very simple.
Now, I guess with iDubbbz, you could then say, well, iDubbbz actually did meet his children and stuff, so it's an extra level of fucked up, which is fair. I do completely agree. It does add another fucked up rancid layer to this lasagna here, where he did actually know Ethan and his family, and would use a comment like that to try and make his statement about, like, being soft on Destiny or whatever. But I still just don't understand why Ethan is willing to just be like, yeah, but Destiny, cleared up that he wasn't being serious, he was just goofing around, he was just being a dickhead. What? If the reason truly is that Canada's laws around defamation are significantly more lax, and thus you have a case in Canada, but not the US, then to me that tells me that it's not really a defamation case worth pursuing. And if you're not going after Destiny for these comments, but you will for iDubbbz trying to make a different point about it, again, I want to make it clear. I think the way iDubbbz went about doing this point is fucking atrocious. I don't know how much more clear I can make, but he wasn't trying to argue the legitimacy of the claim or anything like that. It was to show that you're very soft on
Guys, I have to
Destiny,
reiterate for the billionth time that, like, iDubbbz bad, guys. iDubbbz bad. This is horrible. iDubbbz bad. Remember that iDubbbz bad, guys? I think it's because, one, Destiny is a Zionist. Two, Destiny has money to defend himself. I think it's mostly number two more than even number one. But yeah, number one is a factor to consider as well. Also, Gila is probably, I get the sense, I don't know if this is true or not, because maybe Ethan was a fan first, and maybe Ethan is a bigger fan, but I get the sense, though, that Gila is probably a bigger fan of Destiny. than Ethan is, especially by this point, maybe. But I could be wrong.
And use that outrageously gross comment as an example of it. But if you're going after IDubbbz solely because you know you can get a defamation case win because of Canada's laws not being as protective as the
Ethan
US's,
is an Israel first kind of guy, despite living in America. Yeah. I was watching this some coverage of JSOC's coverage of Live and Learn or whatever, and IRI was surprisingly more America first than Israel first, even though he's like a liberal Zionist. Because he was on board where he's like, yeah, we need Plattner. Dude, well, maybe cover that in the future, but oh my god, the Plattner stuff. Dude, Hutch getting mogged by like IRI being like, yeah, listen, we need Plattner, man. Like, we need to really fix America. I'm on board. He really is vote blue no matter who. I gotta respect it. I gotta respect it a little bit.
That's why you don't go after Destiny, then that to me says that you were just trying to take advantage of those laws, the lax nature of those laws in Canada, to get revenge on someone that has wronged you.
I said from the beginning that if people want to go after my children, then the rules of engagement have changed forever, and that's what I said then. And when when Ian broadcast this, I sent him a cease and desist because there's certain things that you don't say and you don't do, and lines you don't cross, and they flaunted it. They didn't take it seriously, and
I totally understand.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
If someone is going to cross that line, going after like your children or your family, I get being upset about that. Absolutely. But you're saying that the rules of engagement have changed for everyone but Destiny? Because he's the one that made the comment, and you were like totally just okay with being like,
you guys don't understand. It was just in his little chat. It was a little chat. It didn't get highlighted to the public for 2 hours. You don't understand all these other varying circumstances. Oh wait, you mean like, wait. You mean this comes off as more spiteful towards IDubbbz? Don't I come off a little biased? What do you mean bias? What do you mean bias? I've justified all this. Also Alberta, guys. It's easy. It's easier. He's just admitting he's like a weak little bitch. He's not confident he's going to be able to win the case anywhere else. I'll take at this point the vote blue no matter who people are right. Yeah, they have been right. Yeah, but like where they're wrong is in the place or the way they argue it, or at least the libs have argued it in the past. Have been like where Hutch argues it, at least, and Destiny argues it, is you're not allowed to criticize Kamala Harris. You have to be like super enthusiastic. You can't criticize Kamala Harris for supporting a genocide. You're not allowed to do that. It's like, no, we actually are allowed to express some like contempt a little bit. Yeah. Like, yeah, we are allowed to show some like some grievance that this is our like basically our candidate. Like, that doesn't really show our values, our morals and principles, or anything like that. Doesn't really want to. We know this person's not going to meaningfully help us, but it's at least better than the other option. And listen, if Hutch was on board with that part of the argument, where if he wasn't being like that guy who was like shitting on people for not wanting to support Harris enthusiastically, at least, if he wasn't making those arguments or whatever, and he showed like some contempt and expressed a little disinterest and like skepticism, which is actually healthy to do, which is actually reasonable, especially even with Plattner's case. Like, I don't like that Plattner's our best option. I don't like that for the candidacy of Maine. I don't like that. But hey, that's our best option. But I'm gonna make fun of you once it's like you're not remaining consistent. You're not remaining consistent, because the way he talks about it is like it's like you're doing the behavior you were criticizing other people of doing when they were like criticizing Harris, when they weren't enthusiastic. Yeah, it's just gross. I find that shit so disgusting, especially considering the videos the IDF uploads as straight up genocide. What they are doing, yeah. I posted some of Destiny's tweets about Ethan in your Discord. The ones that are still up, at least. Oh shit. Okay. Let's look at that really quick. Thank you. We got 2 of these. Let's look at this one first. Ethan talking about traumatizing a little girl in the bathroom with his wee-wee. What the fuck? LMAO. Okay, I'm done. And this was August 27th, 2025. Thank you for linking these. Jeez.
Burger. Anyway, I'm there taking a pee, doing my thing, and here in walks a little girl. I'm concentrating so hard on trying to pee that I don't realize that the door opens from the outside, doesn't go in. So I'm sitting here like spread eagle, room smelling like burnt pickle relish, and this poor little girl sees me like spreading my pubes like Moses. It's like an enlarged clitoris.
What the what kind of bathroom is he in? Is he in a public restroom? What's going on with is it a family restroom? What?
Poking out of my pubic. Anyway, this little girl walks in. You can imagine the scene like.
Did she accidentally like enter the wrong bathroom or something? What the fuck is going on here? What am I watching?
Just spreading and like something like this. Like here's her spread and holding pickle relish like a jelly bean. Sometimes when I hang out with my friends,
This guy's like such a gross fucking loser.
and everyone's like, "Oh, what's that smell? It smells like a dirty burger." "Oh, what's that smell? It smells like someone didn't put the meat away, but it's sweet." One time someone was like, "Oh, what's that? Something smells good." One time one of my friends said that. "Oh, something smells good. I'm hungry." Anyway, this little girl walks in.
Dude, I feel like you can't listen to anything he says before you go and eat something, because you're gonna want to like, or as you're eating, especially, because you're gonna want to like throw up your fucking food from the descriptors of what he's talking about. Dude, why is he always saying like disgusting shit? It's not even funny. It's literally not funny. We're like I can't even laugh because like of the shock of it. It's just not funny. It's not a well-crafted joke. It's not interesting. It's just filth.
It's a tiny bathroom, so you can imagine like she's face to face like with this genital holocaust, and she screamed. She's like, "Mommy, it doesn't look like Daddy's." She ran out. She just ran out.
Destiny was just joking when he called Ethan a pedophile, though, guys.
And I didn't. I was looking around the restaurant because I wanted to apologize to her and I wanted to explain that I didn't want her to.
I think like to be a little more specific about what Destiny's doing. What Destiny's doing is basically like, you're calling me a pedophile, but look at your fucking past behavior. Look at your fucking jokes. Like you come off as a deranged fucking pedophile as well. He's like, I make these jokes, you make these jokes. What the fuck are you judging me for these jokes for? Look at what you fucking said. That's basically what Destiny's trying to do, which is actually effectively works as a criticism. Not a meaningful difference is actual conduct of behavior from Destiny's end, but yeah, that's the point of
be growing up thinking that this is what she's got to look forward to, because God knows I can't have vaginal sex. No, so they were gone.
What is the full context of this? Hold on. I want to make sure this, if I click on this, I don't want to accidentally. It's private. This video is now private. Interesting. Why is the video private? What is the context of the stuff beforehand? So now I'm just supposed to guess, like, did he just enter like a little girl's bathroom, or the little girl entered his bathroom as a family restroom? What's going on? What the hell was that? What the hell was that? What the? Ethan, when he finds out his dad was also a pedophile. Yeah, we remember this one. Yeah, let's play it for the sake of playing it.
Buttons are open.
Oh my goodness, I was 16 years old here.
Wow, look at you guys here.
Dad's 21 and I'm 16.
Dude, if that happened to...
Shit, you just flat out said that shit. Oh my god, dog.
Today, bro, you would not.
Oh, I know.
Trouble.
I know.
20...
Mom, you were groomed.
One and 16.
Well, you know what? I was more mature than he was.
I was more mature. So, you know. It's okay, guys. I was more mature. I grew up early.
Believe that. I actually do believe that.
But look at her. I mean, she
San
looks like
Francisco.
she just came off the cover of
Dude, 21 and
Cosmopolitan.
16. Were you guys having
None of your business.
You don't understand. She was 16, but she looked like a model. She was 16, but she came off the cover of Cosmopolitan.
Were you guys having
None of your business. Came off the cover of
21 and
Cosmopolitan.
16? Were you guys having
None of your business.
He's asking his dad if they were fucking. If they were. He's such a degenerate pervert, dude. Why the fuck are you asking your parents if they were fucking? Especially when she was underage. You are degenerate, dude. You're so degenerate. What is this, bro? What are you doing? His mom is happy about it too. It's like his mom is like. It's like his mom is like crying for help. guys, I was groomed by this guy. Guys, it's a cry for help. Guys, help.
Let's fucking go.
Did you guys,
Not
feel the
till
feel?
she was 18.
Yeah.
Not till she was 18.
She was 18 when.
Was 18.
Yeah. Fucking go.
Did you guys,
Not
feel the
till
feel?
she was 18.
Yeah.
She snitches on him. She snitches on. Bro, you're caught, bro. You're caught, bro. It's too late. It's done. It's a wrap, bro.
Till she was
Bro, you're caught, dog. You're caught.
18,
We were in love.
Almost.
You're caught.
Oh, you lie.
That's so crazy. Yeah.
She says, bro, you're lying, dog. You're like, I wasn't 18. You know that shit. You know I wasn't 18. Dog, you know I wasn't. You know I wasn't.
You could not do that today. I mean,
No.
that would be just like, whoa there,
Yep.
buddy.
What do you mean today, bro? Who asked her parents to scrap, bro? It's really yikes for me, dog. That's a yikes. That's a yikesy yikes. Holy shit, man. That's rough. I've seen that before and it's still fucking hilarious, man. It's so good. Oh man. It's done to terminally online people. This is a pretty common story for people this age. It's an incredibly stupid thing to share. It's incredibly stupid. It's not even just for terminally online people. No, I'm sorry. It's dog, like it's really stupid. Wasn't Ethan's Reddit account handled like pedo troll? Yeah. So like the shock humor jokes of those old past like videos is not even remotely surprising, not even close to surprising.
Serious. He cleared up he was just being a dickhead. It's just not making sense. And if I
Thank you, Fart Clark. No, I was about to call you Fart Clunt. The fuck's wrong with me? Fart cunt. Oh my god. Thank you, Clark.
Throughout that stream segment was going on and on about how like actually serious this is and how much he really believes in it, trying to convince his audience that it's true, trying to like lead some kind of like investigation against you, like another CPS visit, like another fraudulent visit from CPS. Then I would totally understand pursuing like litigation against that to stop it. Now, but from what I saw in that stream, there was nothing of the sort, and he did outright say that he doesn't believe it and that he was only saying that it should be addressed as a way of pointing to you not wanting to engage with Destiny.
Dude, the realest thing Bad Empanada has ever said, dude. The shit was so funny. Bad Empanada was like, CPS should have been called on you. CPS should be called on you just because you're a liberal, just because you're a Zionist. You're a Zionist, Ethan. That's already child abuse. Oh my god, dude. He's so real for that, bro.
You're afraid of Destiny. At least that's how it seemed from all of that garbage I sat through there. I'm pretty sure that
I do endorse CPS, actually. I do endorse.
Was getting at. Now, he does mention a cease and desist here, which they did send a cease and desist to iDubbbz, and it does seem like iDubbbz was fucking filled with jubilation upon receiving it. I've seen a couple of clips where he was like really nonchalant about it, almost seemed kind of happy about it. Maybe he thought it'd be like a big boom of exposure or something. I really don't know who would celebrate something like that, but yeah, it seemed like he wasn't taking it seriously, and he did eventually come out and say like he really regrets doing this segment and like how bad it was, and that he did make like an apology for doing it, thinking he went too far. But it did take a while, and it's worth mentioning that his community, iDubbbz, like his stream chat and like the people watching iDubbbz, were not supportive of his actions with showing that comment and trying to make that point using something so heinous. It's not like his audience was eating it up and really celebrating what he did here. His own audience was turning against him for doing that, from what I saw. Now again, I've only learned about all this after the fact, so maybe some of like the positive stuff was scrubbed or deleted, but a lot of what I can find was people in his audience really didn't agree with him doing this.
I don't see how you can say that I'm not justified when somebody's...
His own audience disagree with that. Maybe. They got different sensibilities than a lot of other people do. I don't know. You get on board with the inward F slur thing. I don't know, bro. Like, you get on board with all the edgy iDubbbz content material that they used to make in the past. Like, oh, that's good to go. It's like, he makes like one edgy joke to make like a general point to Ethan that he's like a coward. You use somebody else's, not even edgy, like actual disgusting comment, and you're like, why are we not addressing this? Why are we not addressing this? Like, that's the edgiest thing. If that's the edgiest thing iDubbbz has done, it's like, wow, like iDubbbz is pissing off the moist critical, the moist critical audience. But the inward F slur thing, that's a pass. That's a pass. That's okay. That's okay. Fuck off. Shut up. Then we look at marriage rate on stream, aren't like 90K 16 to 17-year-old married, in America alone. Yeah, I'm saying it's still like, that doesn't make it like acceptable. That doesn't make it moral. It would be normalized. That doesn't make it okay.
Who's your former friend who's been to your house and met your children is broadcasting this as a silly, it's just silly. Ethan needs to address this little minor claim that he molested his own children and he's a pedophile. Is that funny? I don't know. Is that a joke? Is that free speech? I don't think so. Then the other thing I hear is like, this is a grave threat against free speech. No, it's not. Defamation laws exist in every major Western country, in every Western country, because you can't just say people molested their children. That's not free speech. That's not protected speech.
And good thing iDubbbz didn't.
Yeah,
that would be...
yeah, that's what I was about to say, literally. Yeah, it's a good thing he didn't fucking say that. It's a good thing he never made that comment of like, oh yeah, he definitely did this. Or made like any comment suggesting that this was like a serious accusation that he himself is making.
The comment that was left by someone else. So if that is the big problem, that this was said in the first place, then wouldn't that energy be channeled at the person who actually said it? He's trying to portray it as though Ian is championing it, that he is trying to use this knowingly fraudulent information to push an agenda that Ethan is a monster, that does the unthinkable to his children. But when watching it, again, that's just not what he was saying, and he did outright say he doesn't believe it in the first place. He then goes into like, how is that a joke? Well, you just said that the person who left the comment Destiny was just joking, basically. He was just being a piece of shit. But he wasn't being serious, that was a goof. That doesn't make sense, man. So it was a joke when he wrote the comment, but it's not a joke when iDubbbz is trying to use it to shittily make a point. And it wasn't even making a joke about the comment itself, just more so that you weren't getting upset at Destiny for making it in the first place.
You can't accuse someone of committing a heinous crime. That's not, if they didn't, that's not free speech. That's not protected speech. It's literally not protected speech. It's actually explicitly...
so it's a joke. It's a joke / point using a already edgy, deplorable, like clear. I mean, do we want to call this? Destiny sets this up. Like, I feel like a joke. Reading this, it's like, I guess you could consider it a joke, but just reading it just comes off more so like, I know what I'm saying is false, but I'm going to say it anyway. And that's almost in the sense, like, it's almost the point of the comment is that it's because I'm saying this, it's like clearly not serious. Like, I don't mean this. That's the joke, quote unquote, I guess. Quick daily reminder that Ethan from H3 is likely a pedophile who has molested his own children. I don't even know if you can make the defamation suit work at all here just based off like what is being said. Because there isn't an accusation of this person has molested his own children. Like if we want to get particular with the language, Destiny is saying, quick daily reminder that Ethan from H3H3 is likely. He's saying it's likely to be the case that he's a pedophile who's molested his own children. He's not saying that. He's not saying this. He's not saying quick daily reminder that Ethan from H3 is a pedophile. He is not saying is a pedophile that who has molested his own children. He's saying it's likely. He's saying there's a likelihood that he's done this. He's not saying he did do this. He's saying there's a likelihood. He's not saying it has happened or it will happen. He's saying it's likely that he has or it will happen. He's not saying it has. He's not making a direct accusation necessarily speaking. So I don't even know if it works in there. If you can't, yeah, you're just gonna have a bad time with the defamation suit. Like the worst thing that's gonna happen is iDubbbz is gonna lose like a lot of money just fighting the case, this dumbass fucking case that should be like thrown out almost instantaneously. Honest to God, they should really make it a lot easier to like throw out cases that are clearly fucking dumb as shit. This is dumb as shit. This is like the dumbest, most bad faith fucking example of like misuse of the criminal justice, criminal or civil justice system. Bare minimum 500K people attend marriage with at least one minor getting married every year. That bothers me. I hate knowing things sometimes. Yeah, it's, you know, it is what it is. That's it's a gross society.
Doubt in the law.
What can I say? We also just have normalized Zionism. Gross society, guys. Like, so that's Americans. That's the West, you know? It's a lot of places. What do you want me to say? We live in a society.
As, you know, this is the legal route you take when someone defames you, right?
Ethan, of all people, should be very familiar with how defamatory lawsuits can be exploited by those with a lot of money. He was the guy that always...
And he's like Ethan himself has made joke after joke after joke after joke after joke after joke after joke that is directly just calling people like pedophiles. Like just on a constant basis. You know how many times this could have been thrown in his face or could be thrown in his face in the future? This guy's ridiculous, man.
Fought on the right side of these kind of battles. And now in this case, I really think he's lost his way in that regard. What he is describing here is not even what iDubbbz did. He's talking about, you can't make these comments, that's not free speech. Destiny made the comment, man. Literally. And yet you're not going after him. You've already excused him, wrote it off as he wasn't being serious, a dickhead, and are instead going after iDubbbz, who was very shittily using it to make a very different point, and even outright said he doesn't believe it, by the way. So it really feels less about the actual defaming and more about just being able to continue to, like, really drive the nail into iDubbbz, which is extremely unnecessary. His own community didn't agree with him when he did this. He lost members of his community for this because he was so in the wrong for it. Everyone was on your side when all of this was unfolding. So really, what else are you even trying to accomplish? He came out of that much worse, and he outright apologized for it, admitted how wrong he was for it, and everything like that eventually, which is a significantly bigger L than, like, a legal one in the eyes of the internet, to be, like, that wrong and that much on, like, the wrong side of, like, the drama. By every possible interpretation, you won here. You proved the claims were fraudulent, they were false, they're not real, and people were on your side in this whole situation here, and against how iDubbbz had gone about trying to make this point. All you had to do was just leave it at that. But by making this lawsuit...
He wasn't actually in the right. Ethan was not in the right here. What do you mean? iDubbbz made his point brilliantly here. Yeah, he got backlash, but he probably mostly got backlash, I would imagine, from his community because of the sensibilities, the sensitivities, plus the fact that Ethan could use this, like he is now, to weaponize, to call iDubbbz to do the defamation suit or something like that, to just besmirch iDubbbz more, or try to ruin iDubbbz reputation more. probably more out of self-interest for IDubbbz's career and his financial means or whatever, protecting his own interest.
We've now made a new issue out of it that is a concern and can affect other people entirely unrelated to it. And I'm honestly very surprised why Ethan can't see that. After all of the lawsuits he's been through, something like this should be very apparent how it can be used exploitatively against others, even outside of a case of like this extreme degree. Like Ethan of 10 years ago, I think would absolutely see that. But right now, I just think after everything that he's been through, he's just completely clouded by it and can't see that anymore. But now let's dive into like the concern about how this can affect, you know, free speech or discourse online, because Ethan is talking about like how he doesn't understand how it could, because this is such an extreme thing that was said that's so gross. And he's right. This is a very gross thing that was said. And if iDubbbz was pressing it as a very legitimate thing and trying to make it seem like it's true to everyone, that kind of thing, then it would make a lot more sense to go this kind of route. Because that is something like the snark community was doing with like some really unhinged behavior. So like that would make sense to me. But that's not what happened here. And the reason why this is concerning is because let's say Ethan does win this lawsuit here. That then opens the door for other people to come in with less extreme shit. Like, yes, in this case, it is very over the top and gross. But defamatory statements aren't just this extreme level. Defamatory statements are very wide-reaching. And this being something you can point to like, okay, so it worked for Ethan. It can probably work for me against this guy who said this thing that actually damaged my brand. In Ethan's case, I think it'd be very hard to even prove damages in the first place. I don't know if that's something that's required by like Canadian law. I have no fucking clue at all. I know they don't have the same level of free speech protections or anything like that, so maybe that's not even a requirement or whatever. But I think it would be a Herculean task to prove that
This is the best thing to happen to iDubbbz in 2 years at least. iDubbbz really needs a win. That could be that win. Yeah, I don't know. It depends on what you mean a win is exactly. What's a win in the long run? Everyone has this notion of what a win is supposed to be, where it's like iDubbbz needs to be what exactly I want him to be in terms of like what makes him a win, a winner or whatever. iDubbbz needs to be like this funny edgelord guy who still makes great content or something like that for him to be a winner or whatever, or the guy who is getting a win here. If the guy wants to be making shitty content and doing whatever he wants with his time, then let him make the shitty content, do whatever he wants with his time. If you don't like his content, don't watch his content. I don't understand this notion of like, iDubbbz needs to be this fucking guy. Like, he's not that guy. Grow up. Get over it. I'm not talking to you specifically about like your feelings on iDubbbz. I'm just saying in general, like there's just like notion of like, oh, he hasn't had a win in a while or whatever. And it's like, who cares? Who cares? He doesn't make good content anymore. All right. Move on. Diorio. Move on. Oh, he didn't take Ethan's side. All right. Even after a little bit, after like the first like 5 months or whatever, you would think it's like, okay, let's ignore iDubbbz and his wife, because now it's just petty at a certain point. It's just like, isn't like loser behavior just like high key focusing in on this on a nonstop daily basis where it consumes your entire life? Isn't that already a win? Ethan's life is just consumed with his vehement hatred of iDubbbz. You're letting this guy who is not considered like at his prime anymore, who doesn't really make content like that, doesn't get the views or money like he used to anymore. You're letting this guy consume your time. That's already a win. Yeah. I don't watch him. I'm just aware that the world is shitting on him. Except the world isn't really shitting on him. The world would be like everyone, but like there's plenty of people that are on iDubbbz's side in the conversation about any of this. There are plenty of people who are like generally on his side, on the left, you know. But imagine for him personally, you would not like to be shit on. It's just, yeah, like, I don't know. This is like notion of like what has to be a W or whatever.
Like a reputational hit or a loss of revenue, or
if I was Sam Hyde, I would come out and just publicly support iDubbbz. Sam Hyde's not going to do that.
brand tanking because of iDubbbz's stream here. Because what has often been flexed by a lot of people is how H3 has thousands upon thousands of live viewers all the time, and iDubbbz would have like 100. So H3 being like 100x the size of iDubbbz, it would be very hard for anyone to point to and say, what iDubbbz did here really damaged the H3 brand, and here's the proof. We lost so many members on YouTube or something. Like, that's clearly not going to happen. But someone else absolutely could. Like something that a lot of people talk about online. Like
what's crazy is that H3 even has that audience to begin with. He really shouldn't. He should be like at the same size in terms of like iDubbbz's live viewers, because his quality's dog shit. I don't understand how anyone likes that stuff at all. I really don't. It only makes sense that he's been like he's got that audience from like his long-term like status of like being like a YouTube not originator, but you know what I mean, like one of the early day YouTube content creators, and maintaining like consistency in terms of like you know, having a habitual like schedule or whatever, and you know, over the course of like years and years and years, just building up a brand. That's about it. Like his content's actual dog shit like 90% of the time.
I suppose will stay in that realm, is scammers. So why couldn't a scammer then utilize this same play? Okay, we can actually prove damages because they talked about, you know, a customer's terrible experience with us, and that was defamatory, and look at how much business it cost us, and it ruined our reputation. And I think you could possibly point to Ethan's lawsuit here, should he win, as evidence like, look, he got a defamatory ruling in his favor after suing iDubbbz for something someone else said, so we are going to be suing this YouTuber for what this customer said that they talked about in their content that ruined our brand or took away some business. Because in a lot of commentary videos, the sources come from others, whether it's individuals or something else. So if you can sue for a reason like this and win, it does open up to exploitation from some bad actors. So yeah, while it is kind of extreme in what has happened here between iDubbbz and H3, I think you could very easily look at it and say, okay, if he can sue for what someone else said and was on his stream, why can't I sue for what someone else said that was in their content that I believe defamed me? And I just think that it does open the door to some problems. And I've seen the response is kind of split. In the commentary community, I thought it'd be unanimously, you know, discouraged for pretty obvious reasons. It has historically always been spit upon, but because it's now against someone people don't like, iDubbbz, they're okay with it and even laughing about it, which I just don't really get. I don't know how the lesson hasn't been learned that when something gets used against someone you don't like, it doesn't mean it's only ever going to be used against people you don't like. Once that can of worms is open, it becomes the Wild West, and it can be a problem for everybody.
All right, just reiterating himself at this point, which is fine. I do that a lot too. Let's see. Skip over a little bit.
The take on this topic that being extremely litigious and going after other content creators and such with defamatory lawsuits and such is just not very good. It's the same tactics that have been used from some extremely shady companies in the past against people online, and it's just a tactic that used to unanimously leave a sour taste in the mouth of just normal people online. But now in this case, because it's against someone they don't like, they're willing to be all right with it and turn the other cheek to it. And I don't think that's right. Again, if
so now it's the disavow of the lawsuits, finally, after like Lord only knows how long. Okay, cool. Very, very awesome.
Truly was spreading maliciously fraudulent information of this disgusting stuff that was made in this comment and saying like, this is real, this is true, this is awful, look at what's happening, look what he's done, that kind of thing. I would really understand it more then, because then that is very different than just normal internet beef. That is psychopath evil shit. But from what I've seen in that stream, that's not what was happening. So I really don't understand this perspective from commentary channels to treat this like it's just some kind of hoot and holler and goofy thing, you know, let's celebrate it, point and laugh, when I think it's pretty easy to see how this could potentially be used as ammunition in some less than savory lawsuits going forward, specifically in Canada. It would obviously be like for Canadian YouTubers, but even still, it's probably best not to just have more ammunition for some bad actors to be able to exploit legally.
Okay, wait. I don't have all day. Let's see a little bit more, and then that's it of this.
An eye on this case here in regards to this whole lawsuit situation. I believe, as is even stated in his statement, that he's targeting iDubbbz solely because the free speech laws in Canada are more lax, and it is more viable that he would win there versus in the US, where Destiny is. He's even saying that.
Okay, I don't care anymore. All right, I think we got the gist. Of all this. Suing bad. Disavow lawsuits. Wait, I made a tweet on this. Sure would have been nice to have this fucking coward speak up way sooner, which I still stand by this sentiment. There was plenty of opportunities, and I don't believe him. there's no way that no person has ever reached out to him or ever sent him like a chat or never sent him or informed him or anything like that. No friend of his told him about any of this other stuff sooner or anything like that. And he couldn't make a fucking video. I don't believe him. I genuinely do not believe him. He probably didn't think the earlier lawsuits were bad, which, I mean, like he's saying they were bad, but he didn't speak up then. I don't know why, cowardly, or maybe it doesn't meaningfully affect him and he didn't really realize that until it's getting to this point where he can't really avoid it. That's my speculation. This kind of attitude is so insufferable. To be clear, I'm talking about your attitude, not criticals. Rereading it, I just realized it could be read the other way. Jacobian Dialectic says he is a fence sitter on this specifically and refuses to just admit Ethan is unwell. He's not going to use, and then Wooden Cat says he's not going to use his platform to psychoanalyze another creator, and the fact that this is an expectation you have is weird. So what do most of these fucking content creators, these drama content creators, fucking end up doing in one way, shape, or form when they're making criticisms of other people's behavior? There's a little bit of psychoanalyzing. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, huh? Not everyone keeps aware of every little detail of his escapades, and he spends the first couple of minutes of the video explicitly stating he doesn't. Okay, but basic skimming would have just let him know that Ethan is fucking sexually harassing Anissa and Ian. Just pussies out, not wanting to make him mad. I wouldn't say it's a straightforward position to say he's sexually harassing them. No, well, I'm sorry. Like, some of these jokes are actually just straight up sexual harassment. And look, just like the disavowal of like Morale's comments about like Stardust and shit like that, there are like some comments that go like directly unhinged and actually, like, you could just be saying this like, well, not the intent of like, but it is what it is. Like, you know, some of these insults, some of these jokes or whatever hit in the realm of like sexual harassment. Let's be honest. Now, like, if you want to have a conversation about like, what's too over the border lines, what's going too far, what's not going too far, you know, that's another conversation altogether. But it's like, that is like a general sexual harassment. He has made plenty of jokes at Anissa's expense and weird comments about how he's implying he's going to fuck her or something like that. Very strange. Anissa is publicly a sex worker, so therefore you can just sexually harass a sex worker. Are you fucking retarded? You can still criticize the jokes, but claiming their SH is a whole other argument. You're okay with sexually harassing sex workers? That's very strange, bro. You're okay with sexually harassing sex workers? Strange thing to bring up when talking about whether or not something's sexual harassment. Well, they're a sex worker. They're a sex worker. So, okay. That doesn't make it appropriate. All right. Dude, you guys gotta watch this. This shit's so funny.
Kind of worked a little bit. She tried to be sexual with me. We were sexual a little bit. I got whatever. And then eventually we go back, and then we be friends, and then we go back, and then we be friends, and then we go back. This happened for like 2 years.
So if somebody's like an obsessive, if somebody's like obsessed with you, don't you think
Bro,
like
you're
sex and
fucking
continues
retarded.
to lead
No,
them
you're
on?
so fucking retarded. It's not. It's her fault. Do you acknowledge that it's her fault? 100%.
Dude.
Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. By now you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now.
It's so good, dude. Oh my god. They play the whole fucking song there. Wait, what is this? What obsession opinion will have you like this? The obsession only works because Bear lives in the middle. If he's purely innocent, then the wish is just bad luck and the film loses its critique. If he's purely evil from the start, then there's no real discomfort because you never root for him and the tragedy disappears. The film needs him to be ordinary, someone you understand, and someone you might even defend. The horror isn't what Bear becomes, it's realizing he was always capable of it, and so is the guy. Well, that's a cold take. That's the coldest take ever. Fuck off. That's not a hot take. That's not even close to hot. Not even close. Not even close. Try again. Try again with a hot take. Try again. Charlie made a video shitting on Ian for 30 minutes, falling over himself to not offend Ethan, getting salty when people online rightfully called him out for completely sidestepping the other lawsuits. He's also perpetrating lies about snarkers and CPS and skulls. You can think what you want about snarkers, but I've seen a bit of evidence that they had nothing to do with the CPS call. They are a good stand-in baddie for the shit story. Yeah. I missed the bird. Well, the bird's not coming back. Karg Island in the news again. Not good at all. Yeah, I heard Karg Island was bombed. That he was bombing Karg Island. Trump was bombing it. He says the U.S. will be taking Karg Island in the not too distant future. Also says the U.S. will assume total control of Iran's oil and gas markets, much like we have with Venezuela. My preference has always been to take Karg Island. I don't know that America has the stomach for it. Let's, to be honest with it, you'd make a fortune. I can't see Moist speaking up for Hassan and anyone close to him. I don't even know Moist politics. He's like center lib. Okay. All right. I want to do a retrospect coverage. Not even retrospect necessarily, because it implies that I watched this way back in the day. But I wanted to watch this because Kyle Kulinski on his channel references a couple times recently his old debate with Razorfist and how it's aged like a fine wine. And honestly, I watched a little bit of this already, but I want to do like full coverage of this because goddamn, this shit is like a beatdown, man. And like it's like he's hitting on a lot of things about even Trump term 1. That's like, damn, that's really bad. Trump term 1 was like bad. It's like a full reminder of like how bad Trump term 1 got. So yeah, I want to cover this stuff now. Let's see. Let's retitle our stream here. Going over Kyle Kulinski versus not Moist Critical. Oh my God, Moist Critical. Over Razorfist. Debate, retrospective review. Or no, debate review. Fuck it. Debate review. Kyle Kulinski versus Razorfist. Yeah, there we go. Did I spell that right? Kyle Kulinski? Kulinski. I think I did. Kulinski. I think so. Yeah. Let's put on some music in the background too. Chill ass music, okay. Hell yeah. All right. Future content suggestions. There is a Discord. You can leave any content suggestions in the Discord. We'll link that here in the chat. If you want to contribute, encourage me to stream more or have content suggestions strongly encouraged by financial means. Cash App, Black Plague J. Down in the corner, bottom left corner. BLQCKPLQGUEJ. All that good stuff. All right. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Left wing versus right wing. Our debaters tonight represent some of the youngest and most articulate voices on these positions. Kyle Kulinski.
Dude, this, by the way, this shit was like 8 years ago, man. They bring up the Las Vegas shooting, and I swear to God, when I heard that, I was thinking to myself, wasn't that shit like 4 years ago? Time fucking flies, dude. Time flies. It's so insane. I can't believe this was only 8 years. This was 8 years ago. This debate was 8 years ago. It's crazy.
Is the host of Secular Talk, a YouTube channel with over 370,000.
It made me feel fucking old, dude.
Subscribers and over 300,000 views on a typical day. He's also the co-founder of Justice Democrats, a political action committee devoted to kicking corporate Democrats to the curb and unifying the Democratic Party as a social Democratic Party with a progressive agenda. Razorfist is the owner and operator of The Rageaholic, a YouTube channel with over 100,000 subscribers devoted not only to politics, but also to video games, movies, professional wrestling,
Dude, I didn't watch too much of Razorfist's content, but Razorfist always came off as like the really big try hard, like, I'm cool, guys. I'm cool. I'm like suave. I smoke cigarettes. I drink beer or whatever. I like rock and roll. It's like, dude, you are trying way too hard, man. You are trying way too hard.
Subject that strikes his fancy. He's appeared on Stephen Crowder's show, Louder with Crowder.
I don't know if it was during this time, but there was a point in period of time where they're like all the conservatives were like, we're the contrarians now. We're like the cool kids. We're like the punk rock. You know, the left is in control right now. We're like punk rock here. It's like punk rock to be conservative. Oh my God. I don't know if Razorfist participated in any of that, but oh my God, it was so cringe.
Did Trump's wall in a very popular video, and has long been a forceful and eloquent voice for the right. Debates can often be the lowest form of discourse because all too often the concern among viewers becomes less about which argument is better or which position is more logically sound, but rather this who won mentality. One personality triumphing over another is not a good way to measure ideas against one another. So I'll caution all of you watching this to not allow yourselves to fall into this trap. Look at this debate not so much as a contest between two people, but as a platform where ideas can be compared and contrasted in what will hopefully be a respectful manner. Tonight's debate will cover a wide
That's the worst part about debates. Sometimes it does become more about like who put on the better performance, the better rhetoric, or anything like that. So then it's derived as like this person. A lot of people see it as like this person was in the right, but it's like no, the performance was just more like standout-ish. It was just more like overwhelming in terms of like this person put on a better performance of being able to be compelling in terms of like what the audience picks up of, so like who's more confident, who's more possibly correct, who believes they're most correct or whatever, who can present the idea that they're correct the best.
range of issues, Trump, gun control.
Doesn't make them correct, obviously.
The Wall, not the Pink Floyd album, the Electoral College, single-payer healthcare, and more. We'll be opening up the Streamlabs about halfway through for 20 minutes so that you and our audience can also pose questions to our debaters or just leave us a tip to let us know that you appreciate this discussion. But before we can debate any specific issues, we have to learn some basic definitions. The words conservative and liberal mean different things to different people. So in order to avoid confusion, I'll start this debate off by asking Kyle for his definition of liberalism. Razorfist will then be given a chance to refute Kyle's definition and put forth his criticisms of liberalism. Razorfist will then be given the same opportunity to define conservatism, and Kyle will repeat that. So without further ado, Drunken Peasants is now bringing to you what we hope will be an interesting and poignant debate between two people that I personally respect. Hopefully, they're up to the task not only of entertaining you, but informing you and helping you see the world from a new and interesting
perspective. This guy was far too lenient with like far-right voices. I respect Razorfist. I respect Razorfist. Why did you ever respect Razorfist? I do gotta say, it is crazy that he had like some sort of respect for any of these people on the right like back then. It is crazy. TJ was a little bit too loose on giving that word out, that respect out to any of these far right creators. Fuck this filth. These guys are filth. These guys are filth. No respect should be given to them one iota.
But they can only do that if you, the audience, is willing to set aside preconceptions, set aside whether you're a liberal or a conservative, and just open your mind I'd ask you to forget about all your political positions and remove yourself from your own ego and simply absorb what's transpiring in front of
I'm
you.
going to forget everything I know, and I'm just going to absorb this. I'm just going to... No, I can't do that. I couldn't do that if I wanted to.
Recommendation to you. I can't actually make you do it. So as discussed a moment ago, we're going to begin with Kyle Kulinski. Ben, you can go ahead and take me off of full screen at this point. So
it just looks wrong. Doesn't it look wrong? You look at Kyle Kulinski now, and it's like blonde hair. It's like, you know he dyes it blonde, but it's like for whatever reason your brain is like, Kyle belongs in the blonde camp. Don't know why. I don't know how. I don't know how to explain it, but it just looks wrong. Look at this presentation now. It just looks wrong. You're like, this guy needs to be blonde. This guy needs to be blonde. It was his destiny all along. That was his only destiny, is to be blonde. That was the only certainty in life. If I get Razorfist in the black and white, I got a cool sunglasses. Look at me.
Kulinski of Secular Talk. Kyle, are you ready to start, or both of you ready to start, actually?
Sure, let's do it.
Ready to rock and roll. And may I say, just off the bat, it's good to make your acquaintance, Kyle.
Nice to meet you too, man. Don't let me like you this early on, because then I can't argue as vociferously.
There you go.
Okay, so
on my mark, I'm gonna be doing timekeeping duties here. So on my mark, you're gonna be given, Kyle, 5 minutes to elucidate your personal definition of liberalism or progressivism, or however you choose to identify.
Sure.
What it means to you, and why you think it's the correct lens through which to view the world. All right. I'm gonna also give you a warning when you're coming up towards the end of the 30-second mark. I'll probably just shout out 30 seconds.
Okay.
Let you know that you're coming out on your time. I'd encourage both of you to try to use as much of the allotted time as possible. If you run out of things to say, I mean, that's just the way it is, but try to use your full time. All right, so with that, Kyle, I'm going to yield the floor to you and that question.
Okay.
Mark.
Okay. Well, I'm going to let you down on this one because I'm not going to be going on for 5 minutes, but nonetheless, I proceed. Liberalism. Okay, well, let me just say first and foremost, I'm not sure that's the best descriptor that I would use for myself. I would choose to describe myself as populist left, or a believer in social democracy. But broadly speaking, when I think of liberalism, I think of not believing in tradition for tradition's sake, and believing in progress. So saying that, yes, the government in many circumstances can be used in order to try to ameliorate social ills and bring about a better future. Unfortunately, TJ, you can clock me out at 1 minute.
All right.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and reset. If you want Razorfist, you got 5 minutes to respond.
Oh, okay. Look, I take not one issue with particularly, classic liberalism. I find the very same cultural permissiveness of OG liberalism makes up the self-same rudiments of many of the more libertarian philosophies that I stridently adhere to. I only bridle when that philosophy then opts to subvert the electorate whether through unelected Supreme Court justices, for example, or whatever, or voice itself on the citizenry through the government's inevitable threat or application of force. Really, my opposition to modern-day liberalism, progressivism, neoliberalism, whatever you want to call it, can be summarized by an unwillingness that I've observed in the left to acknowledge a fundamental truth, that government is fundamentally force, and absolutely nothing else. Government is not compassion. Government is not largesse. The government
to
is
such an extent, there is a truth in the fact that there is a coercive structure to government in of itself upon the people that it is supposed to be working for, not ruling over, but working for. So that, there is like an invisible gun. He's going to describe it as an invisible gun later, but it's like, that is probably how all societies are going to function in one way, shape, or form. So that, I don't know what you would want to remedy that exactly. How
the government does not have a red cent that it doesn't take from you or I. All the government has, its basest essence, is the threat of force. Every government program, no matter how beneficial, detrimental, or innocuous, exists entirely because underlying its prospective implementation is an invisible gun pressed to your temple, which is why I think the most valuable thought exercise one can employ, and I'm going to kind of steal this from Penn Jillette because I think he made a good point, is to ask yourself, okay, I'd like for the government to do that, but am I okay with pointing a gun at another human being and forcing them to do that? Because when you ask that question, I think it brings your cherished beliefs under harsh illumination and impels you to sort of re-examine. And a lot of times it may even bring you farther to the left. For example, having examined some of the more ghoulish aspects of especially the late-term variant, I find abortion utterly repugnant on a personal moral level. But by the same token, I cannot ethically reconcile aiming a gun at another human being and forcing them not to imbibe in a readily available medical procedure. Ergo, I say hands off abortion. More to the point, while it would be wonderful for
Which
each
is a good position to take, I think, on the abortion thing.
us to a man to have medical care, health insurance, and a big titty nurse to blow me dawn to dusk. You know, it ain't okay to point a gun in someone's face and forcibly compel them to do so. And make no mistake, that's the end result. If you don't pay taxes, pay your fine. Don't pay your fine, you have to pay your interest. Don't pay your interest, go to court. Don't go to court, bench warrant. Then the cops show up, and then you get to see the barrel of the gun. Charity is charity. Philanthropy is philanthropy. Government is fundamentally force. And I kind of racked my brain low these many months, for many an hour, to comprehend how the same slacktivist left that perpetuated the hands up, don't shoot fiction have any difficulty whatsoever discerning the fact that government is not only force, but all too often an utterly unmoderated application of it. So, yeah, that would be what I have to say on the subject of.
I don't know what he means by unmoderated. It's always moderated in some shape or form, depending on what party, what administration is overseeing it at the time, especially in America or any other place. Like what exact party is in charge? What exact what exact leaders are taking the authority over? What are we talking about? Unmoderated.
My opposition to modern progressivism.
All right, so I'm going to open it up to a more free-form discussion here, and just you guys.
Okay, good. I have a lot to say about that.
We'll start it off with Kyle, because I'm sure you take issue with some of the things that were said just now.
Oh yes. Okay, so that was about 4 or 5 minutes of denying the social contract, is what you just did. You're basically regurgitating the talking points that 14-year-olds spew after they read an Ayn Rand book. So by saying, oh, government is force, that's all it really comes down to, that's a gross oversimplification, and what you're basically doing is saying, but it's all the same. It's all the same. So when the government does Medicare, for example, and saves the lives of people who need healthcare and are over the age of 65, when the government builds roads and bridges, when we have firefighters and police, what you're doing is you're saying, well, look, ultimately, at the end of the day, government equals force, so all that stuff I'm going to lump into the same basket and say it's useless, or it's not, doesn't fit in my ideology or my philosophy. But what I would...
Yeah, it's like, it's supposed to be like a collective of everyone participating in a society to work in tandem and have some sort of like dignified, way of living, and that could be like corrupted easily by a bunch of scam artists. But that is at least supposed to be the intent. That is like usually the narrative that the scam artists are crafting to say, we are doing this for you, but they're not doing this for you, But like that is supposed to be what they're supposed to be projecting as the narrative to sell to the people that are buying into the structure that they're participating in. As that corrodes over time, more and more people are going to find that if they're not holding up their end of the bargain, then it's like, what the fuck am I doing here then? What the fuck is the point of any of this? Why am I participating in this society in the way that I am?
I would submit to you is literally every single modern nation on the planet has a government, and the question is not, are we going to have government or not? Is it going to be an anarcho-capitalist society or not? The question is, what size government should we have? So in other words, if you want to debate what kind of tax rate we should have, how much the government should or shouldn't be involved in somebody's life, that's a legitimate debate. It is not at all a legitimate debate to try to pretend like these anarcho-capitalist talking points are a form of valid argument where you lump everything into the same basket and say government equals force, therefore let's just disregard it and pretend like we don't need it. Well, if you don't need it, you know what? Go ahead and move to the tundra in Siberia and let me know how that works out for you. And then before you know it, you'll be begging to come back to civilized society where, yes, we have government, and the question is, to what extent do we have government?
But here's the great irony. You argue for the social contract and argue that when the government saves someone's life, then that's a laudable experience. But by the same token, when someone dies due to inadequate healthcare from socialized medicine, which does happen in socialized medicine countries, which very nearly happens to people in countries with flat-out single-payer healthcare systems, where they wind up with healthcare complications due to exorbitant wait times over healthcare. It's funny how that social contract simply erodes and only works one way.
Well, that what you just said is bullshit.
Moreover,
that's not true.
Moreover, I would argue further. I'm sorry. What isn't true?
What you said is not true. So first of all, every single country, like rationing is this big thing that people on the right like to point to. Oh my God, rationing healthcare in single-payer systems. Every single country rations care. The question is, how do you ration it and how do you prioritize it? In the U.S., we do what's called a wallet biopsy. So the richer you are, the more likely you are to get good healthcare.
Which is like a disgusting way to approach it, obviously. Like an unequal, disgusting, deplorable way to approach like treating any of your citizens, you know, by like a payout scheme to be well, to have a clean bill of health, you know, to be treated. You know, if you can't afford it, fuck you. You know, if you want to go in, if you want to like treat your like illness or your broken arm or anything like that, we're gonna make you spend endless amounts of money for that treatment.
Countries, in single payer countries,
it's out of your hands. Fuck you. Oh, you had an accident. Fuck you. Oh, you got sick. Well, pay out of pocket, buddy.
They ration based on need. So that's the care we offer elective procedures. So yes, if you want a fucking chin surgery, or you want something that's elective, you might have to wait a little bit. And you know what? That's totally fine, because the person who needs a gallbladder surgery right now is going to get that gallbladder surgery. And it's always hilarious to me when I listen to people like you talk about single payer healthcare, and then you go and talk to somebody who lives.
Hold on, how do you describe it? It was like
your surgery right now is going to. So yes, if you want a fucking chin surgery or you want something that's elective, you might have to wait a little bit. And you know what?
Yeah, the elective surgeries, they have a longer process. A longer wait time or whatever, because they're like specific, like some of them. Well, an elective surgery, does that have to? Is that usually that's not cosmetic? Is it a chin surgery? It depends on. Was elective be necessary treatments, or like is it bracketed in as cosmetics? It's not bracketed in as cosmetics, is it? I don't think so. Elective surgeries is a planned procedure scheduled in advance because it is not immediate medical. Yeah, it's something that you can wait. Yeah, it's not an immediate one, yeah. It's not like a necessary, like, I need this now, otherwise I'm going to die, or shortly I'm going to have, like, huge problem. Yeah, it's like, it's not just, yeah. These are, like, things that you can wait on a little bit. So the wait times are a lot more reasonable.
That's totally fine, because the person who needs a gallbladder surgery right now is going to get that gallbladder surgery. And it's always hilarious to me when I listen to people like you talk about single-payer healthcare, and then you go and talk to somebody who lives in a single-payer system. It's night and day. They tell you, no, I love our system, and we think what you do is crazy. And by the way, while we're at it, allow me to say that 45,000 people die every year in the U.S. Because they don't have access to basic healthcare. That number in Canada and Norway and Denmark and Iceland and Sweden is 0.
Yeah, and that's invariably what you'll fall back on. But more people have access.
It's true. That's why I fall back on it,
lovely,
because it's accurate. What I'm saying is true.
Providing access is not the same thing as providing care. If you increase the number of people who have access to character, unless you have a magic Harry Potter wand to increase the number of doctors and nurses overnight in a system that no longer places ample incentives.
To provide access, they have enough doctors. They have. He's concerned about the immediate, I think. In terms of, there's a difference in terms of a wait time for electives or whatever, but like, is he bracketing this in with immediate? I don't know what the wait time is for single payer in terms of immediate healthcare. Is that much more disadvantageous? Emergency care and single-payer healthcare is generally prioritized, with patients receiving immediate attention, unlike elective procedures, which may have long wait times. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it has a meaningful effect here. It's treated as top priority, meaning patients with life-threatening. So this is in single-payer systems too.
On actually becoming a doctor? Well, congrats. All you did was give the entire nation access to interminable wait times. I mean, does it broaden coverage? Sure.
Denmark disagree. The people in Canada disagree. The people in Norway disagree. Apparently, they have that magic Harry Potter wand because they're making it work right now, and our system is not working.
Which is actually not factual, because in 2013 alone in Canada, across all 12 major medical disciplines, average wait time swelled like an improperly diagnosed neck tumor from nearly 10 weeks to 18 and a half weeks. And I mentioned the improperly...
What did I just tell you? The wait times are for elective procedures. They're not for necessary procedures that you have that right now.
And here's why I mentioned the improperly diagnosed
yeah, so he's saying like, oh, these ones, they take longer for the elective ones, and he's treating that as the immediate ones.
Tumor. Because I can use an example.
It's just a ridiculous assertion here.
That's actually very public and was very public on our format, YouTube. Prominent philosophy YouTuber Stefan Molyneux had a tumor on his neck.
Oh, yes, philosophy YouTuber, the very serious thinker Stefan Molyneux. Please continue.
That's so very relevant to this discussion.
You're the one that mentioned it.
They tell him, don't worry, it's benign. Wait 3 more months. Dude's sitting here with a shot put in his jaw. They're playing the smooth jazz music for him over the phone and asking him to please stand by for a quarter of a goddamn year. 10 months pass. He finally gets airfare to the States and gets it lanced off by one of our inferior American doctors, who, by the way, takes one look at it, says that shit ain't benign, and puts him on chemo treatments he should have been taking in Canada for the last year. Socialized medicine quite nearly killed the dude.
Okay, so ready? That's one example. You ready for my example? There's somebody named Bob, somebody named Steve, somebody named Jeff, somebody named Chris, somebody named Barbara, somebody named Susan. There are, and this is a Harvard study I'm quoting from. You ready? Quote, 45,000 people die every year from lack of health coverage. And furthermore, if you want to talk about...
It's called the Veterans Administration.
Wait. Do you want to talk about specific cases? Let's talk about specific cases. There was a woman, this is under our private health insurance system. You know how people love to say under Obamacare there are death panels? Guess what? They're right, there are death panels. They're called private insurance companies. Because what happens is they try to find any way possible to wiggle out of paying for your care. Because if you have a private health insurance system, you want to maximize profit as much as possible. That's the way it works. You're for profit, so hey, how do we make more money? Deny as much care as possible. So there was a woman who had skin cancer, and her insurance company said, we're not going to pay out on your claim. She's like, why? This doesn't make any sense. They said, well, we looked back into your past, and we found that you had acne. She's like, what? That doesn't make any sense. You're not going to pay for my skin treatment because I had acne? They go, well, you say it's acne. We say it was cancerous skin lesions, and you had a pre-existing condition. So now...
Gee, it's so scummy. Holy shit.
We're not going to pay out, and guess what? She died. So
that's fucking awful, dude. Yeah.
I mean, you want to sit here and shoot anecdotes all day? We could shoot anecdotes all day, but honestly, I don't give a fuck about anecdotes because anecdotes are anecdotes for a reason. They ignore the macro.
I bet you the Stephen Molyneux story they told too. I guarantee you there's more to that. There's more to whatever that fucking story was with Stephen Molyneux.
Sure. And the macro picture is from the Harvard study, not Kyle speaking here. The Harvard study, quote, 45,000 people die every year from lack of health coverage in the U.S. That does not exist in Canada or Norway or Sweden. No matter how many shitty little stories you...
How many people die per year lack of healthcare coverage? I want to see the numbers now. Due to lack of healthcare coverage. How bad is it now? Let's see how bad it is. Annual deaths in the U.S. linked to lack of healthcare coverage. Recent research estimates that hundreds of thousands of Americans die each year due to lack of healthcare coverage or inability to afford care, though the exact number depends on how lack of coverage is defined. Narrow estimates, lack of any insurance. A 2023 Harvard Medical School study found that about 44,789 working age Americans, 18 to 64, die annually because they lack health insurance, which is more than the number who die each year from kidney disease. This figure is based on comparing death rates between the uninsured and privately insured, adjusting for factors like income, education, and health behaviors. Broader estimates, lack of access or affordability, the Health Justice Monitor's 2021 to 2023 analysis suggests that around 195,000 annual deaths may be attributable to health insurance issues or impaired access to care, including underinsurance, medical debt, and denial of care. Jesus Christ. Much higher figure because it includes people who have insurance but still faces barriers to receiving it. Holy shit. 45,000 deaths per year. Oh my god, dude.
You come up with to try to pretend like single-payer systems are monstrous when they're actually objectively...
I don't have to pretend they are, because we already have...
Hold on, we're going to be able to revisit... Hold on, we're going to be able to revisit this subject later on. There's a question dealing with this, so you'll have your chance to discuss this more in depth later on. For now, I want to turn it over to Razorfist for 5 minutes to basically the total reverse of the question I gave Kyle at the beginning, just to define your personal definition of what it means to be a conservative, how and why that you feel is the best lens through which to view the world. And if you have any problems with the term conservative or something, you just let me know, and you can just apply whatever term you want to it. All right, I'm going to give you a mark and go.
Yeah, conservative government is easy to quantify for all Kyle's pretense to anarcho-capitalism or whatever helpful little straw man he decided to erect there so he could easily fell. I argue for a government that is just big enough that we have a military for defense, viable borders, police, and oceans that are composed of 80% antifreeze, while keeping the government small enough that it can't seize your personal property, force you to engage or disengage from private commerce, doesn't print currency until it's outstripped in value by Malo Cup money, and to the civil liberty...
Legitimately the gayest stream on the internet. Alright? Then You can go to Pornhub and find something even gayer to fap to. Have a good one. Total F-slur.
Libertarians among us isn't so intrusive or overbearing that it can tell Dick and Lance they aren't allowed to have butt sex babies. You know, it's a form of government that, at the end of the day, rather than telling you what you are supposed to do, allows you to live your life, steps back a bit, and doesn't overstep its purview except when absolutely necessary. It's no accident the more socialist our government policies get, the less social our communities actually become as we replace the community and the civic process with the state. That would be my argument for what conservative is. And I would further argue conservative is somewhat of a misnomer. I think one of the reasons conservatism fell by the wayside for a while there.
Why is he wearing the fucking glove, dude? What's with the glove?
Somewhat resurgent at present, but one of the reasons it fell by...
What's the deal with the glove, guys? Does anyone know Razorfist lore? Why is he wearing the glove?
The wayside is because we allowed the language to be handed over to the left. We allowed the left to refer to themselves as progressive for employing 100-year-old ideas of socialism, which there's nothing progressive about that. If you look at the root word progressive, it's to progress, to look to the new horizon, something that's never been implemented. Socialism's been tried before. If you want to get really technical about forms of government that have never truly been tried, it's a form of government that puts the power squarely in the hands of the people and steps back and lets them live their lives.
Okay, so Kyle, you have up to 5 minutes to respond to that.
Yeah, I don't have much to say about that other than to point out that, of course, I was not strawmanning. You're the one who brought up about how all government is force, and I'm simply relaying the fact that that is the main argument that they make in anarcho-capitalist circles. So that's where that came from. Second of all, modern conservatism, if you talk about modern conservatism in the context of today's Republican Party, it's basically an off-the-spectrum party in that it's full of complete wanton corporatists. Now, by the way, to be clear, that's not me saying that the Democrats are not also gigantic corporatists, because they are. It's just a matter of degrees here. But the Republicans are giant corporatists. Totally.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Let me just finish this real quick. This won't take long. So totally beholden to their Wall Street donors, big oil donors. You go down the list, and then there's also a hefty dose of Christian fundamentalism and social conservatism in there. If you look at the new movement conservatism, people like Steve Bannon, and of course Roy Moore is the new one, the Alabama Senate GOP candidate. I mean, it's basically comical. You have Christian fundamentalists who Roy Moore's a guy who argued that homosexuality should be illegal. So I find it interesting that you mentioned how on social issues you consider yourself pretty libertarian. Well, that's certainly out of lockstep with the Republican Party and the direction that they've been going in.
It's interesting.
All right, I'm going to just open this up for a little free-form discussion between you two guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're all that in opposition here in terms of definitions. Look, one of the most, and I think probably the most prominent politician to come out the earliest for both gay marriage and gays in the military was actually a Republican. It was Barry Goldwater, Mr. Conservative. So it's not completely out of step with the Republican platform. It's just out of step with what the neocon platform.
A vast majority of the Republicans are just objectively just not into the whole gay marriage thing. I think that's like a huge common factor they all share amongst each other for the most part. It's very rare exceptions, like probably that guy you just brought up, and even that guy is probably closer to like a Dave Rubin figure or something like that, who's like, oh yeah, you guys can like have your disagreement or whatever. It's okay. Like we share mostly 90% of our values and principles or whatever. Like we could agree to disagree on this one. Would probably gladly be cucked if they could have any other shared values or whatever,
Well, it's interesting.
All right, I'm going to just open this up for a little
What's this person's name? I want to look into this person. What was it?
Discussion between you two guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're all that in opposition here in terms of definitions. Look, one of the most, and I think probably the most prominent politician to come out the earliest for both gay marriage and gays in the military was actually a Republican. It was Barry Goldwater, Mr. Conservative.
Barry Goldwater. Oh, not what I wanted. Military gay acceptance or whatever. Gay acceptance. After leaving the Senate, Goldwater became supportive of environmental protection, gay rights, including military service and adoption rights for same-sex couples, abortion rights, and the legalization of marijuana. Well, that's good. That's good. Let's see. Adoption rights, that's good. Abortion rights, that's good. Wow, interesting. This is after leaving the Senate. He's an American politician and Major General in the Air Force Reserve who served as a United States Senator from 1953 to 1965 to in 1969. Let's see. What policies does he support? He became most associated with anti-union work and anti-communism. Cringe. Let's see. He was a supporter of the conservative coalition in Congress. Work on labor issues, like Congress to pass major anti-labor reforms. Ran a conservative campaign that emphasized states' rights. 1964 campaign was a magnet for conservatives since he opposed interference by the federal government in state affairs. Voted in favor of the Civil Rights Act of 1957. Okay. He did not vote on the Civil Rights Act of 1960 because he was absent from the chamber. Goldwater's campaign also included stringently fiscally conservative policies. He was strongly critical of Johnson's war on poverty policies, argued that it might be the attitude or the actions of the poor that are responsible for their hardship. Very cringe. I suggest on the floor of the Senate today that we stop all funds for the United Nations. Now that'll make, and now what that'll do to the United Nations, I don't know. I have a hunch it could cause them to fold up, which would make me very happy at this particular moment. This cringe also. Okay, interesting.
Conservative. So it's not completely out of step with the Republican platform. It's just out of step with what the neocon platform became. The Reaganites, the Pat Robertson Brigade, and so forth.
Would you deny that that's the more vehement strain in the party today?
I think that's definitely changed with Trump, who's, you know, holding a rainbow flag on stage.
That's not. that cope is crazy. Well, Trump was trying to appeal to the gays, but he's like, at that time especially, it's like not sincere. That's the first thing, for sure. That was not even remotely sincere. Say what you want about Goldwater, maybe he actually was sincere in his advocacy for any of those rights, right? At the time, I don't know that for certain. I'd have to do more digging into Goldwater to know that for sure. But Trump was certainly not sincere. I don't think he actually gave a fuck meaningfully. I think it'd go either way for him. It's like not really in his interest. So like the lack of sincerity is not that he's like advocating on a constant basis, that he would advocate on a constant basis of going against gay rights. It's that like at that time, it's like, that's really not the angle. That's really not the angle to shoot for exactly. You know, if you can get gay people on board by doing a little bit of a rainbow flag, throwing up, you know, to get them to entice to vote for you, show a little bit of support, and then yeah, at that time he's going to do it. And he's like, even doing that at that point, a lot of Republicans at the time, it's just like they're primarily anti-gay. I
think there's certainly been a paradigm shift there.
But also picking Mike Pence as his VP.
I'm sorry, what?
But also picking Mike Pence as his VP, whose claim to fame before he was picked to be VP was that he signed an anti-gay bill in Indiana, which made it so that businesses are legally allowed to discriminate against gay people.
Yeah, as a conciliatory gesture to the neocon wing, and we can go on and on with that. But you understand what I mean. Like Trump himself.
It's not just a conciliatory gesture. It's like you're making specific decisions. You're taking specific actions, getting people on board that are actively doing things to promote anti-gay policies, you know.
Rainbow flags on stage.
Implement anti-gay policies. So the rainbow flag doesn't really mean anything.
Having publicly expressed support for George Michael's wedding the same year that Hillary Clinton came out.
You can express like a general support, but then your action of like getting someone like Mike Pence on board and implementing like anti-gay policies, like that does more. That action says more than your words do. Your words mean nothing.
And said marriage is between one man and one woman. That was 2005, I believe. You know, he's clearly not cut from the same cloth as the Mike Pences and the Paul Ryans.
Well, I agree with that, but I don't think he has much of an ideology to begin with. I think he's totally unmoored and totally vapid, but that's a separate conversation. My point is, the majority of elected Republicans are not Rand Paul. They're not liberal on social issues. They're decidedly the opposite.
That's beginning to change already. You just saw Jeff Flake resign.
Okay, but it's right now. I'm talking right now. Roy Moore.
But in any political group, you're going to wind up. I mean, I severely doubt you would like to be closely identified with the John Podestas and Hillary Clintons. There's different
but
wings of each party.
I'm loudly and aggressively on the record saying, number one, they are the dominant strain in the Democratic Party, which is why I'm trying to fucking purge it with Justice Democrats. That's point number one. But point number two is, why are you tap dancing around it? Just admit it. The majority of the Republican Party are socially conservative, backwards Neanderthals.
I wasn't tap dancing around it. I'm more than happy to admit that the neocons took over the party, and that obviously triggered a massive shift in the party. However, by the same token, I just said, unlike the Democrats, there's actually
I'm not tap dancing. I'm not tap dancing as he's doing the little tap dance with the little hat and the
opposite direction.
Okay, but then we get into what is rhetoric versus what is reality. I would
submit
to you that Rand Paul is the only person who's actually left or libertarian on social issues, whereas virtually everybody else in the Republican Party, including Trump, because I don't give a fuck what Trump says. What matters to me are his policies and his actions. And he just recently signed a religious liberty executive order. So this is one of those things where, yeah, he can hold an LGBTQ flag all day long, but that doesn't mean dick at the end of the day when he's picking Mike Pence for VP and he's signing every single bill that Pat Robertson and John Hagee wants him to sign.
You'd be surprised at how many Republicans are liberal on social issues. I don't even like John McCain, and we all know his stance on civil unions and so forth because of his daughter.
Civil unions is a joke. It's like a fucking halfway point on an issue where there is no halfway point. Either you're for gay marriage or you're against it.
And I agree on that issue. I completely agree. Look, I'm from more of the Rand Paul wing, so you're really preaching to the choir here.
Good. Well, then we're going to get along a lot more than I thought we would.
There you go. Well, I mean, one of the reasons I wanted you two guys to have this discussion is because you're both, I wouldn't say fringe, but I would say you kind of are both representative of the younger demographics of these parties at this point, and maybe sort of a glimpse of where things are headed in the future.
But I don't see. I don't see an equivalence though, because I really do think that the overwhelming majority of the Republican Party, the elected Republicans, are backwards on social issues. Whereas I think it's a fair point to say the majority of young Republicans, like millennial Republicans, might be reasonable and more agree with Rand Paul on these issues. But in terms of elected Republicans, we're talking well over 90% of them are still 100% wrong on these issues.
Which I think is an artifact of the fact that they were in power for so long as a repudiative gesture against Obama as his popularity began to fall. After 2010, when he was blown out in the midterms, there were a bunch of Republicans rushed into Congress, and it was like the people would vote for anything with an R next to its name because they were so pissed about Obamacare. So I think we're kind of stuck with a lot of artifacts from that period. And so, look, it's going to be a slow transformative process if it happens at all.
All right. Fair enough. Yeah. I have you guys kind of were touching upon the Donald Trump phenomenon. Now, obviously, Razor, you've made some videos supporting Donald Trump and his presidency.
Yeah.
You've
still.
Absolutely.
So the question that I'm going to pose to both of you, and it's going to be posed to Razor first, is Donald Trump a good president? And you can begin now.
In order to make that statement, you have to have a metric for it. In recent memory, the only thing I can go off of is from Obama to Bush Senior, a president is considered.
Grade him on a scale. Got to grade him on a scale of all the prior presidents, performance-wise. Let's see how Razor grades the scale. What's the metric?
Successful, air quotes. If of the half dozen LSD-fueled pipe dreams they pitched to the plebs during the general election, they're able to implement at least one. That appears to be the criteria. I wouldn't piss on Obama. I wouldn't piss on Obama to extinguish a fire, but I do believe, looking at it objectively, history may record him as an effective executive because while he didn't close Guantanamo, and he certainly didn't end any wars.
Try not to interrupt, Kyle. Sorry.
I'm laughing. I'm not interrupting, dude.
No, look. While he didn't close Guantanamo and he didn't end any wars in the Middle East, if anything, quite the opposite. He was able to fulfill two major campaign promises. He pushed through Obamacare, and he croaked bin Laden. Period. Like, applying this metric, you'll find it largely unchanged over the last quarter century. If the president was able to fulfill one or two of his major campaign promises, and obviously there's going to be other things sprinkled on top, well, the media throws him on parade. He's largely considered a success, which is why someone's going to have to explain to me how in the first 10 months of his first term...
like, if you're grading on a scale of, like, a president fulfilling major campaign promises, right? I think that would be, like, whether or not they're, like, good promises or bad promises of what's to come or what you want to deliver. I would more grade on the scale of not only what promises you're making that you're going to fulfill and that you actually fulfill, but, like, how good are those promises? How, like, what are the outcomes of those promises that you're going to fulfill? Are they a net negative or a net positive?
Trump can institute the 5-year lobbying ban on politicians he promised.
I wouldn't grade on the curve of, like, the president was able to do this really horrendous, atrocious thing. Like, he was effective in that way. It's like, I wouldn't grade it on that curve. That's not what I'm interested in. People's handlings of that.
fight, win, and reinstitute the Middle East travel ban he promised, pull out of the TPP like he promised, institute the federal hiring freeze like he promised, appoint a conservative replacement for Justice Scalia like he promised, set aside money for and begin erecting prototypes of the fucking wall like he promised.
I thought you're socially liberal.
And be confused even in passing with a failure. I mean, just this past week, he unsealed the JFK assassination files, which wasn't even a campaign promise. It was literally just an offhanded reference he made on a radio show.
They were scheduled to be released. Jesus, you get
One
so
second,
diverted
Kyle.
by any tweet. You think it's like gospel.
1 second, Kyle. You gotta wait.
The bottom line is this cat has kept more promises in 10 months than Obama broke over the course of 8 years. That you find these actions objectionable is immaterial. I and many others found Obamacare objectionable enough that he lost his majority in Congress months after its passage. Look, he's still a success, albeit a middling one, because he followed through on at least 2 of his major promises. And by the left's own metric, so is Trump. That isn't to say he's even almost perfect. I myself recorded a scathing invective about his ass-backward intervention into Syria, and I stand by it. His position on DACA had me scratching my head until he pulled a pretty masterful parry at the end, actually, and got it shot down in Congress. And he hasn't yet overturned Obamacare, largely due to Judas goats in his own party, like John McCain, for example. But he just teamed with Rand Paul to draft an alternate solution. And whatever you think of Paul's politics, I can think of worse people to team with on the subject of healthcare than a fucking eyeball surgeon. I mean, call me crazy. I'm not over the moon about taking healthcare advice from Nancy Pelosi, the same woman who gave a green light to that facelift. So yeah, that's about all I have to say about Trump. I'm eminently pleased.
Okay, good. My turn.
All right, hold on. So Kyle, he went for 3 minutes and 14 seconds.
This was a classic. Yeah, dude. Like, I've only watched an hour of this before I started before I worked this morning. I woke up at like 4:30. Sorry, I went through an hour of this. I was like, this is goated. Kyle kept talking about how this debate, like, he blew Razorfist out of the water on this debate, and yeah, it's crazy. So I've already watched a little bit of this, but I haven't watched the full thing.
5 minutes to rebut. I would like to remind both of our debaters to try to refrain from interrupting during the non-freeform sections.
Well, sometimes you can't help it. Okay, number
no
one.
laughing, Kyle. No laughing, Kyle. No laughing at the Razorfist saying some of the most outrageous, disgustingly stupid things. Okay, no laughing, guys. No laughing allowed.
But here you go.
You mentioned Neil Gorsuch as a victory for Trump just after we had the conversation about how you're socially liberal. By your own standard, that's not a victory. So that's a weird thing to say. Number two, the JFK thing. Again, this is so silly because, like, yes, it was scheduled to be released, and he was like, yeah, okay, go ahead. But then he goes on Twitter and takes credit for it, and everybody's like, oh, yeah, you gotta give him credit. No, you don't have to give him credit. He was taking credit for something that was scheduled to be released. Now, to the broader
Trump does that a lot. He takes credit for a lot of things that were already, like, well in advance. And then he puts the blame on people for stuff that he does, right? That he causes he causes the start of, like, the outcome. He's like, oh, it's on Biden, it's on Biden, it's on Biden.
Trump a good president.
Razorfist relied too heavy on anecdotes and made very absolute statements that you cannot back up. Yeah, you never want to, like, generally, there's very few exceptions, I think, where you want to make anecdotes in a debate at all, or even to, like, just generally make a point at all. Like, most people are not going to rely on anecdotes. They're not going to, it's not going to be very believable. There's very few cases where it's like that actually works as a way to make a point about anything.
The answer is decidedly fuck no, and it's not even close. Let's go through some of the things that he's done. Number one, he signed a bill that gutted internet privacy rights. This is something that's not talked about nearly enough. It's a bill that literally 6% of the American people supported. Every single Republican politician voted in favor of gutting internet privacy rights. And what it does is it makes it so that anytime you put your information online into a site, they now have the legal authority to take your information and sell it to whoever the fuck they want to sell it to. Whereas in the past, they couldn't do that. They needed to get your permission. That's point number one. Point number two, he picked Ajit Pai to lead the FCC.
Which is
Ajit
really
Pai's main goal-
disgusting. Like all your information is out there. If you put it out, if you made it, like, accessible enough, it's just all out there floating around. That could be sold to, like, different people or different companies for advertising or whatever. It's really gross.
Is gutting net neutrality. Number three, he did gut Obamacare. I don't know why you sold him short on that one. He indeed did gut Obamacare. He proposed Trump Care, which, by the way, had a 12% approval rating. What a winner he is. According to the CBO, with John...
Well, let's see what Trump Care would have been. Okay, because, listen, admittedly, I don't know my lore on some of these things, so let's do, like, a little bit of exploring on what Trump Care policies would have been. We're going to gut Obamacare. We're going to replace it with Trump Care, guys. We got it. Trump Care. Trump's key care policies and their impacts. No, the Trump Care health policies. Oh my God. It was called Trump Care. I'm looking for specifically what he wanted to do with Trump Care. Trump Care. Oh, yeah. Dude, let's see. Trump Care plans. The American Health Care Act, or AHCA, often referred to as Trump Care, is a replacement plan for the Affordable Care Act, ACA, or Obamacare, that was written by Republicans in the House of Representatives. Under Trump Care, no one would be required to purchase health insurance, and there would be no tax penalty for going uninsured. Employers would also not be penalized for not providing health care insurance to employees. Subsidies would still be provided, but they would be based on age and not income. Older people would get higher subsidies than younger people. The proposed AHCA law would have included the following change. No federal tax penalty for not having health insurance. You can buy a plan that only covers the benefits you want if your state receives a special waiver from the federal government. States and federal agencies can define the mandatory benefits that will be covered by your health insurance plan. The annual contribution limits for health saving accounts, HSAs, would be increased, allowing consumers to save more money on a pre-tax or tax-deductible basis for qualified medical expenses. Includes the federal Invisible Risk Sharing Program, a pool of money set aside by the federal government to help insurance companies cover individuals with high medical cost. It did not pass the Senate and is currently not law. Wow. Amazing. What a guy.
Just his recent executive orders on Obamacare, 1 million more people are going to lose health insurance. Premiums are going to rise by 20%. They eliminate the protection for pre-existing conditions because they make it optional on a state-by-state basis. And what's going to happen is half the states, the red states, are going to say, we don't believe in protecting people with pre-existing conditions. His tax plan, when the CBO crunched the numbers on that, it gives everybody who's poor a $40 tax cut, gives everybody in the top 0.2% $940,000. Wow. He wants to eliminate the estate tax. That's another one that's... I'm sure you agree with him on that one, so I don't know why you didn't count that in his victories. But of course, the estate tax also only applies to 0.2% of Americans. It's for people who make over $5 million or have over $5 million. Now, in terms of free speech, an issue, TJ, I know you care desperately about, Trump suggested making flag burning illegal. That's deeply against the First Amendment. He suggested delicensing news outlets that put out stories he doesn't like. That's another thing that's deeply against the First Amendment. And I don't.
They even got an enemies list now. They got a whole lefty, deranged leftists or liberals enemies list. He's got Hassan and Jimmy Kimmel on that list. He's got Jennifer Welch, I think. He's got a Republican on the list of enemies. I forget the Republican's name, but he's.
I don't even know what that means, by the way. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking he could even do on that front, unless he thinks he's some sort of a dictator. He increased drone strikes by 432%. Obama.
I don't know all this lingo mumbo jumbo. I'm assuming this proposed Trump Care is worse than Obamacare because it doesn't cover you as much. Yeah. It seems like one of the things for sure, like I don't pretend to like have like a full in-depth knowledge of how bad it would have been, but it seems like Kyle pointed it out specifically, like some of the things would have been covered by like by your state. And you know, if you're in a red state, that would have been pretty bad depending on, you know, depending on what you need covered exactly, especially if like insurance companies interfered in that way too.
Was terrible already with drone strikes. Trump increased them by 432%. This is something that, again, you as a more libertarian-leaning person should probably absolutely despise. He picked Jeff Sessions for attorney general. This is another guy who's socially backwards and who's doubling down on the drug war. He escalated in Afghanistan. He escalated in Syria. He escalated in Iraq. His very first military raid as president killed an 8-year-old American girl. Her name was Nawar al-Awlaki. And of course, he pulled us out of the Iran deal, which makes it much, much more likely that Iran...
Start smiling once brought up a little girl's name.
There's another guy who's socially backwards and who's doubling down on the drug war.
Notice the smile from Razorfist's face here.
He escalated in Afghanistan. He escalated in Syria. He escalated in Iraq. His very first military raid as president killed an 8-year-old American girl. Her name was Nawar al-Awlaki. And
said, killing little girls. I love that Trump kills little girls. I love that they kill little girls. I love when they grape children. I love when they grape mothers and daughters. I love when they grape Arab men. I love when they destroy all their lives. I love it. I love it. I see the smile on your face, you scumfuck. A little smile at the mention of a victim's name.
And of course, he pulled us out of the Iran deal, which makes it much more likely that Iran gets a nuclear weapon. And I could go on, but I'll leave it there because I probably filled up all my time.
You actually have 2.5 minutes left if you want.
Okay, step aside. First day in office, he reversed a middle-class tax cut. He literally reversed a middle-class tax cut for mortgage insurance premiums. He's doing a $110 billion Saudi Arabia weapons deal, which proves that he's an establishment bitch boy who's doing what every single president before him did.
Even a first term, dude. This is first term shit. This is not second term. This was 8 years ago, guy. This was 8 years ago. This is first term shit. Oh my god. This is him. This is him held back. This is him held the fuck back.
He picked a predatory payday lender to be the head of the consumer.
Hello.
What's up? What's up?
Nothing much. I wish I could stay.
Wait, what?
I wish I could stay. I'll be right back. I need to call someone.
All right, bet.
Right.
She just comes in here. I wish I could say, I need to be right back. I gotta call some... Bro. Fucking magic. What are we doing here?
Financial Protection Bureau.
He's smiling because he knows he's about to destroy Kyle with an amazing counter anecdote. Oh yeah, he's got those counter anecdotes ready at the fire when ready. He's got them all lined up. He's prepped. Brilliant. He's a brilliant debater. He's got it all lined up in his head.
He littered his administration with Goldman Sachs lackeys, including Steve Mnuchin and Gary Cohn. Gary Cohn, by the way, got a $285 million exit bonus when he left Goldman Sachs. And look at that, he's pushing for privatization of our infrastructure, and Goldman Sachs gets to be the beneficiary. Trump increased military spending by $80 billion. And even on the things that I would agree with you that he did good on, like killing TPP, I originally gave him credit for that. Guess what? I was a chump. I was a sucker. Because what happened is during the renegotiation of NAFTA, they're now slipping in provisions from the TPP. And I'll wrap it up with that. I didn't even mention North Korea.
Right.
About to go to war.
I actually have have this.
About to go war. That didn't end up panning out. The North Korea thing, it was basically just him like getting in a little bitch fits with North Korea. China's Xi worried that North Korea wants to confront the U.S. This was 12 hours ago. But this is 2025, October 30th. Why Trump's quest for North Korea deal is urgent. I wanted to see old North Korea stuff. This was 8 years ago, right? What's the exact time of this debate? The year 2017. Let's look 2017, 2016, something around there. Because I remember he would tweet about North Korea. What has Trump said about North Korea over the years? Fire and Fury tweet. Okay, I remember. Dude, I vaguely remember people being like, dude, we're going to get nuked. We're going to get nuked. Trump's talking too much shit. We're going to get nuked by like North Korea or something like that. Fire and Fury warning to North Korea on Tuesday. Prompted more measured statements of reassurance from other administration officials. Both nations ratcheted up current tensions over the nuclear threat. Late last week, he welcomed the UN resolutions expanded sanctions against the regime. United Nations Security Council just voted 15-0 to sanction North Korea. China and Russia voted with us. Very big financial impact. In recent months, the president has turned to China for help in containing North Korea. In April, he issued a number of tweets on the subject. One expressed confidence that China will properly deal with North Korea. He suggested that he might not deem China a currency manipulator because it was working with the U.S. on North Korea. He pointed out that China is very much the economic lifeline to North Korea, and if they want to solve the North Korea problem, they will. On October 24th, 1999, Meet the Press host Tim Russert asked Mr. Trump in an interview if he would be willing to launch a preemptive strike on North Korea's nuclear capabilities as president. Quote, "First, I'd negotiate. I would negotiate like crazy. And I make sure that we try to get the best deal possible. These people in 3 or 4 years are going to be having nuclear weapons. They're going to have those weapons pointed all over the world, and specifically at the U.S. And wouldn't you be better off solving the biggest problem this world has is nuclear proliferation? And we have a country like North Korea, which is sort of wacko, not a bunch of dummies, and they're going out and they are developing nuclear weapons. Wouldn't it be good to go out and really negotiate something?" You can listen to North Korean radio on Soundgarden. It's just orchestra music. That's so sick. No. It's just orchestra music. Why is it orchestra music? January 8th, 2000. Mr. Trump made a stop in Minnesota for his presidential exploratory campaign and shared his view on many issues, including North Korea. According to New York Times story from that day, he described North Korea as the U.S.'s greatest foreign threat. The report said that is run by some very bad people. March 9th, 2013. How much is South Korea paying the U.S. for protection against North Korea? Nothing. On April 6, 2013, our president must be very careful. Be very careful with the 28-year-old whack job in North Korea. At some point, we may have to get very tough, blatant threats. Crazy Dennis Rodman is saying I wanted to go to North Korea with him. Never discussed. No interest. Last place on earth I want to go. Dennis Rodman was either drunk or on drugs. Delusional. When he said I wanted to go to North Korea with him. Glad I fired him on Apprentice. It's so good, dude. Nobody ever mentions North Korea where you have this maniac sitting there and he actually has nuclear weapons, and somebody better start thinking about North Korea and perhaps a couple of other places, but certainly North Korea, Mr. Trump said during the second 2016 GOP presidential debate in Simi Valley. Let me see. Didn't he make a direct threat of like nuking them or something, or was it the other way? I think it was the other way around. I not direct, like I think it was like he thinks that they were going to threaten him with like nukes or something, or he was saying stuff to provoke him. It was something like that. In an interview with Reuters, Mr. Trump said he was open to speaking to North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. I would speak to him. I would have no problem speaking to him. He said. He also said during the interview that he pressured China. I would put a lot of pressure on China because economically we have tremendous power over China. China can solve that problem with one meeting or one phone call. Let's see. Oh, wait. I think it was this. February 10th, 2016, Mr. Trump said during an interview on CBS this morning that he would get China to make Kim Jong-un disappear in one form or another very quickly. Asked if that meant assassinating him, Mr. Trump said, well, you know, I've heard of worse things, frankly. I mean, this guy's a bad dude, and don't underestimate him. Any young guy that could take over from his father with all of those generals and everyone else that probably wants a position, this is not somebody to be... Are you talking about assassinating Kim Jong-un, Mr. Trump? Well, you know, I've heard of worse things. He's a very bad dude. I mean, he's a very bad dude. Oh man. Oh God, you gotta love it, man.
Is slated to go after your initial 5-minute comments to go 2 minutes each. But I think I'm just going to continue with the trend of opening it up for open discussion after you've each had your say. And I'll go ahead, and since there's a lot to unpack there, I'll let Razor take a crack at what you just had to say.
Yeah, that's a lot of information at once. First off, a lot of that is subjective. Hey, I'm on the left and I don't like what he did stuff. Some of it is just part of his agenda that you don't like. oh, congratulations, you're not really his market. It doesn't.
I'm with over 90% of Americans.
However, describing people like, I mean, Stephen Mnuchin has issues of his own.
I'm with over 90% of Americans.
But you're talking about Goldman Sachs lackey. The guy ran a burger restaurant. Like, what are you? It's absolutely absurd.
And he was the head of One West Bank and worked for Goldman Sachs. So he's a Wall Street insider, and he's doing their bidding.
And anyone who is corporate could be described as a Wall Street insider. This is the problem.
You're defending Goldman.
The idea that you're not. I'm sorry. What?
Keep defending Goldman Sachs. This is fun.
No. What I'm saying is this guy at the end of the day has to put together an administration. You know, this is
Goldman Sachs insiders.
I'm sorry?
I said of Goldman Sachs insiders, apparently, after he spent the whole campaign trail going after Hillary Clinton for her connection to Goldman Sachs and Wall Street. And by the way, he was right about that. But then he turns around and does the same fucking thing, and it's called hypocrisy. And it's called him being an establishment bitch.
No, it's called putting together your administration, and unfortunately,
would you say that if Hillary did that?
Pieces.
If Hillary
Look, I've talked about. No, look, I recorded.
It's called putting together a team, guys. We're putting together the team. It's called the Avengers. It's filled with a ton of Goldman Sachs business employees. You know.
An entire video about how Trump's cabinet could go either way. And as you've seen with the large turnover, there's some clear teething issues in appointing the correct names and faces to the correct positions. And I agree, like a lot of these faces and names are as soon as I heard Sessions, I was not pleased at all. As soon as I heard I'm trying to think of some of the other names. But Mnuchin, I wasn't over the moon about, actually, who I just mentioned to you, and whose name I also cannot pronounce properly. But, there's a lot of people within his administration that I'm not over the moon about, and unfortunately, a lot of them appear to be shit-canned as of now. So I'm not sure why you would even necessarily mention that. You have to understand, like, at the beginning, he had people from, like Romney advising him on who was going to be in his cabinet and so forth. This was clearly, a lot of his cabinet, unfortunately, in the beginning, were conciliatory picks for the neocons. Because at the end of the day, he was trying to unite his party. He's made this mistake before, by the way, in the primary when he... Instead of standing his ground and standing in opposition to Rand Paul and John McCain, he gave kind of a last-minute endorsement so that he could get their endorsement in kind, and then they just wound up sticking the knife in anyway. He's been rife with this. Look, this is a non-politician. He went from civilian, albeit a popular one, to president of the United States in less than a year. He's not stupid, but he's also not a politician. And there's clearly going to be teething issues, and there clearly have been with his cabinet in general. But I don't understand why you would even Goldman Sachs insiders swing a dead cat and don't hit a Goldman Sachs insider in Washington D.C.
Goldstein, Goldberg, and Golden Yahoo. Golden Goldstein, dude. Gold Shapiro. I gotta think of something else that isn't. Dude. Oh my god.
Oh,
I dare you.
Please. You don't even believe that.
No, much less on the Republican side.
That's so silly to say that. Like, obviously, he picked Goldman Sachs insiders for a fucking reason. Because
he's fired them for a fucking
beholden to the establishment. He didn't fire Mnuchin and Cohen. I don't know why you keep saying that. They're still in the administration.
Yes, but several others have been. Several other Goldman Sachs
insiders. We're talking about Mnuchin and Cohen. I don't give a fuck if he fired Bob, who did something else. I'm talking about Mnuchin and Cohen, Goldman Sachs lackeys who, yes, are doing the bidding of Goldman Sachs. I just told you they're working on privatizing our infrastructure and letting Goldman Sachs be the beneficiary. And it's not a fucking coincidence that Gary Cohn took a gigantic over $200 million exit bonus, and then now he's doing that.
Hold on, what is privatizing our infrastructure? Name a road that wasn't built by a private company with government grants.
Have you heard of the New Deal?
The railroad system. Have you heard of the train? I mean,
wait. Are you denying that we have public roads that can be privatized? Are you denying that?
No, what I just said is private companies are contracted by the government to do these things, correct?
But they don't own them. They don't own them.
That isn't material. That isn't
material because Goldman is going to own them. That's the point. That's what.
Yeah, the meaningful difference is owning. Constructing is one thing, but owning is completely different, right?
They're working on right now.
That's what. Okay, so you're saying Goldman Sachs will own the roads?
No, not all of the roads. Don't be a pithy idiot. You know what I'm saying. Certain roads, yes, they're trying to sell off parts of the infrastructure and have Goldman own them. And that is happening because Gary Cohn took a tremendous exit bonus, and now he's one of Trump's top officials. And Trump is doing the bidding of the establishment, just like he said he wouldn't do. So that's why this is all relevant. It's not, oh, wow, look at poor Trump. It's hard to pick the right people. No, it's Trump is actively trying to do the bidding of the establishment because he's their bitch. He is an insider. He's not an outsider. He's an insider. He is Hillary Clinton.
No, he's such an insider that he was out-donated by Hillary. What, $700 million was the final count?
No, you're not going to get me to defend Hillary, sweetheart. You're not going to get me to defend Hillary. But,
what I'm saying is
you're trying to deflect from the problems with Trump.
No, what I'm saying is if he was in fact an insider, he wouldn't be continuing to be fought tooth and nail. Because look, CNN is owned by a corporation. NBC is owned by a corporation. ABC is owned by a corporation. I believe we can come to the middle and agree they're not exactly painting the most flattering portrait of Donald Trump at present. These corporations have agendas. And these corporations are clearly not beholden to Donald Trump. You understand this, right? It would be
Wasn't at
curious
this
tactics
time
if
he was getting a lot of pushback from different corporations, right? But like it was primarily from the left. I don't know what level of pushback he was getting from the right in terms of corporations. I don't. Can somebody like maybe remind me exactly? Like, wasn't Fox News all on board at a certain point? I think early days when it wasn't clear that he was going to be such like a bulldozer, like they were like giving him some pushback, right? But like at a certain point, it was like established that like once he was like, okay, like he's an unstoppable force. Like we think he's going to be more than like we think he's going to be our top dog. It was just like not like the corporations were all on board for him, on the right especially. Like CNN is like, yeah, like they're probably going to cater more to like lib-centered like audiences or whatever, lib corporations, you know.
taking a bunch of money from, for example, Disney, who has no small amount of connections to Goldman Sachs themselves. And in turn was turning around and being bashed by the news organization that's owned by Disney, which is ABC. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. So Donald Trump, if we can sit here and talk about Hillary Clinton's problems and how she is the establishment because she is, and all the donations that she took. Donald Trump, it was a complete and utter lie when he said, I'm self-financing my campaign. That is demonstrably untrue. But furthermore, even if it wasn't true, even if it was true, guess what? He's in over $100 million of personal debt, mostly held on Wall Street. You don't think they hold that over his head to get what the fuck they want? Of course they do. So you trying to pretend like he's not an insider is preposterous.
Well, first off, that's actually incorrect. He was self-funded.
100%.
He was self-funded through the primary, and then in the main campaign, as he always said he would. I mean, he said as early as June 2016, or no, even before that, like April 2016, that if it progressed to the primary,
was he self-funded in the primary? I don't think he was. Was Trump self? From God, it was so way back. Like we had to. What was the specific date of like when he was running around in this time? Self-funding accounts for 72% of his campaign. NPR. Trump wasn't a safe bet. That doesn't mean he wasn't an insider. Yeah, like, yeah, it's one thing to say, like, people weren't, like, super confident in him, you know, initially. Wait, hold on. Let me see this. Make sure this doesn't click to where it shouldn't click to. Trying to test something. Why is it not just immediately going to the NPR article? What are we doing here? We good? Oh my god, so cringe. Let's see, let's click on this. This gives me, there we go. That's fixed. Yeah, there's being a safe bet and then saying like, because he wasn't a safe bet, he wasn't an insider at all. It's ridiculous. If you're going to donate millions, why would you give it to wildcard Trump when you could give it to Clinton? Yeah, it would be much safer in Clinton's hands by comparison, probably. I would imagine. Is Donald Trump self-funding his campaign? Sort of. This is February 1st, 2016 in a campaign rally in Iowa. I'm self-funding my own campaign. Donald Trump wouldn't be beholden to special interests, he says. Why? Because billionaires aren't paying for his campaign. You know, a lot of times you see these really dumb deals, he said, of current political leaders at an Iowa rally February 1st. And you'll say, that's dumb, it doesn't make sense. But then when you think it does make sense, because these politicians are representing interests, or whether it's a country or a company, or doing the stupid deals that actually make sense only for that politician and for that company or country. In contrast, Trump said, I'm self-funding my own campaign. It's my money. Trump talks about self-funding his own campaign almost every day, it seems. So it's about time we put it to the TrueFund meter. The fact is, Trump's campaign isn't 100% self-funded. He receives a significant amount of individual donations, but he does have a point He puts up a lot of his own money, especially compared with other candidates, and that big money donors are largely staying away. Contributions. Trump's campaign brought in about $19.4 million by the end of 2015. Trump contributed nearly $13 million of that himself. Most of the remainder comes from individual contributions, which federal law caps at $2,700 per candidate per election. Trump is contributing much, much more of his personal wealth than any other presidential contender. The only other candidates contributing to their own campaigns are retired neurosurgeon Ben Carson, who has so far reported contributing to $25,000. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton at $368,147, and former Florida Governor Jeb Bush at $388,720. Dude, remember Jeb? Remember Jeb? This guy. It's so good, man.
Jeb Bush
had an even worse one.
He's having a really bad campaign. Look at this campaign.
I think the next president needs to be a lot quieter, but send a signal that we're prepared to act in the national security interests of this country to get back in the business of creating a more peaceful world. Please clap.
That's rough. Why would he do that, man? Why would you do that to yourself? Although a significant portion of his campaign funds, about 34%, come from individual contributions, Trump doesn't appear to be actively soliciting these donations with high-profile fundraising events. The Sunlight Foundation, which advocates for transparency in money and politics, tracks political fundraisers with its political party time tool. In contrast, political party time has recorded more than 280 fundraisers for Clinton and more than 150 for Bush since the start of 2015. There is, though, a donate button on Trump's website. Trump has also minimal political action committee support compared with his opponents. PACs have raised just $1.8 million on Trump's behalf, which is the lowest among all candidates still in the race. This is with the exception of Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders and Republican former Virginia Governor Jim Gilmore. Wow, can you fuck off? Thank you. Whose PAC fundraising for both candidates remains at $0. Trump seems to be friendly with at least one PAC created in his honor. He attended a New York fundraiser hosted by the Make America Great Again PAC in July and said he's grateful for their support, reported Politico. So it's worth noting a couple more caveats. First, Trump's self-financing only really picked up in the last 3 months of 2015, from the start of his campaign in April through October last year. Individual contributions made up about 67% of total money raised for his campaign. Other media outlets who looked at this claim before the most recent FEC filing concluded that Trump's claim was inaccurate because at the time, most of the funding was coming from individual contributions. But in the last quarter, Trump gave his campaign a $10.8 million loan, turning that balance around. That brings us to the second caveat. The vast majority of Trump's contributions to his own campaign, about $12.6 million, are loans. They're loans rather than donations. This means he could expect to eventually recoup these funds. Further, of the approximately $12 million Trump's campaign spent in 2015, about 2.7 million went towards reimbursing Trump affiliated companies for services provided to the campaign, such as traveling in his own plane and helicopter, according to a New York Times analysis. On whether Trump should describe his campaign as self-funded, given these caveats, it's sort of a judgment call. Okay. I don't think it's fair to say that a person is self-funding if a significant share of those contributions come from someone other than the candidate. He said, nor do I think a candidate who loans money to his campaign, but who expects to be paid back by the campaign is fairly characterized as self-funding. Interesting. Okay.
Election stage, that he would then accept donations, right? But the primary was completely self-funded. That is just an incongruity that people attempt to manufacture.
First of all, can we get a fact check on that, number one? And number two, even if you're correct, the fact that he turned around on a key part of his campaign, the fact that his whole point was, I'm not beholden to the establishment because I'm not taking contributions, and then he starts taking contributions. For fuck's sake, there was the guy who's the head of Johnson & Johnson was a top donor to Jeb Bush. Trump said repeatedly during the primary, is Jeb a puppet to this guy? I think he's a puppet. He's taking money from this gentleman here. I think he's a puppet. Not only did that guy become a Trump donor in the general election, Trump appointed him to be the head of his fundraising. So that is nothing but sheer hypocrisy.
That is, and you also don't seem to understand how Trump's fundraising worked in the general election.
You don't
RNC and Trump had separate. No, the RNC and Trump had separate fundraising apparatuses during the general election. So the RNC was taking money from all kinds of folks, and they were actually printing their own. Like, it's crazy. There's like two alternate, if you look at like Trump, even bumper stickers, there's two different designs for Trump bumper stickers. One is printed by the RNC, one was printed by Trump himself. It was like two separate campaigns were going on, which is basically a reflection of the schism between Trump and the actual.
RNC had different Trump bumper stickers. Let's see. RNC. RNC. Trump Dix Cole, Trump Pence, Vance, Republican bumper stickers. These are official ones. I see a little bit of a difference here. Oh, okay.
Republican Party, there was no harmony there. So if you're talking about like them taking money from all kinds of, yeah, the RNC absolutely were. Trump,
it was Trump too.
No, and I have no doubt that Trump took money from corporate donors and so forth in the general election, although he took considerably, honestly, not a whole lot in the general election because most of them were too busy donating to Hillary. I mean, that's a fact. You don't amass that massive sum of wealth throughout the general election and then just send it over to Trump as well. You know, all right. The final total, like Trump had 100 to 200 million. I even forget what the final number was, but Hillary was well past 400.
Which makes it even more pathetic now that he's completely doing the bidding of the establishment. Wouldn't you agree?
I would if I agreed with your hypothesis, which I don't.
Okay.
I think
all right.
appointments.
So hold on, we're going to change gears here. We could probably this could probably go on all night if I didn't stop it.
Yeah.
We're going to change gears here to gun control, and this one's going to Kyle first for 5 minutes. Is gun control a solution to America's high rate of gun violence, and if so, to what extent?
Okay, so first of all, on this one, we're going to have to separate what my personal opinion is from what the objective answer is to that question, because when it comes to my personal take on this issue, let me just lay out real quick what I would be in favor of. I'm a relative moderate on this issue. So what that means is I agree with 93% of the American people when they say, hey, let's do a universal background check. I agree with 60% of the American people when they say, let's ban high-capacity magazines. Outside of that, you know, I'm in favor of basically treating guns like cars. So you have a permitting system, you have registration, you have tests, you have waiting periods are important too, because like in the case of Dylan Roof, for example, they didn't complete the background check and then they decided to sell him the gun anyway because they needed another day to finish it. So if we had a little bit of a longer waiting period, that would have been...
They needed another day. So with Dylan Roof's background check, white supremacist responsible for the 2015 Charleston church shooting that killed 9 people was able to purchase the .45 caliber Glock handgun he allegedly used, despite having records that should have disqualified him from buying a firearm. So they just didn't see this; they just bypassed it. How it failed. Roof attempted to buy a gun on April 11th, 2015 from a local South Carolina gun dealer under federal law. FBI's National Instant Criminal Background Check System, NICS, has 3 business days to complete a background check and either clear or deny the sale. If the check is not complete within that time, the dealer may proceed with the sale. Oh, so wait. Did they not complete it themselves? Oh no. In Roof's case, the FBI began the check on April 13th, but was unable to complete it in time. The delay was due to inaccurate paperwork. Dog. The wrong arresting agency was listed on his records, causing FBI examiners to call the wrong office. This meant the dealer never received a no clearance, why he should have been denied. Roof had a prior arrest in March 2015 for felony drug possession without a prescription, a fact he later admitted to. Under federal law, such a record alone is not enough to automatically block a sale, but combined with other factors, it should have triggered a denial. The FBI's own review later confirmed that had all information been available, Roof's drug possession would have been sufficient to deny the sale. Oh man, you need to pose a longer time span on the 3-day window, dude. Holy shit. You could have saved so many lives if you just had dude. Inaccurate records cause dude, this is horrible. This is fucking systematic vulnerability. Case highlighted flaws in how criminal justice data is shared between agencies, allowing a suspect with a disqualifying record to bypass the system. Survivors and victims of families sued the FBI alleging negligence, and the case was allowed to proceed in federal court. The incident became a focal point in national debates over gun control background. Yeah, dude, this is crazy. He's allowed to do a shooting because of clerical errors. That's crazy. Allowed the dealer to sell the gun. Honestly, just in good conscience, why the fuck would you sell it after 3 days? You should get the background check no matter how long it takes. Like 3 days? Fuck you. Like, what are we doing? Smaller dealers, unlike large retailers, can sell firearms after the 3-day NICS window if they haven't heard back. So large retailers, they have to abide by something different. Why do smaller dealers just get away with, like, the 3-day window here? What? What's the thought process here on that? Interesting.
100% crucial in that situation. So that's basically my take on what I think we should do. But now to your question of, is it effective or not? Not only is it effective, it would obviously be significantly more effective if we went further than my moderate ass and what I'm in favor of. So in order to make my point here, I have a meta-analysis from the Harvard Injury Control Research Center. And a meta-analysis takes all the peer-reviewed studies on this issue, and they look at them and they tell you the conclusion. And here's what they found. This is their words, not mine. Quote, where there are more guns, there is more homicide. Our review of the academic literature found that a broad array of evidence indicates that gun availability is a risk factor for homicide, both in the United States and across high-income countries. Case control studies, ecological time series, and cross-sectional studies indicate that in home, cities, states, and regions in the U.S. where there are more guns, both men and women are at a higher risk for more homicide, particularly firearm homicide. So where they're saying where there's more guns, there's more gun violence, and there's more gun deaths. Now, again, I'm not in favor of banning guns. That's just my personal take on it. But the question of, if you do that, would there be fewer gun deaths? The answer is no shit. And you can look at Japan to prove your case. Japan has like no gun deaths a year. If there's 5, it's a fucking scandal. Meanwhile, in the US, we have 33,000 gun deaths. Over 10,000 of them are homicides.
Yeah, that's
an insane statistic. It's not
All right,
surprising either, though.
So Razor, I'm going to now give it to you for 5 minutes or whatever amount of time you need.
Yeah, if the argument is more guns equals more crime, someone's going to have to explain to me why gun
Somebody
ownership
said-
is currently...
No. More gun deaths, more guns equals...
I'm sorry, I fucking muted myself like an idiot. I saw this comment earlier. Kyle's so stupid to bring up Japan as a country that has lower murder rates because it doesn't have guns. Pansy ass Libbies are scared. I thought he had a broader argument other than this. So scared to appear racist. Okay, now, what does this have to do with racism here? We're talking about gun control here, okay. Never engage with reality truthfully, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's just low IQ take here. You're not going to actually make a substantive argument about why this is stupid. The Japan as a country has lower murder rates because it doesn't have guns. Like, okay, buddy. I don't even know. I don't even know if that's the actual argument of lower murder rates in total, which is probably maybe true. It's probably generally true. I don't know if Kyle brought that up as in like murder it's a low murder rate. It's a lower death rate, you know. I think is the general point here.
Equals more gun deaths, not more crime. More gun deaths.
Yeah,
yeah, more gun deaths, yeah. Not just murder rate. Oh, fuck me. Jeez.
Gun death statistics invariably include suicides, which is a very important metric.
Well, no, but I just...
No, 62% of all
Kyle.
gun deaths, 62% of all gun deaths are
He's
suicides.
misstating what I said. That's why I'm correcting him.
Well, you're gonna have to wait until he's done to correct him.
So let him misstate it?
Yep.
No, go right ahead and
Okay,
correct
okay, so this will be quick.
Based. Just let him, just let him get it wrong. That's actually based. Let the idiot mess up and you can correct him. Just let him fuck it up and you can correct him on this.
So I'm just gonna reset the counter here. And let's give you guys a moment to clarify before we proceed.
No,
with,
that's
with
actually a good moderator decision. Kyle, I disagree. TJ's on the mark on this one. Let your opponent let your opponent fuck up. Let your opponent fuck up. Okay.
Thing.
There's over 32, or even depending on the year, over 33,000 gun deaths in America. About 11,000, over 10,000 of them are homicides. So if you want to forget the 32,000 because that includes suicides, fine. We'll forget that because it includes accidents and suicides. But 10,000 or 11,000 homicides, and that's compared to like 3 in Japan.
Yeah, and
all right. So hold on. I'm going to go ahead and give Razorfist his thing. Please, if there's any,
I'll shut up. If
there's any misconceptions or whatever, you're gonna have plenty of time to freeform discuss it at the end of the his spiel.
Yeah. So
wouldn't that aid in the argument too? Because isn't it helpful to Kyle that like the argument of like getting rid of all guns, at least for the most part, for the average civilian, it would just aid in the argument of like, yeah, we would have less suicides. Yeah, that is a good thing. Because it's probably easier for somebody to feel like I'm just going to take this gun and use it on myself. It's quicker. Or they might think it's quicker. It depends on. That's the other thing, whether or not you're successful in the way you do this. But they might feel this as a faster solution than any other solution, or quicker, solution than the rope or any other means. So yeah, it would shorten up the rate of suicides, I would say.
As you said, 62% of all gun deaths are suicides. I think 32% are homicides. And if you want to make the argument as you made, like, fine, okay, we'll reduce even suicides by banning guns. Like, let's go look at the bastion of cap and ball control that is United Kingdom, where gun suicides are microscopically small. Admittedly, look, that's going to happen. There's no use denying basic facts. If you reduce the availability of guns, obviously that's going to happen. It's just 2% are committed with guns, I believe. But alternate methods, such as hanging, overdose, or suffocation, more than compensate. They jump up to 60%. Here in the States, it's like 24%. Oh, better ban rope and razor blades, Great Britain, like top 2. I mean, the second highest suicide rate in the world is found in South Korea, and they have banned guns outright, period. Look, the regulation of firearms in this country, particularly the despotic variant found in major population centers, and incidentally murder capitals, despite all their efforts at gun control.
This argument's not very good because it's like, oh yeah, like those things will just increase, and it's like, yeah, but like the overall death count would be still significantly decreased from what it would be if like guns were as easily accessible or available, In general, like the death count is still significantly lower.
Chicago or Los Angeles. It's an anachronistic artifact from what is now universally regarded as one of the blackest chapters in U.S. domestic policy, the Prohibition era. For all the left's efforts to arbitrarily demarcate between the two, to sort of cherry pick which draconian pablum to overturn and which to ratify, so they can hold on to like weed or lose their legal guns at the same time, they willfully ignore the fact that the NFA piggybacked off of the Volstead Act and boasted the very same champions in Congress. The irony, of course, is that the most recent revival of the gun control debate comes in the wake of the Las Vegas massacre, which I'll go on record, having looked at both cases, I think it was clearly in some way inspired by the Texas clock tower sniper of the 1960s, Charles Whitman. There's too many similarities, and the guy was old enough that he lived through it. I just have a feeling on that one. But look, not merely because they both use like high vantage points to assail their victims, it's they both employed identical tactics. Anyone who has watched the news saw the two broken out windows in the hotel Stephen Paddock fired from. Both he and the clock tower sniper used two opposite firing zones to triangulate their targets and give themselves a sort of field of fire in excess of 180 degrees. It's like a military tactic. Whitman had one firing position facing I believe the University of Texas Quad, and another facing a busy street in Austin. In both cases, they neatly laid out their backup rifles.
I don't know what he's talking about, like the descriptors of this, like, of this event. Why are we talking about this?
Water and the like, they both had vague motives. The similarities go on.
Well, I was just yapping at this point, Mr. Yapper.
Sure, which is why I kind of laughed my balls clean off when it suggested that armed concert goers might not have precluded the massacre or even reduced the damage. Like, why? Because that's exactly what happened in the Texas clock tower case. As the massacre wore on, Whitman ran out of targets on the quad side, so as he shifted to the streets, civilians realized what was happening. They headed home and grabbed their rifles. Even professors on the campus returned their cars. They came back with firearms and proceeded to open up on this cat. Now, it's worth mentioning that this didn't kill Charles Whitman, but what it did do is pin him down long enough that he had to abandon one of his firing positions, so that instead of raining hot lead on a shitload of soft targets on a busy downtown street corner, he actually had to turn back toward the quad where most of his remaining targets had long since either died or bugged out. I mean, think about it. Unlike the Vegas shooter, this wall-eyed retard was a world-renowned competition caliber military sniper, but just 14 people died in Texas. Well over 50 died in Las Vegas. Responsible gun owners played a part in that at the end of the day. And here's the thing you have to understand: like, just 11.3% of all gun crimes are committed with a legally purchased gun. That is.
He's like, the gun owners scared off the crazy madman with the gun, but it's like, if you follow the argument of like reducing, basically getting rid of like all guns for everyone, then you wouldn't have the event happen at all. So yeah, there is responsible gun usage. I don't even disagree with this. I'm basically on board with Kyle's like real opinion, which is basically to be a moderate and have it as a means of self-defense for your own home. Yeah, I think you could probably do like an open carry or something. With extensive background checks or whatever, mental health checks or whatever. I think you should probably have, there should probably be some form of doing more active mental health checks on a frequent basis to be sure you're stabilized and not losing your fucking mind over time and going to go do a mass shooting or some shit like that. That's just me. I don't know how it would be implemented exactly, but something like that would be nice to see happen to avoid instances like that potentially happening, Mass shootings, killings in your own home, or family figures, or friends, or like partners. Yeah, I don't know. That would be nice to see. To lessen the chances significantly of an incident.
Barely 1/10. Over 40% are committed with black market weapons, and nearly equal that number were hand-me-downs from a family member or friend. What are you going to do? Ban families? Actually, I think I just gave the modern authoritarian left ideas, but it's ridiculous. You're not going to legislate the problem away. Is the fundament of it.
Are you done?
All right. So if that's wrapped up, we're gonna go ahead and
no.
open
I need to respond.
I don't mean. I'm just mean if his thing is wrapped up, we can go ahead and move on to some free-form discussion on the issue of guns. Kyle, I'll let you start since Razor just spoke.
See what happens when I don't interrupt? You just gave a soliloquy.
Well, he has 5 minutes and he's free to use it as he pleases.
Oh, he did. Okay, so let me ask him a question. I won't take 17 minutes. Do more guns equal more peace? Yes or no?
It really depends on the locale you're talking about. There are areas where yes, it absolutely equals more peace.
Okay, so here's.
It depends on the No, that's disingenuous, dude. It doesn't depend on the locale. Generally speaking, yes, there is more peace when there is no guns for the most part. Yeah, I would say generally yes.
the follow-up question to that.
All right.
Why is the U.S. already not the most peaceful?
Myriad factors, proximity to the Mexican border, the cartel war, many factors. A lot of it probably dealing with a subject I think we're going to get into later. Immigration has a bit to do with it, lack of integration, ethnic tension, gangs.
Oh, so it's
drugs.
the Mexicans' fault.
No. What I'm saying is no more than any other ethnic group. It's ethnic disunity is ethnic disunity in any locale.
Okay. Well, let me just say that if more guns equals more peace, the U.S. would already be the most peaceful, and we are not. Like I described before, 33,000 gun deaths a year. That includes homicides, suicides, and accidents. About 10 or 11,000 homicides every year. If it were the case that having more guns made everything more peaceful, because as you said, hey man, the good people outnumber the bad people. So if people are armed, then they'll be able to stop the bad guy doing the shooting. Okay, well if that was the case, well then we would already have the most peaceful country, and we'd have the fewest gun deaths, and we don't. And I'll close on this because I don't have much more to say on this one, but this is the situation in Australia. This is from Snopes. Quote, this is what happened after 1996 when they had a giant mass shooting. 2 nationwide gun buybacks, voluntary surrenders, state gun amnesties, a ban on the importation of new automatic and semi-automatic weapons, the tightening of gun owner licensing, and the creation of uniform national standards for gun registration. Australia collected and destroyed about 650,000 firearms, a reduction which is the equivalent of like 40 million guns in the U.S. of our 300 million or so being destroyed. And in the 18 years since that mass shooting, there's been a grand total of 104 victims, 104 gun deaths. So that is what, about 3 days in the U.S. There's about 104 gun deaths every 3 days. They did gun regulation, and they've had 104 deaths in 18 years. So
hey,
look,
if my opinion, I'm sorry, are you done?
No, I'm
that's
not.
That's a massive difference. That's a massive difference. That's just objectively more peaceful. The only legitimate arguments that I usually hear that I actually somewhat agree with in terms of keeping guns for the most part is for self-defense usage in your own home, which I think could. It's not even just a gun issue. It's like a mental health care issue. Like it's a health care issue. It's a mental well-being issue. Like it's a lot of different factors to consider. I do even kind of agree to an extent. It's a systematic issue in regards to how we handle immigration, how we handle like other people living in poverty, how our police force interacts with our citizens. There's a lot of things that come into play that makes this one of the most, if not the most violent country, you know? So like, especially under a government like this, I would never personally advocate for a removal of all guns. I can understand why somebody would make the argument of like, I do want to have my guns. I do understand why I want to have my guns. Like, I perfectly understand. But like, this is true. It would reduce significantly the amount of harm, the amount of deaths. Like, because 104 deaths, gun deaths, especially in 18 years, and then in as opposed to every 3 days over in the U.S., that's monumental. That's insane to me.
Is separate from the facts here, because like I said, I'm not in favor of banning guns. But the question presented to us is, hey, would that make it safer? And the answer is unquestionably yes. And I would respect your position a lot more if you said, hey, you know what, man? Look, we're going to have a relatively higher gun death rate. But I don't give a fuck. Freedom, bitch. If you said that to me, I'd say, hey, God bless. That's a reasonable opinion to have. But the thing that makes me go fucking crazy is when people try to...
It's somewhat reasonable. Like, it's at least principled in a certain sense of like, well, like I do think there could be a potential huge positive if this country were to go down like the shithole that it's going down right now, where this argument makes sense of like, I don't really feel safe under this government regime or whatever. And yeah, the government will massively outweigh you in terms of like their ability to dismantle your rights and your freedoms and take away your guns or whatever, and massively out-arm you. But I can understand the sentiment of like, I want to have my guns on me anyway, or potentially like have revolutionary action. We'll have our guns, you know?
And like, no, everybody should have guns, But then also that will make us more safe, because that part is complete and utter horseshit, the second part of that.
No, what it ensures is that you at least have the opportunity to defend yourself in the event of a calamity. And look, if you want to talk about Australia, where, like you said, they banned guns in 1996, and the murder rate, it didn't even fall off for another half decade, and it only did so when crime rates across the world also plummeted in kind. So, you know,
I just told you,
but they handed in their personal liberty in exchange for a 6-year late decline in crime that would have occurred even if they had kept them.
I just told you 104 deaths since then.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. It coincides with a worldwide decrease overall in crime. It would have happened anyway. And it took a half decade to even happen outright. And not only that, but use of knives not only grew, but grew to a level higher than use of guns was the year they were outright banned. In 1996, the year of the Australian gun ban, gun crime was hovering at, what, like 35%? And knife crime was trailing it at less than 30%. By 2007, the rate of night crime nearly 50%. Congrats, you exchanged one murder method for another.
That's a great point.
That is the success of Australian gun control in a
That's a
nutshell.
good point. That's a good point. It would have been a horrible mass stabbing in Las Vegas. That would have been so terrible.
Those have actually happened. One happened, incidentally, one happened at the University of Texas, which I just mentioned. Happened, was it 2012 or 2013?
We really have no clue.
Yeah, but like knives have other usages too, and I don't think anyone can just say like, we have to have to do a mass ban on knives. It's like obviously to whatever extent, like all these other utilities of being able to harm yourself or others are going to be out there, right? But it's like, it's going to be a massive decrease from what we're at right now, irregardless, you know?
Silly you sound, because you totally disregard scale when you make points like that. It's like saying, hey, man, there's plenty of people who drown in the fucking bathtub every year.
What do you want to ban bathtub? How is there not a variable scale? How is there not a variable
It's like,
scale?
yeah, like the increase, like if the guns get removed, there's an increase in knife stabbings or whatever. Yeah, of course there's going to be an increase because it's like that's their means to get out. Yeah, like their murder rates. They were always going to do some murder rates, and that's the only tool they have at their disposal at that point. That being said, you know, it's massively different. A lot of people would probably feel more inclined to like I would go on a murder spree if I had a fucking gun, but I don't. I don't like stabbing. I don't like to. I think it's inefficient for what I want to get done. Yeah, it's going to decrease it, and the decrease is going to be staggering, you know, and.
In mass shootings, they vary anywhere from 2 victims to 50. They vary by definition.
Actual fucking picture, if you didn't have the guns we had, there would be significantly less deaths related to it.
Yeah.
And you're trying to pretend like that's not the case, which is silly.
I am absolutely not pretending that it's the case at all. But I am saying that you don't really get the results you're looking for, and you just wind up forfeiting your personal liberty in the process.
All right, we are going to go momentarily to a word from our sponsor, followed by...
Well, that's not true, though. You would be forfeiting the liberty. You are getting the results you want. You want less deaths. You want less. You want to feel more safe in your society. You want to roam around a mall. Oh my God! You want to roam around a mall, knowing that you're more likely to be safe than get shot up. You know what I mean? Go to school knowing that you're more safe, and it's extremely less likely. Oh my God, what is wrong with me today? It's so much more less like, it's so much more likely that you're not going to get shut up at school. You want that. You want to feel safer in the places that you go out to socially.
Streamlabs. We're going to get the audience to weigh in a little on what they've seen so far and pose questions to Razorfist or Kyle if they so desire.
Also, before that, we also have a few announcements. I want to let
Kyle, they'll never get rid of all guns in the U.S. The U.S. is 250 years old, and though it can be crazy out there, we will stay relatively safe. That's not necessarily true. We have massive gun deaths. He's not even making really the argument to get rid of all guns. He has more of a moderate position where you need more gun restriction. Like you should have more mental health background checks, less magazines, you know, probably strictly to specific guns instead of like AKs or something like that to be more widely accessible. But he is making the arguments that if you did get rid of all guns, it would be more safe for everyone, generally speaking, which is strictly, it's pretty true. That's pretty true.
everyone know that down in the description below the video, there is a poll. It's a Twitter poll that you can vote on regarding the debate.
It goes into another direction, though, where it's like, especially in like this administration, this government administration, it's like, do I trust this government? No, I don't. Do I trust a lot of governments to not like go out of whack or whatever, or, you know, go insane a little bit? I can understand why some people would feel more compelled to have some feeling of self-defense measures from the government. Like, I gotta say, realistically though, like, unless you're, you know, getting together as a collective to fight back, right? As they're oppressing you on your own, it's not gonna do much good. But as a collective, I can understand the utility there, the reasoning there.
Description DP on demand, 15% off. Go there. The new episode of Ask the Kirks is up and available for you to view. Oh, and for all of our patrons, our private show is occurring this Saturday. If you're not a patron already, you can become one now and still see it. Also, don't forget to like the stream and...
Okay, we're just doing an advertisement here. Cool. Let's skip. Holy shit.
Streamlabs, if you want to send in a comment or... Here's your chance.
Are traps gay?
Yeah.
I did a detailed answer to that, by the way, on my channel in a Q&A.
Good. So if any, don't bother asking that because Kyle has already answered it in...
Wait, can we get that answer? Can we find this? I wonder if we can find this. Oh my god. We're not gonna find this, are we? That's an old one. Jeez. Unfortunate. Wait, what if it's in this? What if it's in this? Because why would when I look up our Traps Gay Kyle Kulinski, why would this video show up? No? Okay. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Also, that was 4 years ago, so obviously that's... this is 8 years ago. Way back. We have to go way back.
Detail. I'm going to step out for a moment, Ben. I'm going to let you take control of the Streamlabs here for a second, and I'm going to be right back. I just have to
different eras entirely.
drinking some stuff.
More akin to dull open palm, your tired Dennis Miller shtick. What does it say? I'm having trouble reading because it's so small on my screen.
Your tired Dennis Miller shtick, a penchant for sucking Trump's Cheeto chode, and wannabe Henry Rollins get up, coalesce the suck. You should give yourself an enema with rusty fish hooks and go practice catching strays. Hashtag Team Kyle.
Oh, penchant for sucking Trump's Cheeto chode and wannabe Henry Rollins get up, coalesce the suck. I missed the rest of it because I had to stretch out my screen. It was too small.
Hey, wait, that really hurts being compared to one of my primary inspirations. It hurts really
Kyle,
hard.
you are disregarding the fact that the gun deaths were already low before the quote-unquote ban. Mass shootings were already low, and the gun deaths in Australia were trending downward at a constant rate 20 years beforehand and continued at the same rate after. Interesting.
Or who the fuck do you get confused with? The night manager at Denny's? Blow me.
Kyle, you disregarding the fact that the gun deaths were already low before the ban. Mass shootings were already low, and the gun deaths in Australia was trending downward to a constant rate.
But every other country then. So, okay, Japan. You know, you go down the list.
Situation.
Okay.
I'm a sell out to Big Seltzer, guys.
Kyle Brovslovsky.
Unfortunately, I'm out of seltzer at the moment. I could really go for some.
So, Razorfist, how do you feel about Linda McMahon being in Trump's cabinet? Did you like that one?
No comment.
Damn situation.
Yeah, I have no idea what that one was about. I think it was mainly because she's tried to run for Senate twice, and like a genius, she decided to run as a Republican in Connecticut.
It's just like a clown show getting Linda McMahon. Dude, Trump term 1, man, needs to be studied.
I want to respond to this one here.
Okay.
Okay, so I assume everybody's reading it who's listening, so I won't bother reading it, but that's actually a good point. So why are we not going third party, and why are you trying to stay within the party? Well, the answer is close primaries, and because the system is basically rigged against third parties. So you have to take over one of the parties with your ideology as opposed to trying to start a new one.
Yeah, no, I agree. And
sure, which is the angle, which I've always felt this was kind of like unfair to some extent to Vosh when Vosh was on his whole vote blue no matter who thing. Which I think, like, low-key, Vosh was just trying to, like, present the idea of like, okay, this is what we have as an option. And like I think like when Vosh makes his YouTube content, not that he's like a highly influential figure by comparison to like most politicians in the actual party or anything like that. I think he's always tried to strike at that same chord where it's like, well, let's try to criticize the party meaningfully and change it over time. That's the goal. But ultimately, it's like vote blue no matter who, because like we need to win against the Republicans, you know, when it came down to it. So like anytime I saw him like arguing against like TJ Kirk and like Paul's ego, is like he's stuck with the principle because it's like, oh, it's kind of vital in this moment. And that's just how like it all fundamentally works. It was more of a pragmatics argument, not a like, oh, I actually like some people like painted him out to be like much more like charitable or on board or someone who like sweeps up for like Kamala or any other figure that's like a lib Zionist.
For the same reason you have people like Rand Paul who are effectively libertarians, but are still Republican. Because they're attempting to effect a sea change in a party that's heading one direction, basically. And
I have a lot more respect for Rand Paul than virtually any other Republican. Real quick on the point the last guy made, he mentioned Chicago. I'm happy you brought that up, because I forgot to respond to that. The problem with Chicago is not the strict gun laws. The problem is that if you go to every neighboring state around it, they have massively lax gun laws, so people just go, get the guns where they can, and then go right back into Chicago. So
but that doesn't jive with the statistics, because the vast majority of guns that are used to commit homicides, and we're just talking nationwide here, not even in Chicago, are committed with guns that were just flat out purchased from the black market or taken from a friend or a family member. So it doesn't really, that would technically be a legal purchase.
So then why is it that places that actually have outright banned guns, and again, I'm not saying I'm in favor of that, but why is it that when places have outright banned them, like in Japan, they have virtually no gun deaths?
Japan had virtually no gun deaths before they banned.
Well,
and you see in places like South Korea, for example, where
Japan
they actually
gun deaths before they banned guns. Let's see. Rare gun violence before gun ban. Images of gun deaths. Firearm and sword possession control law. 1958 Japanese law. This is 58 though, concerning firearms, bladed weapons. Number of gun deaths 2025. Japan's low gun death rate compare. I hate doing it this way, but I need something more or like to the point. Very fucking annoying I have to do it this way. Japan historically maintained very low gun-related deaths even before the formal firearm ban of 1588, with effective gun controls increasingly reducing firearm incidents over subsequent centuries. Introduced firearms in 1543, became a prolific producer of guns in the 1500s. Initially, firearms were widely used by military forces. Can we get rates of deaths here? Even after enacted gun-related deaths were remarkably low, with yearly figures often in single digits, such as 9 deaths in 2018. Shows continuity and low firearm fatalities extending from early regulatory efforts. Imagine being one of 9 people to die in 2018 from a gun-related death in Japan. Oh my god. The fucking luck. What bad luck, dude. I'm so sorry. Jesus, rest in peace. I'm so sorry. That's fucking awful. Japan's pre-modern gun restrictions minimize firearm-related deaths among civilians. Cultural attitudes reinforce the perception of guns as dangerous and unsuitable for ordinary citizens. Over centuries, layered legal controls contributed to exceptionally low firearms. Their historical approach combined legislation, social norms, and enforcement. Like, how often was it when they had guns? How often did people like die from guns? Maybe it's our culture over here in the U.S. that makes it like much more like I would. Maybe there's something to our culture if that is the case. If it was like really low, like as a collective, as us as an unstable, colonized, unhinged white supremacist country. Specific annual firearm death data from the pre-modern era is scarce, but records suggest that incidents of armed civilian deaths remained relatively low due to strict social hierarchies and the regulatory measures. Okay. So it's a little scarce, but the records show that it was like still pretty low. Why did Japan ban firearms after becoming gun masters? So they mastered firearms in the 1500s, then nearly eliminated them. The political calculus behind the dramatic reversal shaped centuries of history. Well, I did want to know this. I did want to know why they did. Okay, I got the whole story here. Well, a journal chunk of it. A Chinese junk smashes onto the rocky shores of Gashima. I'm going to butcher a lot of these words, even the English words. I'm so sorry, guys. Tangashima, a sleepy island south of Kyushu. Among the debris and the terrified crew members, 2 Portuguese traders clutched strange metal tubes. Within 50 years, Japan would become the world's most prolific firearms producer, churning out more guns than any European nation. Japanese armies would field hundreds of thousands of arquebuses? Dude, am I stupid? I'm a little stupid, guys. Okay? You caught me. I'm a little stupid. How do we pronounce this? Arquebus. These are nice long guns. Pronunciation.
Arquebus.
Fuck you. I was close. Arquebus. Feudal lords would revolutionize warfare with massive gun battalions. And then something extraordinary happened. Japan banned firearms policies emerged that would nearly erase guns from the archipelago for over 250 years. This wasn't gradual decline or technological stagnation. This was deliberate choice. The story of how Tangashima firearms Japan mastered became the weapons Japan abandoned reveals one of history's most calculated political gambles, trading military superiority for social peace. And for 2.5 centuries, that gamble paid off. So this is the day Europe crashed into Japan. The Portuguese merchants who stumbled onto Tangashima in 1543 had no idea they were about to change Japanese history forever. Their ship, battered by typhoon season storms, limped into a cove called Maniohama at the southern tip of the island. Local peasants, having never seen Europeans before, stared in bewilderment at these strange men with the peculiar clothes, different facial features, and according to one account, disconcertingly long noses. Okay. The village chief, a man named Nishimura, or Binhoyo, who happened to know Chinese characters, was summoned to the beach. Okay, can we skip a little bit more to like the point of like why they decided? Can we? Okay, we get. Okay, we get it. So people land, showed the guns. People took the guns. took it out for demonstration. Portuguese pointed at African sometimes. That's a military revolution in history. The adoption was so remarkable, the speed. We're talking about gradual integration over generations. We're talking about wholesale transformation in decades. Interesting. Lord Tokitaka immediately ordered his swordsmith, a man named Yatia Kimbi Kayasada, to reproduce the Portuguese weapons. This presented a massive technical challenge. Japanese swordsmiths were the first blade makers in the world, but firearms were entirely different technology. The critical problem was creating the screw-threaded breech plug that sealed the rear of the barrel. Japanese craftsmen had never worked with screw threading before. Without this crucial component, the gun would explode when fired, which was obviously problematic. According to tradition, this is where history meets legend, Yakita was so desperate to learn the secrets of firearm manufacturing that he offered the Portuguese merchant Mira Shukasha his 16-year-old daughter, Wakasa, in marriage. Wow. That's pretty gross. Whether this romantic story is true remains debated among historians. That's not romantic. Okay, that's cringe. Cringe. Whoever the fuck wrote this, that's not romantic at all. The earliest sources written closer to the events don't mention Wakasa at all. Later accounts written over a century after the fact tell her tale in full. How she married the foreigner, sailed away to a distant land, wrote heartbreaking poetry about her longing for home, and eventually returned the following year with a Portuguese blacksmith who taught her father the missing techniques. True or embellished, this much is certain. By 1544, another ship arrived. It brought a Portuguese blacksmith who solved the screw threading problem. Let's see. Can we get to the point of why they banned it? Okay, thank God, Jesus. When Japan banned firearms, policies began. The chaos resolved through blood. 3 successive warlords unified Japan. Okay, each had different relationships with firearms, but all understood that once you've won the game, the rules need to change. Hideyoshi initiated the first systemic weapons control. His 1588 sword hunt edict officially aimed to collect metal for constructing a giant Buddha statue. The real purpose, disarming the peasant population. The decree targeted swords, spears, and firearms held by non-samurai classes. The justification was that farmers should focus on agriculture and not warfare. Interesting. The actual calculation was political. Armed peasants couldn't resist authority or support rival lords. By restricting weapons to the samurai class, Hideyoshi reinforced social boundaries and reduced the potential for rebellion. But the sword hunt wasn't yet a complete ban on firearms. Samurai retained their arsenals. Daimyo still maintained thousands of guns. Hideyoshi himself deployed massive firearms contingents during his attempted invasions of Korea in the 1590s. The transition from weapons as tools of warfare to weapons as threats to social order required the political settlement that came from Togawa Ieyasu. Ieyasu secured his position as shogun after the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600, effectively ending the civil wars. Firearms played significant roles. System that made gun control possible. The Tokugawa shogunate developed one of history's most comprehensive control systems. Understanding the Tokugawa firearms ban requires understanding the broader architecture of power. The sword embodied tradition, discipline, and social status. The gun represented dangerous egalitarianism. So, within the system, firearms became particularly dangerous. Unlike swords, guns were purely functional military tools that peasants could master in weeks. Firearms thus threatened the social hierarchy. Okay, so it was a social hierarchy reasoning for the ban. If weapons existed that erased the military advantage of years of samurai training, what justified the samurai's privileged position? Implemented firearm restrictions through multiple mechanisms. Direct prohibitions limited who could manufacture, sell, and possess guns. Licenses created a bureaucratic controls over the entire industry. The government concentrated production in a small number of closely monitored workshops, primarily in Edo, in cities directly controlled by the shogunate. Number of licensed gunsmiths declined dramatically over the 17th century, from hundreds to dozens. So there was also indirect controls. They restricted access to raw materials, which is copper used for gun barrels. They came under government monopoly. Saltpeter, essential for gunpowder, was difficult to produce domestically and became subject to import controls after the shogunate's isolation policies. Lead fell under regulatory oversight. By controlling the supply chain rather than just the finished weapons, the shogunate made unauthorized firearms production extremely difficult. These policies succeeded because they achieved its primary objective, ending warfare. So the transition happened gradually. The generation that remembered the... Okay, so they were much more... Okay. So it ended warfare, established uncontested control, and daimyo accepted a new political order. Military justification for maintaining large firearms arsenals evaporated. Peace made guns obsolete for their original purpose. The transition happened gradually. The generation that remembered the Sengoku Wars gave way to samurai who had never experienced combat. Daimyo became content with their positions in a stable hierarchy, without wars to fight, while maintain expensive arsenals. Then they made guns shameful, apparently, here. The gun ban extended beyond regulation into culture itself. It deliberately elevated sword culture while marginalizing firearms. The cultural transformation reinforced political restrictions and created a society where guns became not just illegal for most people, but culturally devalued. Interesting. Samurai class embraced the sword as the soul of the warrior, a concept that intensified during the Tokugawa peace. Without real wars to fight, samurai needed alternative ways to demonstrate their identity and justify their privileges. Okay. So they treated guns as curious foreign artifacts. Portuguese trader lived in Japan. The thoroughness of why Japan abandoned guns became evident when examining how completely firearms disappeared. By 1700, guns had become rare enough that many Japanese had never seen one fired. This transformation happened within 2 or 3 generations, a remarkably short time to eliminate ubiquitous technology. Sales were recorded and controlled. Regulation extended everywhere. Manufacturing was concentrated in license. Possession required authorization. Use was restricted to specific contexts like hunting and designated areas or ceremonial displays. I think these regulations are pretty nice here. Let's see. Authorities maintained detailed records of who owned what weapons. Daimyo arsenals were subject to inspection. This bureaucratic thoroughness, characteristic of Tokugawa governance generally, made evasion difficult and dangerous. Social reinforcement complemented formal regulations. The mutual responsibility system, where groups of households were collectively accountable for each member's behavior, meant hiding weapons risked severe punishment not just for the violator but for neighbors and family. This created powerful social pressures for compliance. Informing on violations became civic duty. Comprehensive surveillance made unauthorized firearm possession extremely risky. Interesting. So they really had this mapped out like we're setting up a culture of this shit. A cultural shift reinforced those controls. As firearms became associated with criminality rather than military virtue, possessing guns carried social stigma. The valorization of traditional weapons, particularly swords, created alternative status markers that satisfied the samurai's class need for distinction. A social engineering succeeded perhaps too well. When external threats reemerged in the 19th century with Western imperial expansion, Japan had largely lost its firearms manufacturing capabilities. The infrastructure had been dismantled, skilled craftsmen had died without passing on knowledge, and cultural interest had evaporated. So modern Japan's strict gun control laws echo in some ways these policies, although in a completely different political context. Contemporary Japanese regulations make firearm ownership extremely difficult, with handguns almost entirely prohibited and long guns requiring extensive licensing. Japan has among the lowest rates of gun violence in the developed world. Some analysts see continuity between Edo period weapons prohibition and modern gun control, suggesting deep cultural attitudes suggesting deep cultural attitudes about firearms. Others argue this overstates the case. Let's see. Some people note that these policies severed specific political purposes, while modern regulations address different concerns in a democratic society. Japanese firearms regulation history ultimately demonstrates something more nuanced than either technological inevitability or simple cultural preference. It shows how societies make choices about technology based on their political needs and social values, and how these choices have consequences that ripple across centuries. 2.5 centuries where guns nearly vanished from Japan marked a unique period in world history. When a society had become expert in weapons technology, it chose political stability over military innovation. For over 200 years, the choice appeared vindicated by unprecedented peace and cultural flourishing. They valued domestic tranquility over military prowess, and they got what they wanted. The longest period of stability in Japanese history. The fact that this eventually left Japan vulnerable to foreign pressure doesn't necessarily mean the choice was wrong. Merely the historical circumstances inevitably change in ways no one can predict. Yeah, it's like, I think for the time, that was the right decision. I think for the time, it is absolutely the right decision, and it's understandable how, like, they probably should have been more keen on, like, learning more and developing more guns, but just for, like, the chance of, like, you know, any potential invasions or anything like that were to happen, just for military prowess. The firearms Japan mastered in the 1540s represented a cutting edge of military technology. Comprehensive ban that emerged over the following century represented a calculated political gamble. A dramatic reversal forced by Perry's black ships in 1853 reminds us that no technological choice is ever truly permanent. History moves forward whether we're ready or not. I just got here, I had no idea what we're talking about. Japan had to give up military stuff after World War II because of what they did. Yeah. Well, I was going over, like, early, like, I'm talking about 1500s, like, development of, weapons, gun control. Because, Razorfist was talking about how, like, they had low death rates before they completely got rid of bans, before they completely banned guns. But the gun culture was entirely different in the 1500s during that era. If that's what he's referencing exactly, which I think he is, that's completely different than how the U.S. interacts with, like, gun culture, you know?
We have quite a bit of crime, and they have an outright gun ban. But it doesn't necessarily jive even across all Asian nations.
But I can't get over the fact that you're not conceding the point that it is demonstrably true that where there is gun regulation, there are lower gun deaths. There's fewer gun deaths.
There's less opportunity, yeah, but you wind up exchanging it for other methods.
Okay, and I'm not denying
what the statistics show.
I'm not denying that you might have an uptick in petty crime, for example. I'm not necessarily denying that. And to be honest, I'm not familiar with the stats on that, but that doesn't seem intuitively ridiculous to me. I think you might have a point on that. But I was just saying the whole reason, like the whole point of the debate was TJ was asking, or the whole point of that question was TJ was asking, would, doing gun regulation affect gun crime? And so I was saying, well, yes, obviously.
No, you see a slight, yeah. I mean, but you wind up, like I said, in Australia.
I know, okay, but I view that as
you wind up doubling the amount of knife crime instead, basically. It's different. You can have fewer casualties. I won't deny about that. I mean, obviously, you can affect a lot more damage with a gun than with a knife.
Thank you, Admiral Murphy. He said, good luck on getting Manchin out. We're working on it, buddy. We're working. Paula Jean Swear Engine. Justice Democrats.
Laserfish equals cuckboy for the right. Also sad my Benpai hasn't said much this episode. Less than heart, you babe. Thank you.
Is DJ taking a shit?
He's either doing that or smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, or smoking weed. Would he smoke weed in the middle of the show? Probably, right?
He probably would. He probably would right in front of the camera, but
guns in the
cigarettes
1500s aren't comparable to today. Totally different machinery. But that's part of my point is what like Razorfist said was like pretty stupid. Because the gun culture, the gun bans or whatever at that time, gun regulations are like completely different from that point in time, especially. And even how they maintain like some sort of like similarity to like what they decide to do with even today's ways of controlling gun policy, gun control,
For that, so there's a good chance he's doing that. I don't know for sure. He could be pinching one off.
Does that? I always get paranoid when I smoke weed. I wonder how that probably doesn't happen with TJ, right? He probably
no.
No.
Pretty much none of us, like the regular hosts on the show, we pretty much are fine with it. Like I don't get paranoid at all because it's totally legal where I live, and I don't know, it doesn't affect me in that way, I guess. There's certain strains that make you more mellow and some that make you more like edgy, I would say.
All right, I was just taking a shit, smoking a cigarette, and some.
Oh, you heard it. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he was serious.
I was listening on my phone.
Yeah.
But I actually did do two of those things. So.
Yep.
Which two? I'll leave up to your imagination. Someone asked SmackDown or Raw.
So like the gun control right now for Japan right now is like training and testing. Applicants must attend an all-day class, pass a written exam, and demonstrate a 95% or higher accuracy rate at a shooting range test. Shit, I wish we had it like that over here. I don't know if that's exactly how. I don't think so. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Like a little bit more background and health checks, a thorough criminal record, mental health, drug check is required. Police also interview the applicants' relatives, work colleagues, and neighbors. That's extensive. Registration and storage, ammunition, and the weapon must be stored separately under lock and key with a precise location reported to the authorities. License renewals. Licenses are strictly valid for 3 years, after which the owner must retake the class exams and undergo all checks again. Please conduct annual inspections and register firearms. I was saying that should happen a lot over here in the U.S. That's what I was saying. There's exceptions in enforcement, which is military and police. Handguns are allowed only for police and the Japanese self-defense forces. The penalties is illegal possession of a firearm carries severe penalties ranging up to 15 years in prison. Wildlife control updates. The Ministry of the Environment has implemented exceptions to allow authorized individuals with firearm licenses to capture nuisance wildlife such as bears in residential areas without immediate police presence, responding to a surge in human-wildlife encounters.
And you guys were too busy arguing about guns.
So due to these sweeping controls, civilian firearm ownership is roughly less than 0.5% of the total population, resulting in extraordinarily low rates of gun crime and gun-related deaths annually.
I like SmackDown more.
Scam.
I do.
I don't know.
I like Shinsuke Nakamura. I think his entrance is badass.
Yeah, he's
hey guys,
awesome.
if you could dump a body anywhere in the world, where would you put it? FYI, underneath Giant Stadium has already been taken.
That's a really good question. Probably under your like basement, because you got to hide in plain sight.
I always thought it was cool how the Trinity killer Dexter would hide them in the newly constructed houses, the foundations.
Yeah.
Hey Kyle, you had to knock off like 2/3 of your gun homicides by removing suicides, but I'd like to know the figure on gun homicides that are in defense and how many of non-defensive homicides are performed by illegally obtained firearms.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know the numbers on that, but just so this person knows, it's not like I admitted that up front. Like I said up front, it's like 10 or 11,000 homicides and 32,000 or 33,000 gun deaths. So it's not like I was like trying to say it's 32 or 33,000 homicides. That might be how
totally
they
love to
interpreted it,
blow
but then
you
they weren't
guys.
listening.
Also,
to
Kyle and Razor, who would top? Who would be on top if you guys had sex?
No offense, Razor, but I don't even want to entertain that question.
Oh well.
Yeah, well, I don't know. You'd probably sit in the corner and sob while I nailed your girl. I don't know. I'm not
Damn.
Wow. Got him, Razor. Got him.
Kyle, are you still defending
Fucking with ya.
Jill Stein?
That
I'm
was-
asking because my
that was
Try to
almost
keep
witty.
the acrimony up.
Do I still? Of course, I fucking defend my vote for Jill Stein. I live in New York. My vote didn't fucking matter, so of course I'm gonna vote for the person who I agree with more.
There you go.
I voted for Jill too.
Yeah, if I was in fucking Ohio or Swing State, I wouldn't have voted for Jill.
I did vote for Jill, and I voted in Ohio. So, yeah.
That's funny that I used that example. Not even.
What Rachel was trying to get at with guns is you were trading in personal liberties for a statistically insignificant decrease in overall crime across the board.
Okay.
To shift murders to different weapons.
Because you're saying like New York's like a blue state or whatever. It's like I'm gonna vote for Jill Stein because fuck it. Like we're gonna win anyway.
Let me address that real quick, because this
At
idea
least.
that, it's just personal liberty. Well, no, because everybody agrees there's a line somewhere when it comes to weapons. Everybody. So I'm sure Razor doesn't think that somebody should be able to have a fucking nuke or a chemical weapon or RPG or a fucking tank. So if he's not in favor of those things being easily bought, well, does that mean that he's against personal liberty? No, it just
This
means
person
that-
here wants to know if Switzerland's low homicide rate and their high gun ownership rate means that the gun problem is more of a culture problem rather than a gun problem.
I think it's probably a mix. I think it is like I think it probably is more culture than it is actually gun. I think it is more culture. If I have to be fair, if I have to be honest, it probably is more culture overall. I vote if it doesn't matter. Because it's a protest vote, I guess. It's a protest vote, you know? I'm making my stance clear. I'm voting for Jill Stein. That's the point. I guess that's the point.
aspect of it that's a culture problem.
Not that it's a good point necessarily.
But I think it's silly to deny the other part of it, which is definitely just the availability of the guns. It's a matter of degree and how much is in each thing.
Opinions on news media influence and how we view both sides of the calamity that is the American party system.
Shit show. And the news media sucks.
I already alluded to it. The corporate ownership has. Look, I mean, up until recently, NBC News was owned by General Electric.
I like living in a country with strict regulation. Not even the cops carry them. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I would be more content with the idea of restricting guns like severely over here if it weren't for the fact that like this government, this administration is deranged. This government is deranged right now. And usually cops are pretty untrustworthy, to say the least, with guns. You know what I mean? Like, I'd be more prone to being on board with like with higher restrictions. I just don't trust. I just don't trust our culture overall.
We know they donate to both political parties. You know, look, these companies that are reporting the news are owned by corporations that have a vested interest in one person winning or another.
Razorfist, someone wants to know if you think silencers should be banned.
You know, I'm not big into suppressors personally, but, you know, whatever. They're not really silencers, first off. That's kind of a misnomer. They're suppressors. They still make a really loud noise. I'm not crazy about suppressors.
Yeah, it's not like in the movies where
it's definitely not.
It's done like a little whisper, like, always good to see Kyle on the show. I agree. Thanks, Brunetto.
Thank you.
I like seeing either of these guys.
Thank you, Brunetto. And thank you, TJ.
I do, full disclosure, I do tend to agree with Kyle on more than I do Razor, but you know, that's all good. I like disagreeing.
It feels like it's always sus to me. It's like legalize suppressors, like the suppressor for the suppressor attachment for your gun. It always feels sus to me where it's like legalize that so like people could buy them and do assassinations, or are more prone to doing assassinations like silent killings or whatever, or this more silent version. I don't know. I don't know. Right now, regulations in America would be stuff like taking them from trans people. Yeah. Yeah, that's the biggest argument that I think I'm in more agreement with. Like with people like Counterpoints or even Razorfist, where it's like, if you don't trust your government, it's like, why would you want to like genuinely give up your own guns? And then like you can make the cynical argument of like, well, the government like has the ability to do whatever the fuck they want to at a certain point. And it's like, well, that's, you know, I don't want to just chalk it up to that. It's not just about being the individual to carry the guns. It would be about like if you have to do collective action, collective revolutionary action, or anything like that. But Yeah, I don't know. You wouldn't have to do any of that if like the culture had shifted into a widely different direction where like most people are content if the government was just, you know, doing its fucking job in the first place, maintaining social order, doing right by its people.
Too.
Typical liberal media.
I know, right?
Assaulting the conservative on the show.
I didn't do nothing. I'm just staying out of it.
I'm kidding.
Guns and knives are overrated. Trucks of peace are the new regime. I think one thing missing mentioned is the underlying fact that humans have a propensity towards violence regardless. A gun is a tool, same as anything else, to fix mental health in USA.
I really want to ask all these people.
Well, the main gun of the main tool, the main usage of a gun is the tool to enact some sort of like violence, I would imagine. Yeah. It could be like a defensive measure. It should be used as a defensive measure, I would say. But that's the only real usage of it, I would imagine. Aside from hunting as a tool, but that should be regulated heavy in terms of like that should be like specific sport activities, but specific like. And then that's a whole other conversation about what is ethical in terms of like what should we hunt, how often should we allow hunting, endangered species, stuff like that, you know. And you know, target range, obviously, for practicing your aim or whatever, just, you know, like people like gun shooting as a hobby. That's a whole other thing too. But yeah, I do think it's primarily culture and mental health that like makes the U.S. as deranged and as heavy in violence as it is. Rather just than the fact that we have access to guns, I think it's the culture. But the guns increase the violent tendencies. Since the access is a lot more accessible.
Although, what exactly are you in favor of? Because again, they're not in favor of people having fucking nukes and biological weapons and chemical weapons and RPGs and Gatling guns. So then the question is, where do you draw the line? Like, are these people in favor of background checks? Like, you know,
someone gave us $66, so we better answer their question.
Yeah,
hey, Kyle, first candidate run by Justice Dem is Cori Bush, who stated first she is an advocate for social justice. Could you please tell me why I should trust my support to a movement like SJW, given their horrendous advocacy and actions?
No. So that's both a good question and a terrible question. It's a good question because it's totally legitimate to say, whoa, what's up when these people refer to social justice? It's a bad question because at the end they're tipping their hat and saying, this is a social justice warrior. Look, when a 30-something-year-old black woman who is a working person refers to social justice, she's not referring to the online college campus authoritarian left assholes who want to censor Ben Shapiro giving a speech. She's talking about like, hey, we should end the drug war because 18 people I know are fucking locked up because they were caught with weed. So when she refers to social justice, she doesn't have the pejorative in her mind of social justice warrior. She's talking about like we should end the drug war and get rid of mandatory minimums. It's all about the fucking platform. That's what these people fight for, those policies.
We got about Ben Shapiro calls out the right more than Sargon of Akkad and Dave Rubin put together. I guess that's just an observation. They just wanted to toss that into the ring.
Got about 6 minutes of Streamlabs time left on the time.
Okay.
Where Ben Shapiro calls out the right more than Sargon of Akkad and Dave Rubin? What was Ben Shapiro saying at this time that was calling out the right?
And Dave Rubin put together. I guess that's just an observation. They just wanted
8 years ago? What was he talking about 8 years ago where he was calling out the right more than fucking Sargon of Akkad and Dave Rubin? Maybe this is true. I don't know.
Toss that into the ring.
Got about 6 minutes.
Most he's called out the right recently has only been in the any instance of calling out Nick Fuentes, platforming Nick Fuentes, or everyone being unhinged about Israel, anti-Israel. That's about it. That's the closest he's come to being like actually calling out the right, quote unquote.
Streamlabs time left on the time.
Okay, well let's.
I don't remember instances where he called out the right back then. I don't remember.
Going 18% of gun murder was committed by legal gun owners. Most was illegal or obtained.
I think the closest I can think of is he said Trump sucks. Like he was calling out Trump here or there. That he was not like a serious candidate or something like that. But then he quickly got on board when everyone was like, you know, this is the candidate, guys. Quickly dropped all that.
By other means, I voted Kyle in poll, by the way.
Yeah, there's a lot
the
of
debate
people,
isn't even over yet, so you might want to wait.
There's a lot of people who, like they've expressed this. Hey, we agree with Justice Democrats, but we don't necessarily agree with guns. And what I would, implore everybody is just understand. Like I said, I'm talking about basics or the things I'm in favor of. I tried to stress I'm not in favor of banning fucking guns, man. I know I get it's a cultural thing and everything, and I get there's going to be a certain number of deaths no matter what unless we ban them. And I'm not in favor of banning them. We have the Second Amendment.
All right, so super quickly, Joe Arpaio, pardon,
scumbag.
Guy who was elected 4 times, something like that. Very, very popular politician.
Dude, he's a criminal. He was convicted.
He was convicted of misdemeanor contempt of a court ruling that was later overruled by the Supreme Court.
And also, the investigation into him said that it was the most egregious, obvious case of
The
textbook discrimination.
investigation never turned in its final result and still
All right, so hold on.
even
Still
after
know
wasting
socialism.
hundreds of millions of your tax dollars.
I said quickly. Socialism's already been tried. They say that has it ever been tried with today's level of abundance, factory farming to feed everyone? And listen, they want to know if it really makes sense to decry socialism in a modern context when things have changed.
Not real socialism. The Post.
Razorfish, you aren't the Rock. Stop with the eyebrow bullshit. Also, Chicago's guns aren't coming from other states. It's from Illinois itself, literally out of the city border. # bring back Jeff.
Jeff's
I
coming
see
back
what
Friday.
they're saying. So they're saying the lax gun laws are also in Illinois, just not there.
Yeah, they're saying.
Yeah.
Illinois itself doesn't actually have that rigid of gun control. It's primarily a municipal thing located in Chicago.
Now, this guy wants to have. This guy has a kind of a sci-fi question. If you had to give,
Are they just going through super chats the entire time, or do you go back to like the actual debate proportions? I want to hit on the actual topics.
on with this debate here, we have this is a very big issue. It's been a big issue for the last year or so, ever since Trump made it a big issue on his campaign trail. I would say the key issue of the Trump campaign, really. And this one's going to Razor first. Should the wall be built, and how do you assess the issue of immigration?
Immigration. Let's see how this aged.
Okay. I was going to limit that just to Mexican and South American immigration, but you can just talk about immigration in general, including the refugee and the Muslim ban or whatever you want to get into pertaining to that issue. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Razor in 5, 4, 3, 2.
There was a hunting mishap in my country where conservationist sanctioned hunter calling Puco. Puki? I don't know what the fuck that is. Pucuco? Oh, is that like an endangered bird? But there was a critically endangered bird that looks like a... Oh, okay. Yeah, like I think it's just... For hunting, you just need way more regulations on that. Especially when it comes to like what you're hunting. What the animal is useful for in the ecosystem. Yeah, I think people are always going to want to hunt to some degree. It's just like, do we need to make that a common thing that people do? Pukiko.
Oh, okay. Well, look.
Pukiko.
I consider the wall kind of immaterial, more of a ceremonial centerpiece that is much less important than the multi-pronged approach to added immigration enforcement in general. And that's just to enforce the laws we already have, mind you. That's not even making any new ones. Like, to me, untrammeled and even misguidedly regulated illegal immigration, a la the DREAM Act or DACA, has over the past half century generated more misery, monetary crises, even outright death across both sides of the border. And here's the part the left don't like to talk about. Both sides of the border is where this occurs, than any of this kind of poison-palmed largesse that was actually intended to ameliorate the problem to begin with. Like, this is my issue with the progressive position on immigration. They're fully erect to the prospect of throwing money at the problem, but actually rolling up their sleeves and addressing the issue on the ground, like, not so much. Like, hell, even Habitat for Humanity, Jimmy Carter, I'm surprised he hasn't dislocated his own shoulder, patting himself on the back for founding that one. Does the vast majority of his work not in the United States, actually, and in other South American nations, not in Mexico. And the reason why is simple. When you actually kind of plant your ass on a plane and get down there, you realize illegal immigration ain't working out for Mexico any better than it is for us. Like, I don't see how Jimmy Carter could maintain his present position on illegal immigration while standing in front of a shantytown built on, they're building their houses out of fallen down billboards on literal mountains of trash in the feedback loop of misery that his policies objectively help to create. I mean, it's bad enough in the States where, according to Pew Research and the Center for Immigration Studies, well over half of all illegal immigrants are on government welfare, and an even higher percentage are on food stamps, all while paying no income tax, mind you, the vast majority of them, because they are usually paid under the table as farm hands, construction workers, and the like. But by all means, like, to bring it back to Mexico and the Mexican side of the border, which is the one no one wants to talk about, the Mexican government is corrupt. Period. You don't have drug cartels putting out hits on police chiefs and even mayors and actually carrying out the hits without anything resembling reprisal, without someone being on the take. Mexico requires either a revolution or a reform so radical it could easily be mistaken for one, which is why endlessly corrupt Mexican politicians like the avowed never-Trumper Vicente Fox have continually used the border with Mexico as a kind of political pressure release valve. In any country that bordered one that, unlike us, actually enforced its immigration law, it would have happened already, because every assassination, every warehouse, that turns up with dismembered torsos of civilians who spoke out against the Zetas or some other cartel, the pressure would build and build, and eventually it would just explode. But with the happy relationship between corrupt Mexican officials and previous administrations, both Republican and Democrat for the record, every time that pressure would build, every time a mass hanging would be orchestrated to terrify a local populace into submission, instead of building that pressure, they just popped the lid on that U.S.-Mexico border, and like steam escaping from a chamber pot, revolution was immediately averted. Or reform. Again, that's the preferable one. I mean, if the left, as they so often love to do, want to make it a humanitarian issue, I say by all means, let's make it a humanitarian issue. Because for every one family that's able to escape the crushing cartel violence and live in, let's be honest, an elevated form of poverty as an under-the-table wage slave in the United States, how many families lacking the means to depart have to remain in Mexico in mounting violence and instability, and how much does each illegal immigration deepen the omnipresent misery? I mean, I've been there, I volunteered. The left are absolutely right. They're amazing and generous, hardworking people. When I went there in 2001, there was violence in the streets. Fast forward to 2017, there's violence everywhere. City Hall, assassinated policemen, politicians, police chiefs. A half century of unchecked illegal immigration helped ensure that will never change. I mean, if you voted for Obama, if you voted for Bush, Clinton, Reagan, pat yourself on the back. You kind of helped that to happen. If you want to help Mexico, you have to stop playing kingmaker. You have to stop confusing the government with a philanthropic organization, enforce the laws that are already on the books, slam shut the border for a bit, and let Mexico turn themselves. I'm sorry, am I running afoul of the time limit?
No, 30 seconds. You got it.
Okay. And you kind of have to let Mexico turn themselves into the great nation their surfeit of natural gas, mining, and farming reserves should have allowed them to be a long time ago if they hadn't been slave to the will of tin horn robber barons. So, sorry, I'll wrap it up on that one.
Kyle, same question. It's about the wall. It's about immigration. You can continue on just the Mexican and South American immigration, or you can bring in the other immigration issues that are sort of paramount right now as well, if you wish.
Sure. Okay. So first of all, I think it sounds like you have more of an issue with the drug war than anything else, but we can put that aside and talk about that later.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking to myself. I was listening to that, and I was like, I'm not sure how much I specifically disagree with on the technicalities of what he's saying, in terms of the intricacies of how the Mexican government is corrupted and conducts themselves, including with the cartels, interference constantly, and overseeing control. But that's a bigger, broader issue of all that stuff. And America has its own influence over that. So he's just kind of rambling about how Mexico needs to change, and it seems like he's advocating, I could be wrong, it seems like he's advocating for America to step out and stop having any influence over Mexico, is my guess.
Done with my spiel here. And if that indeed is the case, then we have a lot more agreement than disagreement. But I might surprise everybody a little bit here, except maybe TJ, because I think I said it to you one of the times I was on DP the last time, maybe 2 times ago or something. On the issue of the wall, I am just massively indifferent, because it is just symbolic bullshit. That's all it is. It's not going to make anything safer. It's not going to make anything less safe. It's just a wall.
He never ended up building this wall, too.
Same as a fucking fence between you and your neighbor. That's all it is. So I do find it a little silly when people on the left act like it's such an egregious thing, but I also find it silly when people on the right act like it is, it's an important thing that's really going to make a difference. So, I'm just utterly indifferent towards it. If I'm president, I wouldn't actively, I wouldn't build it, but I wouldn't care if it was built. It's just whatever. But okay, anyway, that's the wall. To the broader question of immigration, this is one where I'm not totally agnostic. On the question of immigration, there are a lot of inconvenient facts that I think the right likes to pretty much ignore. So this is an article from The Hill from last year. They said, quote, immigrants commit crimes and are incarcerated at a much lower rate than U.S. citizens, according to 2 separate studies released this week. A study by the Sentencing Project, a criminal justice research and advocacy group, found that foreign-born residents of the United States commit crime less often than native-born citizens. And then there was another study by the Libertarian Cato Institute, which compares incarceration rates by migratory status, ethnicity, and gender. And they say, quote, all immigrants are less likely to be incarcerated than natives relative to their shares of the population. Among people aged 18 to 54, 1.53% of natives are incarcerated, as are 0.85% of undocumented immigrants and 0.47% of documented immigrants, according to the Cato study of comparative incarceration rates. So that's point number 1, is that they actually commit less crime. Now, the Pew Research Center in 2014 also found the following, quote, more Mexicans are leaving than coming to the U.S. So there's a net loss of 140,000 immigrants coming.
He realizes Mexico was never going to pay for that wall, right? I would hope so. Are you talking about Trump or Razorfist here? I would hope Razorfist would realize that Mexico was never going to pay that up. This was 8 years ago. This debate was 8 years ago, so I'm not sure If I don't remember the whole thing, if like Trump was saying that Mexico was going to pay for the wall at that time. I think he did. I don't know if this was like a little bit later after. Pay for the wall. Oh, when did this quote happen? 2023. He falsely claims that they were going to pay for the wall. You pay for a piece of the border wall. Donald Trump attempted to rewrite history in a speech in Iowa on Sunday, falsely claiming that he had campaigned for the presidency in 2016 on a promise that Mexico would pay for a piece. It's crazy to say that you don't care about building the wall because it won't do anything. Yeah. Well, I think like Kyle's saying, it's like symbolic more than anything.
From Mexico and South America, a loss of.
I think the general point is like whatever restrictions, whatever policies you're going to make on immigration, you know, you're just going to handle it as is anyway. Is the wall going to make you much safer? I think it's more of a symbol than anything else.
$140,000 from 2009 to 2014. Now, I admittedly don't know the updated statistics on that. I haven't seen any articles on that.
Why are we stuck on this screen? Can you relax? Jesus Christ, man. This fucking computer sometimes. Are we good?
But for 2009 to 2014, a net loss of 140,000. And then two other quick facts. I don't know how much more time I have, but I'll try to make it brief.
2 minutes.
Okay, then I got plenty of time. PolitiFact found the following, quote, undocumented immigrants pay $12 billion of taxes every single year in state and local taxes. And then CNN Money, quote, undocumented immigrants do not qualify for welfare, food stamps, Medicaid, and most other public benefits. Most of these programs require proof of legal immigration status, and under the 1996 welfare law, even legal immigrants cannot receive these benefits until they have been in the United States for more than 5 years. So my main contention is this. Most of like the, people flipping out about immigrants that comes from the right, basically what happened is they're chumps, and they've fallen for the oldest trick in the book. What elites do is they scapegoat immigrants for your problem.
It's very sad. Like, you'll notice that like the tricks haven't really changed much meaningfully from like 8 years ago, even 10 years ago, probably 15, 20, like most of your life probably. It is the scapegoating of like, immigrants are the problem. Immigrants are the problem. This is why they're the problem. And it's like really the bigger problems are the elite core at the center of it all.
So that you don't blame elites. It's getting people who are on the middle of the economic ladder to look at the people below them on the economic ladder and blame them for all their problems. And that's my contention, is that it's basically a total red herring by elites to try to make middle-class people think the people they really hate are poor immigrants and not them. And that's it.
All right, I'm going to open it up for some free-form discussion there. Razor, you go ahead and start.
Well, at the end of the day, crime is really immaterial. Like, I've never really argued, and I don't really fall down on the side of the argument of, oh, they're coming here to murder everyone. Yeah, you'll have the odd outlier where it's, oh, this guy kills this guy. And
so I wonder what the meaningful disagreement is from what he has to disagree with Kyle on exactly here in particular. Because it seems like he was like going on a more specific rant about the drug war, and how Mexico is politically corrupt and the cartel and stuff like that, and all the dangers of that, and American interference in here and there, and like we probably shouldn't. Like they could fix themselves if we stopped, interfering or helping them out or anything like that. That seemed like what he was trying to aim for more so than anything else.
But usually you're talking about somebody who is an illegal immigrant in the sense that it's like a cartel operative who jumped the border and obviously had to illegally and to me, I concede the left's point that those are outliers, right? To me, crime is not the operative issue. The issue is the caustic effect on our neighborhoods, the caustic effect. I mean, you cannot go to border towns, San Antonio. You can't go to Tucson, South Tucson, even South Phoenix. Phoenix isn't even a border town. We're several hours north of the border, and even there, the closer you get to the border, the worse it gets. And it is kind of it comes with the low economic circumstances that a lot of illegal aliens come from. And of course, that trickles down into everything, and you wind up paying for that one way or another. I would also add, citing that article about, well, illegal aliens don't qualify for welfare. Well, yes, of course they don't, until they steal someone's identity. Do you think it's coincidental that the higher illegal aliens...
They're gonna steal identity, then they're gonna steal the welfare. Like, I'm not saying this never happens, but like, how often does this actually happen, dude?
And illegal immigration spikes, identity theft also goes up. They steal other people's social security numbers. It happens all the time.
But I think it's an absolute minute, tiny drop in the bucket compared to any other problem we would point to.
Just look at the case with Target a few years ago. The woman who was skimming credit cards at Target, this was a big story. It stole a bunch of people's financial information. Woman turned out to be an illegal alien who was selling people's information to other illegal aliens. It was part of an identity theft ring. So illegal immigration and identity theft, they are forever linked. There's clearly a connection there. And
yeah, but don't you think, like, what percentage though?
Identity, or they won't even steal someone's social security number. Sometimes they'll just pluck it from thin air. Like, I had a friend who had a social security number. I won't reveal it, obviously, but it was really easy to pluck from.
What was that number again?
I know, right? It was really easy to like just think of it, like pluck a number from thin air and it would be that number. And
imagine having a social security number where it's that easy to just pluck out. Like, this seems like an appropriate number. That like somebody has to have the social security number. Realistically speaking, there's so many social security numbers, you're bound to probably get one of them right, You're bound to steal one of them. So he's a NIMBY? Yeah, he's a NIMBY.
Like something like 25, 30 different people, all illegal immigrants, and they were all using their social security number.
I don't see
already invested in welfare. They'd already invested in food stamps.
But what percentage? This is like we're discussing a non-problem because 99 point however many percent of undocumented immigrants are literally here to try to make a better life for themselves and their families.
All these things can happen to like citizens can do this to other citizens. Like people who already live in America can do this to other Americans. So this isn't like this isn't specifically illegal immigrants' problem,
No, and I agree, that's their core motivation, but in order to actually invest in regular government services, sometimes to do basic things, they have to have some kind of documentation, and so they wind up going to these identity theft rings or, getting in touch with someone who has...
You're almost making a case for amnesty, though, because the solution to that would be amnesty.
Well, it would be if, at the end of the day, that wasn't going to hurt our neighborhoods even more. Because
I don't know what that means. What does that mean when you say it hurts our neighborhoods? I genuinely don't know what that means. If you say crime's not an issue, you said that.
Well, look, you're talking to someone who grew up in South Phoenix. There was a freeway being completed when I was growing up that connected us sort of circuitously to Tucson. And when that was completed, within 4 years, the neighborhood went completely downhill. It got to the point where the woman across the street, behaving kind of oddly, we wind up moving, right? Because it got so bad. There were literal standoffs with police. What
is Blood ranting about? What is Blood going on about right now? What direction are you taking us, Blood?
And across the street, we finally go, and we're watching the news one day in the new neighborhood, and the woman's been gassed out of her house after a standoff with police. Turned out she was running drugs and illegal aliens across the border.
Okay, but again, so this goes back
to... what is Blood talking about? It's tangentially related. She was running drugs and illegal immigrants across the border. There's no way. Oh my god. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good, bro. I'm not worried about immigrants doing crimes. I'm worried about them doing identity theft to get food stamps.
The main point that we agree on, though, which is the problem is the drug war. It's not the undocumented immigration.
But this person was running illegal immigrants as well. So you're kind of cherry picking which one you say is wrong.
Well, you gotta remember, it wasn't just drugs, Kyle. It was illegal immigrants. Remember, the topic is about illegal immigrants. You can't just cherry pick one.
They actually did an entire multi-part news special on it where they went through her house and saw all the compartments where the illegals would hole up and so forth. It goes hand in hand. You have to understand, like illegal immigration, I mean, a lot of these people are actually brought in by people who are in some way connected with cartels. Coyotes a lot.
Yeah. Okay, and well, they're brought in illegally by cartels, yes, but like, what's the problem? What's the net harm in the illegal immigrants themselves and what they contribute? If they contribute to society, if they get in through illegal means, which is already illegal, like if they get in through the cartel because the cartel makes money by, getting illegals in the first place, it's like, okay, like, you have to explain to me exactly what the problem was at the point where illegal immigrants, what they're doing wrong themselves, aside from the way they get in. What is the net harm of what they specifically are doing? Not the way they get in.
At times have connections with cartels.
But when you say like the quality of your neighborhood goes down, if you also admit, as you did, that crime is a relatively tiny issue,
Yeah,
then I don't
like that. It's like, well, they got in because of the cartel. It's like, yeah. I'm sure there's plenty of families with like little kids or women. Like plenty of families that probably got in through the cartel. Yeah. But what was the problem with any of their behavior afterwards when they got in? What crimes did they commit that were like super egregious that like it's like they need to be dehumanized for?
don't see how you can make the connection between the illegal immigration or undocumented immigration and your neighborhood going to shit. You see what I'm saying? If you admit the first thing, I don't know how the second thing logically follows. Crime's not that big of an issue.
Simple. Simple.
Simple. They're brown. They're brown. Didn't you understand, Kyle? They're brown. Like, weren't you supposed to understand that? Weren't you supposed to understand that, Kyle? They're brown. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what I really mean. You understand. You're a white boy like me. You get it.
Values, you would agree, are affected by school performance?
Yeah, but property value, that they make that argument with homeless people too. Like, oh, no, you're not allowed to feed homeless people here because property value.
Okay, and that's lovely, but that has
those
nothing,
people need to fucking eat.
That's lovely, but that's ultimately immaterial to the argument. If
No, it's
the
not.
quality
It's
of
exactly
schools,
material to it.
no, look, if the quality of schools affects property values, if it affects everything around it, you're winding up integrating, or rather not integrating, an entire segment of the population that has English as a second language, if they have it as a language at all. Like, look, immigration was intended originally to have peaks and valleys. If we rendered like legal immigration levels as an audiograph over the years, the most productive generations, the Industrial Revolution, World War II, and the like, they'd be represented by brief spikes followed by a lull. And then a few years later, they'd allow another spike, then another lull. Instead, ever since the enactment of Ted Kennedy's Immigration Act of the 1960s, like it's been one long perpetual Black Sabbath being produced by Rick Rubin audio spike, that hasn't calmed one iota in the intervening decades. The operative logic was that they were supposed to be giving each generation of immigrants time to coalesce, to integrate, in lieu of just throwing 9 tetrillion disparate ingredients into a fondue pot and pretending we just made chili. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to solve an awful lot of ethnic tension, I think hamstringing or overturning the 1965 Immigration Act is probably step uno. You need to give these populations time to integrate, and then you need to throw open the borders again, and then shut them for a while.
Okay, so first of all,
can we talk about the refugee and the?
So the charitable argument here is you have an influx of illegal immigrants coming in. It worked better when you didn't have them coming in continuously over like shorter periods of time, an influx of them, monumental amounts of them over a short period influx. You would prefer that the immigrants that come in would settle in, integrate with the culture, right? And get settled in on their own accord over time. You shut down immigration for a little bit. You let everyone get their bearings, and then you can open it up again for that to happen more. Like you could do that again. This is a charitable read of what I'm getting. Like I could see why somebody would like come to that thought process a little bit. I kind of understand that, where it's not completely like we can't let all these illegals out. It's not purely just racism. I would imagine it's more like, let's assimilate a little bit. Let's get like a little bit more on the same note, right? That being said, like I think we're doing fine for the most part. The illegals that come in, I think we have net positives overall. There isn't the insane amounts of violence that a lot of the right would portray that there is. Even Razorfist would admit that this is the case. So this seems more a preference of how to engage with like immigration over time, rather than like rather than anything else. It seems like more of like a suggestion of how we should do it more efficiently or properly for social positives at the end, like cultural agreement, I suppose, is a way of putting it.
The travel ban stuff a little bit.
I'll bring that up. I'll bring that up in a second. But to address your point, is integration preferable to having immigrants come in the country and then them living in segregated pockets? I 100% agree with you that integration is preferable to people living in segregated pockets. But there's still a broader problem, though, with the economic argument that you're making. Because fundamentally, when you bring up the property value and shit, that's a fundamental economic argument. And the problem with that is Alabama actually implemented the toughest immigration law in the U.S. in, I think it was 2010 or 2011. And what happened is it was on the books for, I think, 7 months, and then they said, fuck this, we got to get rid of it, because their economy suffered gigantically. In fact, there were all these issues where, because they had to like check everybody's papers when they pulled them over, and it was very draconian, and it was basically a version of self-deportation where they make the conditions so shitty for undocumented immigrants that they want to leave. And what happened is, they first of all, they pissed off the business community, because there were some immigrants who were business owners who were trying to open plants there, and they gave them a hard time, and that was a problem. But then furthermore, all the farming that goes on, all the industrial work, they found that you didn't have people to replace the undocumented immigrants. So they had this really, really strict anti-immigration law, and then they got rid of it, and they were like, we can't have that because it fucks up our economy. So I think the net benefits of having immigrants is so much more than the negative.
Once they become more like a part of your economy, once it becomes like more fundamental, more like you take more priority in having a lot of illegal immigrants to be able to be in the workforce and do the jobs that a lot of people won't do, that are already citizens or whatever, or don't feel inclined to. That really stifles a lot of that you can do with the economy. That really halts a lot of progress.
And then to address what TJ wants us to talk about here, the travel ban, it just strikes me, it's a non-issue because we already have sufficient laws. So for example, when it comes to refugees, okay, we take relatively so few refugees compared to the rest of the modern world. Now, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think it's not a bigoted conversation to say, hey, how many refugees should we take? Like there's a line, like how many should we take? How many can we handle? You know, like how is this workable? But the refugees we take, literally over 80% of them that come from the Middle East, and I think in this case specifically Syria, are women and children. So you're not talking about something that's a security risk. And then furthermore, I love how Trump always said during the campaign, extreme vetting, we have to extreme vetting, extreme. But here's the problem with that. Hey, asshole, we already fucking do it. The U.S. has the most rigorous, strict vetting process in existence in the modern world. We have multiple different government agencies involved. We have something called biometric screening. They go through government records from other fucking countries. I mean, we're talking about, it takes on average about a year before a refugee gets into this country. So basically the point is, we already have extreme vetting, and the people who are letting in are overwhelmingly women and children. So the idea of like doing a Trump style, like he said on the campaign trail, a total and complete shutdown of Muslims, that's just stupid. Like you're just an idiot if you make that point.
Yeah. Kyle's really just hammering it through. I don't know if Razor's even going to disagree with a lot of these things.
Razor.
We're talking about a situation born from something that is just momentary necessity. The refugee crisis is just that, it's a crisis. If it's ephemeral, then who really cares? If you're momentarily reducing the amount of Middle Eastern immigration, he's just taking the same privilege people like every president throughout history took. Like I said, there used to be peaks and valleys in immigration. I do not see the problem with saying, hey, there's a lot of crap going on in this region of the world. Maybe we don't want to bring in that many people from over there, especially when they're places where we're bombing. It's not terribly wise to bomb the ever-living shit out of Syria and then say, hey, let's take in a bunch of Syria's population. They don't, a lot of
even the problem with imperialism, no, like, you're going to have to take in refugees, right? To a certain extent, if you're bombing the fuck out of their homes, And then if you have a problem with taking in refugees, if you find that the possibility of terrorism to come to your own home after taking in a certain amount of refugees from the place that you just bombed, right? Maybe don't bomb them in the first place.
Majority of them don't have the same kind of culture, the same religion, beliefs, social beliefs, and so forth already. That's already a fairly insurmountable hurdle. And now that's
not even. Here's the funny thing is this is not even really the case for the most part. People say this, but it's like when you get right down to it, like there's a lot of similarities. It's just expressed differently for like religious cultures or like general principle morals and beliefs or whatever from like a lot of different people. Like it's just a ridiculous notion, I think.
Dropped drone strikes on their heads as well. That's not exactly a recipe for civic harmony.
Even given what I told you here, that it's 80% women and children, and that they have to wait a year on average before they get in here, and that there's rigorous background checks. Even then, you say people who are starving in the middle of a fucking civil war, we shouldn't let in to give a chance.
I think that's also ridiculous too. Where it's just like you're just taking out exactly what Kyle said. You're like taking that out of the argument entirely. You're ignoring that, and you're like, oh, I'm just worried about like the potential blowback. I'm worried about a potential 9/11 happening again. Because we just had to bomb the fuck out of Syria for God only knows what reason.
A better life.
God only knows what specific state of reason, oil or some shit like that. You know what I mean? I don't know the general history of why we bombed the fuck out of Syria. I don't know all the lore offhand, but fuck you. Fuck you. That's just general sentiment.
The live footage of the women and children on the borders of France and Germany.
No. That's a bullshit argument because we're not France. We're not France. We're not Europe. They have much weaker immigration, and you could say they're wrong for that, and I'd agree with you. I just told you ours is a rigorous system. So the question is, with the system we have in place right now, is it wrong to say, hey, you know what?
It's like, oh, well, France doesn't do that. It's just like, yeah, but they're wrong for that too.
Be some people from Syria.
Look, to agree with your premise, we have to agree that it's rigorous, and you have yet to establish that fact.
No, but it is a fact, and I described it. You could reject it, but you would be incorrect in rejecting it. You would be factually wrong.
No. If your argument is that our immigration system is rigorous because people have
refugee vetting system, I said. Refugee vetting system.
Okay, what does it entail?
I just told you, multiple different government...
What do you think happens when you destroy people's homes? They move, yeah. It's like they got very little choice in the matter.
Biometric screening. You have it's a year on average.
In fact, they got no choice in the matter. Not even very little. They got no choice in the matter. It depends on where they go. They have very little choice in the matter. Sure, if you want to get specific, yeah.
Where they can get in here, it's very rigorous.
There is no Ellis Island. Like, it's not even as rigorous as Ellis Island.
So, in other words, you're just going to deny the fact I said by...
I absolutely deny that it is difficult to emigrate here. You're
changing the conversation. I said refugee vetting. You keep saying immigration. I'm not saying immigration. I'm saying refugee vetting.
Well, especially when, for example, if it took over a year, the Syrian refugee crisis has been going on around that about that long.
In Europe.
Obama, I know, but we've been taking in refugees that long. Obama put those refugees on the fast track to coming here, so clearly he didn't take a year.
Okay, you are playing quick and loose with the facts. So first of all, Europe, you're right. Europe has a refugee crisis. They have a refugee crisis because they don't have the same kind of rigorous vetting system that we have here. We do have that system. The debate that we're having is to how many refugees to let in. It ranges between 0 and at the very most 100,000, but most liberals are for 50,000. Okay, places like Germany have taken in millions, bitch. So with you, 50,000 fucking highly vetted women and children.
Well, dude.
The debate that we're having is to how many refugees to let in. It ranges between 0 and at the very most 100,000, but most liberals are for 50,000. Okay, places like Germany have taken in millions, bitch. So, but with you, 50,000 fucking highly vetted women and children. That's stupid. That's an idiotic.
Highly vetted, bearded women and children. You're absolutely correct.
Again, you're making.
What Razorfist just responded with was so stupid, dude. Holy fuck. Why did he think that was a good argument?
Making that up. You're totally making that up.
Yeah, no, and I'm making up all the camera footage of the refugees with beards that are clearly pretending to be women and children. I'm absolutely, and I'm sure Obama was really impelled to vet those refugees when he didn't even take the year you claimed that he took. Because he absolutely shipped in several thousand refugees. If he was taking a year, he didn't even have a year to vet them. So where did that come from?
The stupidity is like actually astounding. You just missed the entire point that it was in Europe, like I was talking about Europe there.
What are you babbling about? Listen, that's the law.
What is blood yabbing about? What is blood discoursing about?
Refugee vetting process, it takes about a year on average. And if you don't believe me, TJ, give me a fact check because I guarantee you that's the case. I've covered the article 13 fucking times in 13 different segments. So if your strategy is to sit there and deny the objective reality of the situation of our refugee vetting process, then you are losing probably even in your own mind, even though you won't admit it.
Oh, okay. Well, here's the thing. Your metric was we wait a year to vet them, correct?
Well, it's not waiting a year to vet them. It's the process of vetting them takes a year.
Exactly. So if we are vetting them properly, then we shouldn't have seen these refugees until now, correct? Because it's a year later.
Dude.
Do I have to explain the concept of time to you?
What are you saying? You sound ridiculous. I don't even understand what you're saying. You're saying because I saw a fucking video of people coming over on a boat and it hadn't even been a year since that was... Dude, that law, the extreme vetting that Trump wants so dearly, has been the law since like 2010 or something.
Yeah.
It's been for a
Basic
long
vetting
time.
has been the law, and I don't understand. Look, his idea of what extreme vetting is fairly vague and amorphous. Anyways, he hasn't even spelled out exactly what it is. So I don't know.
A total and complete shutdown of Muslims. Now, of course, he's had to back off that because he's run into constitutional problems with that. But that was his idea on the campaign trail: a quote total and complete shutdown of Muslims.
No, a quote total and complete shutdown of immigration from the Middle East, from countries namely that we're bombing.
Of Muslims, he said Muslims.
He said,
in this speech,
he
he said
directly said Muslims. It's not even up for interpretation. You can't even wiggle out of that one. It's Muslims.
A total and complete shutdown of Muslims.
See, I just don't understand how you can cherry pick that when on other occasions he said
It's not even cherry picked. It's very specific. You can't cherry pick. It's very specific. It's like saying like with the whole civilization will die tonight, like or with that threat. It's like saying like you're cherry picking his words. It's like there's no other interpretation of those words, dude. I don't know what to tell you, man.
No, exactly, and so am I.
I don't
Here's
even
the
think
thing.
he knows what cherry picking means either.
So am I.
You're gonna make me pull up his website and read you the quote, and then you're still gonna go, yeah, but on another time he said this.
Because that's my entire point. He said two different things. I just said at the beginning.
Another time he said the other thing. He said the other thing another time. You don't understand. Like, dude, just because he said it this one time doesn't mean he means it in totality.
This entire debate that Trump can be amorphous on his positions. Did I not?
Right, he can be a contradictory hypocrite is another way of saying that. That's true.
So in other words, he's a politician, which you would defend if there was a D next to his name. Right.
Actually, that is completely preposterous because I spent the entire fucking primary and general election shitting on Hillary Clinton. So you should probably learn a thing or two about my show before you say such ridiculous things.
That was not. Look, that was not.
I knew this. I knew this one was going to be gold, dude. I knew this was the.
The fact that he thinks I'm a defender of any Democrat when I literally co-founded an organization to primary the Democratic Party is like.
By the way, Kyle, you've twice made. You twice tried to get me to fact check. This is kind of the first debate we've done in a while. In the future, I will have a fact checker on standby.
Well,
I didn't arrange for that this time, so I'm sorry.
I can tweet out the articles. I remember the first.
People will have to be their own fact checkers on this one.
I'll tweet them out when this is over. I remember the one I brought up was about the refugee vetting. I don't remember the other thing I said I wanted to fact check on though.
Lazy fat fuck, TJ. You could Google search that, buddy. Bing can Google search that. Come on, bro.
Neither do I. Sorry.
I just pulled up the government website for this, and it says the total processing time varies depending on the applicant's location and other circumstances, but the average time from the initial UNHCR referral to arrival as a refugee in the United States is about 18 to 24 months.
So that's longer than a year.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna move on. I don't think we need to actually do. I was gonna do.
So yeah, Ben did the fact checking.
Something about the Electoral College, but who honestly gives a shit? I think we're just gonna move on to the single payer issue. Do you support single payer? What the fuck's wrong with me? Single payer healthcare system. We're gonna start with Kyle on that one. Give you 5 minutes.
Shocker. Everybody in the audience is going to be completely stunned to find out I do. All right, so let me run through my arguments, and then we'll let him say silly things. According to a brand new poll, this came out this month, Associated Press NORC poll from this year, 62% of Americans support Medicare for all. There's even a poll where there's more Republicans that support Medicare for all than don't. Now, Medicare for all, one of the first things Republicans say when they talk against it is, it's too expensive, we can't afford it. Too expensive, can't afford it. Too expensive, can't afford it. You know what? It is expensive. It costs, over 10 years, it would cost $32 trillion. That's a lot of money. But here's the problem. If we didn't do Medicare for all, the cost of our private healthcare system over that same time period would be $49 trillion. So,
wow, seems like we're saving a lot of money there. And then also, how much did they want for the Iran war? $1 trillion or something like that? They wanted a lot of money for a lot of death. Iran war cost. They wanted, okay, it's a live tracker of U.S. spending, 33.88 billion. That's 30. Okay, yeah. I forget. I think how much? I think Hegseth asked for $1 trillion or something. 1.5 trillion budget requests. Now, it's not 33 trillion, but like all these costs add up. All these decisions, all these things that like all these choices, they add up in cost, man. Just saved a lot of money. We have a lot of money to spend.
So that is a net savings of $17 trillion. Private insurance companies, when it comes to them, about 80% of your premium money, and this is their numbers, 80% of your premium money goes to actual medical care. 20% goes to overhead costs. Now, when you look at Medicare, 94% of your money that you pay into it goes to actual medical care. Just 6% goes to overhead costs. So it's significantly more efficient. Now, when you look at the studies on healthcare systems around the world, according to the World Health Organization, this is a study from 2000, so if somebody were to say it's outdated, they would be correct. But France was number 1 in the world in the year 2000. The United States was ranked number 37. We spend about 16% of our GDP on healthcare. Other modern nations spend about half of that, and they cover everybody. We spend double what they spend, and we still have at least 30 million people who are uninsured. And remember how I said the World Health Organization study was outdated? I have the newer one here. This one was done by the Commonwealth Fund, and they rank the top systems in the modern world. Number 1, UK. 2, Australia. Netherlands, Norway, New Zealand, Sweden, Switzerland, Germany, Canada, France, and the very worst in the modern world when it comes to healthcare, United States. And then final point I'll make on this is medical bankruptcies. The United States has hundreds of thousands of medical bankruptcies.
Man. What the fuck is wrong with us, man? Dude, this is 8 years ago too. Nothing has navigated, and it's only gotten worse. Dude, oh my god. And I'm ashamed to be an American.
Bankruptcies every single year. Go to Canada, mention the word medical, and then the word bankruptcy, and they will laugh at you and go, "That's not a thing. That doesn't exist here. People don't go broke because they have medical bills. That's not a thing in Canada. That's not a thing in Norway. That's not a thing in Denmark. That's not a thing in Iceland. That's not a thing in Sweden. We have hundreds of thousands of those in the United States." And with that, I'm done. Razor, take it away.
Yeah, look, it isn't universal healthcare I have an issue with. It's kind of the monolithic authoritarian ham-beast government has to transmogrify into in order to accommodate single-payer healthcare that I personally take issue with.
We do that for things that...
Like, I've always kind of lived by the credo of a government large enough to give you everything you could ever want also has to be large enough to take everything away that you will ever have. And history kind of absolves that viewpoint of lapsing into mere paranoia, because when you give the government...
So let's just have the government be large enough to... let's just let this large government take away everything we have. As it is unfolding right now to this day. Great job, Razorfist. Instead of giving us, instead of like advocating in the interest of actually providing us with our citizens with what we need, what we want, what we crave, what we desire, what should be afforded to us. Let's just advocate for the opposite. Great job, you fucking retard.
Government a proverbial inch, they will seize the mile by force if necessary. That's just how it is. As I already stipulated, and I stand by it, government is at the end of the day force. It's the threat of force, if nothing else. I mean, by all means, let's look at the left's land of milk and honey, Canada, where government subsidized healthcare is so indescribably utopian that they had to put an amendment on a law that makes it actionably illegal to obtain your own healthcare through private means. I mean, like
I don't agree with that for the record.
And waiting times, incumbent waiting times have increased in 2013, as I said, in Canada across all 12 major medical disciplines, all of them. Waiting times increased from nearly 10 weeks to 18 and a half weeks. So look, there's no such thing as a perfect healthcare where you're always going to get healthcare in any instance. Canada, whatever. This isn't me bashing Canadian healthcare for not taking care of people, because either way, you're never going to have the amount of care you actually want. But
yeah, there's no such thing as perfect, but can we get at least good? Can we get at least decent healthcare? Can I get good healthcare, please? Can I get affordable healthcare, please? Can I get universal, free, affordable healthcare, please?
It is a value judgment. Are you going to prefer to pay more?
Can I have bare basics of like not having a middleman, involved in my healthcare process, please? Or take a fucking significant portion of my paycheck when they do fucking nothing for me, please.
And get it quicker, or are you going to pay in your time and waiting? That's really what it comes down to. Like I lapsed.
You're telling me I have to wait? You're telling me I have to wait for elective procedures? Excuse me? I have to wait? Yeah.
I collapse a fucking lung when the left say we need single-payer socialized medicine. Like, not to disseminate the meaning of life or anything, but we already have single-payer socialized medicine. It's called the Veterans Administration, and hey, how's that been working out lately? How many grandpa corpses did we stack up this week?
It's ranked better than
a
the
quasi-socialist president couldn't handle a laughably minuscule microcosm of single-payer socialized medicine. Meanwhile, the Bernie bros want to unfurl that clusterfuck nationwide. Good goddamn luck with all that.
What's the most popular healthcare system in the U.S.?
Hold on, does that conclude your time, Razor?
Yeah, that's I'm good.
What's the most popular healthcare system in the U.S.?
Probably single-payer healthcare because they've been sold a bill of goods.
It's Medicare. What's Medicare? Single-payer healthcare. I rest my case.
Well, and that's the thing. We allow our citizens to actually buy our own care. In Canada, that's not allowed.
No, okay. I don't agree with that. I think you should be able to buy supplemental private insurance if you so choose, but there should be a Medicare for all system. That's the baseline.
But yeah, and that's the thing. Like, it's great in Canada. Like, if you want to replace a pair of glasses, like, yeah, it costs nothing. In some cases, you get what you pay for. But like I said, with all socialist legislation, it kind of comes with additional regulations and outright strictures on personal liberty. That, you know, the Canadian people, they had to make a value judgment. They made it, but those personal liberties are never going to come back. Once the government takes authority, they never give it back.
But you do know there are different kinds of single-payer systems, right? Like the UK.
Absolutely. No. Every single-payer system is not the same.
Right, and there are many single-payer countries where you can get supplemental private insurance if you want.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Unfortunately, in a lot of cases, that's not true. And you know, like I said,
okay, but you understand, just in case, just because it's not like that in a lot of cases doesn't mean that Kyle or any other person here in America is advocating for the version that you think they're advocating for. So what are we arguing, man?
Canada is your land of milk and honey. Then by all means, let's look at Canada. That's what it's like. You know, there are people who, in a lot of cases, in more severe cases particularly, have to relocate, not necessarily even to the United States, but somewhere else to get their extremely expensive procedures done. Or if they feel like the system is kind of grinding its wheels, if they want to get something taken care of in a timely fashion, they have to go somewhere else, you know?
Well,
I already kind of provided an anecdotal example earlier. But,
yeah, we don't need to go over that again. But I will, you know, I also mentioned the point that, yes, everybody rations care. It's a matter of how you prioritize your rationing. They do it based on need. We do it based on the size of your wallet. So, yes.
They do it based on need and
They do. That's how they do it. They do it based on need. That's exactly how they prioritize.
Yeah, and that manifests itself in waiting times is what I mean.
And we have waiting times here too. That's my point. If you're not rich, yes, you're going to have waiting times. You won't have waiting times.
Either way, you're going to have waiting times, especially if you're not rich. Yeah, if you're prioritized through financial means, you know, that only benefits the rich. So if your argument is only like, well, waiting times, it's like either way, it's waiting times. I'd rather have the other waiting times where it's more cost affordable, right? Or free universal healthcare. Nice. That'd be great. Cool. Thank you.
Rich, because we do wallet biopsies. We ration care based on how rich you are. So it's a matter of how you want to ration care.
Yeah,
I think it's more logical to ration it based on need.
With is rich, like really, like I was not covered for a while because with the profound goat fuck that was Obamacare, I didn't know the first place to start in getting healthcare because it was such a circuitous mire. So for a while I was not covered. So when I went to the doctor, I just paid out of pocket. It's like $90 for a general care practitioner. Where is this like prohibitively expensive thing coming from? I mean, anyone with a basic job
anytime you have to go to the hospital, that's when it happens.
And
a general practitioner is cheap. Going to a hospital even for something like a broken arm or something. I'm sorry, I'm not even supposed to be involved. What am I even doing?
That's all right. I have no more to say on this anyway. So.
Okay, so we have
TJ. You should have interfered there. You should have interfered there. It's like you're saying something really, really stupid. I am moderator, but you just said something monumentally stupid. An ambulance ride. It varies, but an ambulance ride alone can be pretty costly. You know, ambulance ride cost. It can cost between $500. Oh my God, can we not? $500 to $1,500 with health insurance, and $900 to $3,000. Oh my God, man! Why did it just load again and make me lose track of where I was? If you are insured, your out-of-pocket cost is typically $500 to $500. Without insurance, $500 to $2,000 plus. It would depend. But so it's pretty fucking costly just for ambulance alone. If you have like a medical emergency that happens, if you have a heart attack, something unexpected, you break your arm, anything like that, you need to be moved to a hospital almost immediately. That alone. Come on, man.
some user submitted questions that Ben has collected, and we're going to put forth some of those, and then this is pretty much wrapped up after that.
All right, so I'll just start from the top of the list here. Here's okay. So the first question is,
especially if it interferes, where it's like insurance or like the people you're paying to like actually provide you with more money to, you know, help you be able to afford a life-changing, like life-saving emergency surgery or whatever. If they don't want to like provide the money to that, like they could just elect not to. If they're like they want to be cheap scumfucks, and it can literally end your life, or it could do irrevocable damage to your life. Maybe like you'll remain on disability or something like that. You know what I mean? Like fuck them, fuck you. Like I pay you to like help me out. What the fuck am I paying you for then? Like it's a gross system.
Should all drugs be legalized?
Is that for me?
That's for either one of you that want. That's for both of you.
Okay.
Whoever wants to take it.
I personally think they should be legal, taxed, and regulated. Now, a lot hinges on that last word, regulated. Like, how do you regulate it? There's a lot of gray area in how exactly you regulate it. But yes, I do think drugs should be legal, taxed, and regulated.
I think you have to be careful of the violent drugs, or the drugs that can tend to. I assume that's what you're referring to, like bath salts or the like, where people wind up eating other people's faces or whatnot.
Right. I wouldn't have easily available bath salts or crystal meth, but I would have other amphetamines that you could buy that aren't going to give you that kind of a fucking high, but you're going to get an amphetamine high. Sure.
Yeah. I kind of almost prefer to have the, where like Colorado is a legal area and whatnot, and if you aren't predisposed to live in an area where it's legal, you can kind of live there too, so you kind of have a choice of where you want to be. I see some merit in that as well, but I agree generally, legalization doesn't particularly bother me. Again, I approach it from...
I feel too like if the people who are like shit like bath salts, people do that shit because they're just desperate for a high. I feel like if there's better drugs available...
Oh yeah,
I agree.
Just like what was that other stuff? Spice, like the fake weed.
Yeah, the
people
fake
were dying.
weed. Like, yeah, they're obviously getting fake weed because they couldn't get like regular weed.
Yeah, so I mean, that shit was way worse than weed.
Oh, way worse.
So Ben, next question.
I already know Razorfist's answer to this question. Would Hillary have been a better president than Trump?
No, absolutely not. I think many people on the left would even say absolutely not. It's, Trump may have subverted, even if you make the argument and do so successfully, which I don't believe Kyle did, that Trump has subverted his original principles. Hillary laid it right out that she was not going to have any to begin with.
You don't think I did?
It really is a question of if you wanted someone to, at least there's turnover in Trump's cabinet. If you are arguing that Trump's cabinet are a bunch of corrupt Goldman Sachs whores, then okay, that's fine. But a lot of them have also been fired. So
not the Goldman Sachs.
I don't think they would have been fired in the Hillary situation. I also think a lot of the revelations that we found out about government corruption, particularly as it pertains to the DNC after, I don't think we would have heard word one about that if she had become president. There's a lot of things.
That was exposed before. That was exposed beforehand.
I don't even know if turnover is actually a good thing necessarily. It can be, obviously, if the president is doing his job well and somebody's actually not doing their job well or corrupt in the system. Now, to be honest, the turnover at the rate and the frequency rate of turnover from Trump from the first term is insane because it's mostly because people aren't loyalist. They weren't loyalists. They were trying to hold him back. Reasonably so. There was a lot of reasonable opposition of like, Trump, you can't do this. Trump, you can't do that. Okay, I don't think we can do this. Buddy, we can't actually get that done. And that's the real reason for the turnover rate. As opposed to Trump's second term, there's very little turnover rate. I think, Pam Bondi fired. Did he fire anyone else during the second term? I'm not sure, actually. It's very little. And that's because he's gotten a lot of things that he wanted to do done. And I think he got rid of Christine Nomi. Christine Nome? Yeah. But I think that's only two that I can think of off top. Maybe there's more. We got a couple of resigns, withdrawn, fired. More women getting shut out from senior positions in Trump's second term. Not surprising. has left or has been fired. Tulsi Gabbard's leaving, but that's not fired necessarily. Unless we find out she was forced to resign or something. Should be effectively, probably, like... Depending on who you ask, billionaire and Tesla CEO Elon Musk was aiming to become the world's first trillionaire, who's aiming to become... Burned bright, burned bridges, burned down large swaths of the federal bureaucracy. During his tenure as a special advisor leading Trump's Department of Government Efficiency. Was he really fired, though? Would you call it firing? I think he just, like, slipped away. Slicked back, you know, he went away. Though his brief tenure in government ended with him highlighting that the president appears in the Epstein files. He was able to purge hundreds of thousands of federal workers from the government, cut off millions, if not billions, of dollars in federal funding to various projects that agencies deemed unworthy. I guess he left. You could say he has left. I think he was encouraged to leave. Yeah, encouraged to leave seems more likely. Kristi Noem fired. Pam Bondi fired. Let's see. Lori Chavez resigned. Tulsi Gabbard is going to resign. In the process of that. Mike Waltz, let's see. Security advisor Mike Waltz was quickly moved over to represent the U.S. at the United Nations in May 2025 after reported internal clashes with other senior Trump administration officials in an embarrassing scandal where Waltz, Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and others plotted the bombing of Yemen in a group chat that accidentally included Atlantic. So many crazy shit that, like, I'm just, like, casually forgetting has happened in his second term. Oh, my God. Oh, these are, like, the kind of stories, too, that, like, you would think, like, it would just be, like, if it was, like, the thing that ended, like, the Trump administration or, like, was a major factor in ending the Trump administration, it would be, like, super memorable. But it's just, like, it's kind of casually slips out of people's mind or it's not like a focal point, you know? Holy shit, man. Rubio replaced the former Florida congressman in the acting role. Secretary of State still doubled as Trump's national security advisor. Oh yeah, Dan Bongino. I think he left. He didn't get fired, but he left. He called on Republicans to nationalize elections. He openly left to return to lucrative podcasting business before 2025 was over, amid fervor over the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein files. Gregory Bonvino was fired. I remember this. I think he was fired. He was an exit interview. I'm pretty sure he was fired, right? Commander at large, given broad authority by the Trump administration as he led federal forces in their immigration operations in Los Angeles, Minneapolis, and elsewhere. On his watch in Minneapolis, 2 U.S. citizens were killed in the street. Dozens were arrested in a mass detention operations led by Bonvino. He retired in March 2026 after being relocated to California following the killings in Minneapolis. So he retired technically. I don't know if he was encouraged to leave. I can't remember. But I kept hearing he was like fired. Okay. Well, we will jot it down as retired. Noem was forced out of DHS. This guy left amid a reported DHS Inspector General probe scrutinizing his interactions with companies looking to do business with the federal government. He denied any wrongdoing in a statement from his lawyer to People in April 2026. The State Department also told People that the longtime Trump loyalist was not expected to follow Noem in her new national security role. acting ICE Director Todd Lyons. He ascended to position. His departure was announced. He would resign. Was he encouraged to resign? No, I think he just chose to resign. Joe Kent resigned. It's more resign. More people resigning than actually being fired is how I'd put it. I think with the first term, I have to double check on this, but I'm pretty sure with the first term there was a lot of resignations, but a lot of them were firings. Susan, let's see. She had been fired. Okay, so this CDC director, Susan Monarez, was fired. She was part of former Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, this is one of the really bad firings because it's like, this is due to like, it's like, dude, you guys are not handling this well at all. On the morning of August 25th, Secretary Kennedy demanded two things of me that were inconsistent with my oath of office and the ethics required of a public official. She testified under oath, adding, Kennedy also directed me to dismiss career officials responsible for vaccine policy without cause. He said if I was unwilling to do both, I should resign. So, yeah, she was pretty much fired or encouraged to resign, best way to put it. She had been fired a month prior after declining to rubber stamp nominations for a vaccine safety board handpicked by Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Jesus Christ. Wait, what a way to tarnish the Kennedy name. That guy's existence is it's something, man. It's a very unfortunate existence. JFK is rolling in his fucking grave, dude. He's like, oh my god, this guy is carrying on the legacy of this fucking name, Jesus. Holy shit. Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, FDA. Surgeon resigned after weeks of speculation about his future in the administration. He departed over his disagreement with the president's push to authorize fruit-flavored vapes for adults and pressure from the tobacco industry. Trump shared a screenshot of a text message from him announcing his resignation and contrasting his accomplishments with those of President Joe Biden's FDA. Please accept my resignation effective today. During my tenure, I announced 50 major FDA reforms. Okay, gotcha. So Trump and Hicks have purged at least 13 generals and admirals from the senior. So they've been firing generals and admirals and senior-most positions in the U.S. military as they seek to reshape it in their image. Fun. That's comfortable. That's comfortable to hear. Air Force General Charles Q. Brown Jr., the first black officer to ever lead a branch of the military and the second black chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, was amongst the first to be relieved of his duties in February 2025. But not 2025. 2025. He was replaced by Air Force General Dan Razin Kane. Okay. Navy Secretary John Phelan. No reason was given for his departure. A former investment firm executive with little prior experience related to military matters has yet to comment publicly. As Trump administration deployed a naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz in pursuit of favorable terms in negotiations to end the war in Iran, the Pentagon abruptly announced the departure of Navy Secretary John Phelan, the highest-ranking civilian Navy official. He was replaced in acting capacity by Undersecretary Hung Kao, the Republican nominee in the 2024 Virginia Senate race, and a retired Navy captain. Kao has called for a Navy to be built around alpha males and alpha females who are going to rip out their own guts and eat them and ask for seconds. Wow, that's okay. That's okay. Super confident in that guy. Super confident in that guy, I'm sure. He has decided to move on from his position. Trump says he just decides to move on from his position. Not sure if this is like actual firing or encouragement of resigning or anything. There are 300,000 federal workers. They were certainly fired. Yeah, so if you want to count the 300 federal workers, I'm counting the specific like cronies, specific people working in like certain positions of powers. But yeah, if you want to count, then it's the most firings the second term. Yeah, from what we can tell. But as part of DOJ's efforts in cutting the vast majority of roles at certain departments and agencies, including the Department of Education and the U.S. Agency for International Development, Trump can boast he eliminated north of 300,000 federal jobs in the first year in office. We slashed tremendous numbers of people off the federal payroll. Trump said on January 20th, 2026, I don't like doing that, but the good news, I don't feel badly because they're giving private sector jobs and they're getting somewhere twice as much money, 3 times as much money. They're getting factory jobs, they're getting better jobs and much higher pay. Interesting. Okay. Jeez.
But a lot of them have also been fired. So
not the Goldman Sachs.
I don't think they would have been fired in the Hillary situation. I also think a lot of the revelations that we found out about government corruption, particularly as it pertains to the DNC after, I don't think we would have heard word one about that if she had become president. There's a lot of things.
That was exposed before. That was exposed beforehand. That was exposed right after the primaries.
I want to kind of take you back to the original question, actually, because I know you've been a pretty staunch critic of Hillary. Do you think she'd actually be doing a better job right now?
Yes, I do. I think she would be for a few reasons. Number one, she wouldn't be getting us out of the Iran deal. So the Iran deal, yes, it makes it much more likely that Iran is not going to get a nuclear weapon. And if you get rid of that, then you're escalating tensions with Iran. I don't think Hillary would have been nearly as bad.
What if we didn't get that? What if we didn't get that, but we got the fucking...
Now where we are. Now where are we at with Iran? Oh my God.
The no-fly zone in fucking Syria or something.
No, but that's the thing. So Trump bombed the Syrian government. He bombed an airport with fighter jets that was a Syrian government. So he's been just as hawkish, if not more so. Like, I don't think Hillary would have been this hawkish on fucking North Korea, where Trump is like tweeting that he's gonna fucking attack him any minute. Where he's like, only one thing will work. Only one thing will work.
Okay, I don't care how much blind frothing rage you have when you hear the name Trump. You can't argue there was a clear provocation in Kim Jong-un launching a missile over Japan. They are our allies at the end of the day. I think Hillary would have responded as well. I'm sorry. In that situation, he cannot be launching missiles over Japan.
Every other president was smart enough to know that when fuckface McDictator fat boy over there starts yapping his trap, you shut the fuck up and let him blow his steam off, and that's it. But what does Trump do? He starts responding, and he goes on Twitter, and he says, only one thing will work. The other presidents failed. Only one thing will work. They've been flying jets right at the North Korean...
That is true. Kim Jong-un was like usually all talk. Not even usually, all talk pretty much. Like, why would you escalate things? There's no need. There's no need. There's no need for that.
Order fighter jets in a provocative move in their own respect.
Yep.
So this is what happens when you have two giant ego idiots who are puffing their chest out. Is you're on the verge of war. It's so bad. You're laughing. It's so fucking bad right now that the people in the administration are telling people, listen, if you have assets in South Korea, get them out because this is different this time.
Yes, because South Korea are taking an aggressive point. That's the thing that you're conveniently
Now,
not meant.
thankfully, none of this like. None of this got too crazy. And honestly, I'm starting to think, oh my God. I'm starting to think most of it is like bluff from Trump. That being said, I think, well, actually, no, it did seem like indoor behind the scenes conversations. It did seem like he actually did flirt with the idea heavily of actually using nuclear arms, nuclear weapons against Iran. So, certainly at this point, it seemed more like bluff. That's an easier argument to make for that time. But, like, I feel like as he gets more deranged and as things escalate more from his decisions, he is certainly puffing his chest out a lot here. But I think... I would hope at least, like it has been happening, there are at least some people that have like some survival instinct and they're like holding them back from actually being able to make that call to actually do that.
Trump can chest beat on Twitter all day. He couldn't be 1/15th as hawkish as South Korea are right now on the subject of North Korea. The real danger here is not Trump invading North Korea. The real danger is South Korea invading North Korea, and you should be honest about that and admit it.
Oh, I should be honest about that.
By the
You
way,
have
Trump
no
is such a
fucking clue what you're talking about.
thundergunst that he backed North Korea off of Guam. Did you give him any credit for that one?
No, I didn't give him credit for that because he created the crisis in the fucking first place.
Oh, really?
The same with JFK. The same with JFK. JFK causes the fucking Cuban Missile Crisis and then takes credit when we don't get into a nuclear war. Like, no fuck. I'm not going to give you credit for creating the problem in the first place.
Fair enough comparison, but I would argue, like, what would you say was the aggressive move that impelled North Korea to move on Guam? From Trump, I mean, because it appears that what had been happening is that South Korea was ramping up its rhetoric, not Trump prior to that.
Donald Trump, from day one when he got elected, has been hawkish on North Korea. All he's done is hawkish rhetoric. All he's done is pack his administration full of neocon hawks.
He hardly ever talked about North Korea on the campaign trail. I literally can't remember.
Right, that's right.
He may have. He probably did.
Which is exactly the point. The point is, and TJ would mention this because he noticed it too, that Trump was a lot more non-interventionist when he was campaigning and he was trying to be populist because he knew it would fucking work to get him elected. And then now that he's elected, he's the establishment's bitch boy, and he's increased in Syria, he's increased in Afghanistan, he's increased in Iraq, he's increased drone strikes 432%, he's taking the Iran deal, he's giving Saudi Arabia $110 billion worth of weapons when they're a fucking jihadist state, and now we're on the brink of war with North Korea. So the answer to the question is yes, he's worse than Hillary, because Hillary, though she would have been bad, and I have no doubt that she would also be packing her administration full of Wall Street bitches, but I do think that on some of these key issues, and also the Paris climate agreement, she wouldn't have pulled out of that. So yes, even though Hillary would have been horrible, I don't think it's hard to be.
I'm sorry to cut it off here, but we have a few more questions. Razor, I'll give you first dibs
it's certainly like puffing his chest out as much as he is on North Korea. It's some crazy shit. You did not need to be doing all that.
Issue.
Okay.
The goal should be de-escalation. The goal should never be escalation in terms of rhetoric. Puffing out your chest you should only really be doing that in circumstances where it's like it really does seem like the aggressor is just going to continue being more and more aggressive. Like the other side should be, at Trump levels of derangement in terms of like escalatory language.
Sanders would have beaten Trump in a general election.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I would say he had a better chance than Hillary, but I'll say this. I think people saying that Bernie Sanders could have beaten Trump are kind of ignoring that Trump displayed an ability to change when he had to. So I think if conditions changed, he would have changed as well. So it's kind of an impossible hypothetical to answer. Because he did show, like, look, there were various times Trump would make a pivot to sound more presidential. Other times, like after the tape was dropped, then the gloves were off. And suddenly he went back to being more aggressive, hitting Hillary harder. So I think he would have adapted. He clearly showed a capacity to adapt his tone to whoever he was up against. He did it during the primary. He did it during the general. So I think he'd be about on even footing, personally. I think people kind of exaggerate Bernie's chances.
I will give Trump that he was an excellent character assassin. I did love watching him rise through the Republican primaries. It was very entertaining. Kyle, same question.
Yes, 100%. I see. In fact, there was a study that came out after the election where they asked people in the Rust Belt. The Rust Belt is why Trump won.
I think Bernie had better chances of winning just based on policies alone. You just have to be more compelling at delivering that message. And I think Bernie had that potential in order to focus on that message, but you also probably had to focus on the negatives of Trump as well and deliver that in a charismatic, impactful way. And I'm not sure, I got to be honest, I'm not sure Bernie was as capable at being aggressive towards Trump the way Trump would be aggressive towards Bernie. I'm not sure Bernie would have been able to outclass him on that. Yeah. In every other regard, if you focus strictly on policies, but unfortunately that's not how any of these elections really work ultimately.
Everything else is just background noise. The Rust Belt is why Trump won. Hillary won the popular vote by like 2 or 3 million votes or some shit, but it's totally irrelevant because Trump got the votes that he needed in Michigan, like right in that fucking Rust Belt. And the problem is, in those areas, they were all places that were devastated by NAFTA and all the trade deals that outsourced all the fucking jobs, and dumbass Hillary with her shitty fucking platitudes and her identity politics and her stronger together, break down the barriers, her candidacy, which was about nothing but Hillary fucking Clinton and saying it's my turn to be elected. She was so clueless as to the populist rage in the country and the anti-establishment rage in the country. I mean, she ran on, I will continue what's happening now. And so when Trump...
it's hard to distance herself from... Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to add to your thing, not rebut you. But it's hard for her to distance herself from NAFTA when she's married to the guy who made it, who signed it, I mean.
Of course, yes. But the point is, Bernie Sanders, his entire career was a zillion % against all the outsourcing, was 1,000,000% with working class people. His record is so strong on that. He knows as much as anybody has ever known about economic policy. And what would have happened is he would have exposed Trump in the debates, because Trump is, like TJ said, he's great at like making shit personal and doing these zingers and like making people look silly. But when you're on stage with a dude who's 1,000 years old, he's got fucked up hair, he's got bad posture, and he talks like this, he's a silly character. That guy's so obsessed with policy and with the issues, and he's so populist that everybody would recognize, hey, that's the real populist, and Trump is a fake populist. And the study that I referenced, it's they asked people in those states, and the people in those states overwhelmingly like populist Democrats and would vote for populist Democrats over Republicans. The problem is Hillary wasn't a populist Democrat. So, I mean, he won some of those states by 10,000 votes, 50,000 votes. Bernie would have easily won those states. So it would have been...
It's possible, but again, I think it depends on a hypothetical where Trump remains stationary, tonally. And I don't think he would have. He showed that he was canny enough to adapt to whoever he was against, is what I'm saying.
But he doesn't... But he could... He beats Hillary.
I don't know if there's a card in that deck for Trump, though.
He beats Hillary because Hillary was too tactical and too obsessed with how she looks, and he just goes out there like a fucking loose cannon and just fucking wrecks shit.
We're gonna do one more question, and then we're gonna wrap this up.
Yeah, it's not the same like fight with Bernie. I do think Razor probably actually has a point on this where like Trump probably could have adapted, but it's a different fight. Ultimately, I would say the argument boils down like I would say Bernie has a better chance, obviously, than Hillary would have a better chance, but sorry, I don't really know if I don't even know if I trust the American public would have been able to know what's best for them or whatever and be sold on Bernie's policies and way of convincing people with Trump obstructing as much as he does. Who knows, though? Who knows?
All right. So what do you guys think about this new Russia controversy regarding groups in Russia causing like black activist groups to... Have you seen this? It was actually a story we covered.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. So on the Russia thing, I'll let Razor get the last word, but let me just say real quick. On the Russia thing, it's gotten to the point where it is like literally comical. Like comedy writers wrote it. The headlines are like, the most recent one is Standing Rock activists were influenced by Russia and black youth.
All right. Well, I think we're good here. I think we'll be doing another stream today. I just want to find out what I want to do. I want to take a moment to kind of breathe. And find out what I want to do. Let's see. Trump crashes out and threatens Iran ground invasion. Oh, that's cute. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, we'll see about doing another stream today. Let me just get my bearings. No promises, but I think I will have another stream today. I just want to find out exactly what I want to do, and then if I come back, then you'll see me. You'll see me when you see me, okay? All right, later.